Neet Reincarnation. My efforts will be rewarded if I go to another world. Volume 1, by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Another bust, huh? I, Fujisaki Yuyuto, currently a second-year Ronin student waiting for another shot at college, stared at the results of my returned national mock exam in despair. But I couldn't spend forever moping. Where there's a will, there's a way. That was my motto. I just hadn't worked hard enough yet. With that thought firmly in mind, I continued studying for my third attempt at the entrance exams. Up until now, I'd only been studying 12 hours a day. Starting today, I'd bump that up to 15. And once I passed, I wanted to play baseball in college. For the record, my first choice hadn't changed in 3 years. Japan's largest, mammoth, university. The deviation score was right around 50 average. My classmates had only started studying around the summer of their third year of high school, yet they'd all passed into universities with higher rankings than mine. I, on the other hand, had been studying my ass off since my first year of high school. There was a time when I felt jealous, watching them pass as if mocking my efforts. But I just told myself my efforts were insufficient. It was the same with baseball. I'd played since before elementary school, yet I never once became a regular starter. My middle school and high school teams weren't even powerhouses. And yet, throughout my high school career, I never even made it to the bench. I have to try harder, I told myself, letting my mechanical pencil race across the paper. Snap! After several hours of studying, the lead broke. I was out of refills, so I decided to make a run to the neighborhood convenience store. I was running low on loose-leaf paper, too, so I figured I'd pick some up while I was at it. I got dressed and headed out into the late-night air. Outside, a torrential rain was falling, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. As soon as I arrived at the store, nature called, so I flagged down the female clerk. "Excuse me, could I use the restroom?" "Yes." "Go right ahead." Was she new? She looked about my age. I didn't recall there being such a cute clerk here before. I used this store constantly, so if I hadn't seen her, she had to be new. Thinking about that, I finished my business. But the moment I stepped out of the restroom, I realized the atmosphere in the store had changed. I heard a man yelling, "Money, put it in the bag." A man in a balaclava was shouting at the new girl, a knife thrust toward her. I could see a male employee watching from the back room. He showed absolutely no sign of coming to help her. Was that the manual's protocol? The new girl seemed calm. She immediately opened the register and handed over the cash. But the robber, upon snatching it, wasn't satisfied. "Don't screw with me. This isn't enough. Empty the other register too." He was agitated, screaming at her. Seeing his attention scatter in his excitement, I used the opening to creep up behind him. "Hurry up, move it, or I'll kill you." The robber continued to scream, spitting as he yelled. Just as he was about to lunge the knife toward the girl, I made my move. Killing my footsteps, I circled behind him. I gripped the deck brush I'd grabbed from the restroom and, aiming for the man's arm, unleashed a full swing. My 10 years of practice swings were all for this moment, and the results were spectacular. Wham! With a sharp cutting sound, the deck brush connected perfectly with the man's right shoulder. Gah! Overcome with pain, the robber dropped the knife from his right hand. "I'm gonna fucking kill you." He glared at me and screamed, pulling a fresh knife from his hoodie pocket with his left hand. He began backing away toward the entrance to avoid being pincered by the girl and me. His right arm hung limp. My full-force swing must have done some real damage. In my hands, I held the deck brush, now snapped in two from the impact. In a way, its attack power was probably higher now. The broken end was jagged and sharp. We stared each other down for a moment until the female clerk saw an opening and hit the alarm. BZZZZZZZZZZZT. The moment the alarm blared, the robber seemed to give up and fled outside. I didn't intend to chase him, but I wanted to see which direction he went, so I stepped out as well. But the moment I got outside, the robber stopped fleeing. He raised his knife and charged straight at me. I braced my broken deck brush to defend against the swinging blade. The visibility was terrible due to the heavy rain. Whenever I lost sight of the knife, I took a large step back. Then he brought the knife down. I stepped back to parry it, but he stopped his downward swing mid-motion and lunged straight forward. Up until now, he'd only been swinging wildly. Now, suddenly, he was thrusting to stab. I couldn't react to the sudden change in pattern. I wasn't going to dodge this in time. The robber, thinking he had me, grinned as he closed the distance. Just as the blade was about to pierce my arm, a smack echoed out, and the knife was knocked to the ground. The female clerk had swung something like a stick, striking the robber's hand perfectly. She stood there, dignified. Even with her face soaked by rain, she was beautiful. "Thank you, you saved me." "No, thank you. You saved me too." We both shouted our thanks without taking our eyes off the robber. Then, just as we moved in to subdue him together, a blinding light enveloped the three of us. Kaboo-oom. Swallowed by a torrent of light, my consciousness faded away. Chapter 1, Boundary World. When I came to, I was in a white world, a world of nothingness. I must have been struck by lightning and died. I wondered what happened after that. I really was an undutiful son. I wanted to study more, pass the exam, and enjoy campus life. As these thoughts drifted through my mind, a white-robed old man appeared before me. I couldn't see him clearly. It felt like his body was fading in and out. "You are awake. First, allow me to apologize. I am sorry. I don't really understand the situation, but I am Fujisaki. Why are you apologizing to me? I accidentally struck the three of you, which is to say, I killed you. Of course, this is not a problem that can be solved with a simple apology. Who are you? Is this heaven? I am a demigod. This is the boundary world. Simply put, it is one step before heaven. I intended to send divine punishment down upon a world I manage, but for some reason, it was sucked into your world instead. I am truly, deeply sorry. What will happen to me now? I shall reincarnate you with my power. However, I cannot return you to your original world. I can only reincarnate you into the world I manage. Furthermore, because the divine punishment struck your world, I have lost much of my power. I wish to grant you special abilities, but I fear I cannot do much. Talk about selfish, I thought. Reincarnation without my consent. Not being able to say anything to my parents, strictly parting for this lifetime, that was what hurt the most. I wanted to be a good son to them, but there was no point wasting time here. I needed to gather information. What kind of place is this new world? It is what you would call a world of swords and magic. Currently, there are many monsters, and some places are quite dangerous. I said earlier that I could not be of much help, but I wish to do what I can. I can grant you 2 innate unique abilities. The other 2 will receive only 1, but you are special. I didn't understand why I was special, but I decided to ask all my questions at once. May I ask a few things? Time is short, but I will answer what I can. How old will I be when I reincarnate? 0 years old. That is to say, you will be born as a normal human. What is the family environment like? I promise an environment where you will not face hardship. Will I be able to use magic? Indeed. Though you will not have access to every attribute. Every attribute, how many types of magic are there? Currently, there are the 4 major attributes of fire, water, wind, and earth, as well as holy magic. Hundreds of years ago, there were a few more. Aside from those, there are minor magics specific to certain races. Which attributes can I use? Chance status open. While you are here, you can see the details of your abilities. I will ensure only you can see this in the reincarnated world as well, though be aware you will not see the details as clearly there. Doing as I was told, I chanted, status open. Name, Fujisaki Yuyud. Title, State, Deceased. Level, 0. HP, 00. MP, 00. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Magic, 0. Dexterity, 0. Endurance, 0. Luck, 30. Unique ability. Lightning Magic S, LV 020. Special ability. Swordsmanship B, LV 017. Special ability. Wind Magic A, LV 019. Special ability. Holy Magic C, LV 015. What is this? Ho, even without my granting power, you're quite impressive. Does this mean I can use lightning, wind, and holy magic? Lamu. Correctly speaking, it means you can learn to use them. Effort will be required. Can I use magic other than these? Also, lightning magic is listed as a unique ability. With an S rank, but what is the difference between that and the other magic in special ability? A unique ability is an ability that only you possess in that world. Therefore, only you can use lightning magic. However, that does not guarantee that someone else who can use it will not appear in the future. Also, users of holy magic are exceedingly rare. As for other magics, depending on your effort, there is a possibility you can use them. I will offer one warning: do not recklessly reveal your status to others, only share it with those you can trust. Thank you very much. What is this displayed after lightning magic? The display of S represents talent. Incidentally, you may consider yourself the only person in the world with an S rank. Talent is ranked from S, A, B, C, D, E, F to G. Even a rank is not something many possess. Depending on the talent, the level cap differs, as does the growth rate. You will have to test that for yourself. It seemed I was blessed with talent. I was starting to want to hurry up and reincarnate so I could start working hard. But thinking I still needed to gather info, the demigod spoke. We have very little time left. What abilities do you desire? I will help you as much as I can. Then, I want a talent where the more effort I put in, the more I am rewarded. Is that not normal? It might be normal, but in my case, it feels likely that my stats wouldn't grow at all even if I leveled up. I see. Then how about Heavenly Gift? Some call this a trash ability, but that is not the case. The experience required for the next level becomes 3 times that of a normal person, but when you level up, all stats other than luck will invariably increase by 1. Additionally, your MP recovery speed will increase. For your information, ordinary humans do not gain 1 in every stat when they level up. The total increase across stats other than HP, MP, and luck is usually between 2 and 10. How stats increase varies by individual, and the experience required for the next level also varies. Possessing Heavenly Gift means requiring far more experience than others. It will be a tremendous path of hardship. Are you acceptable with this? He emphasized the difficulty enough to make me anxious, but it meant I would definitely grow more than others. Yes, please give me that one. Then for the other, I shall give you the best I can from my remaining power. Ah, yes. I will grant you Heavenly Eye. This is quite convenient. It allows you to appraise others and objects, understand the flow of mana, and gives you night vision. Regarding appraisal, if you raise its level, you will be able to see talent values just as you can in this mirror world. There is more, but there is no time, so the explanation ends here. What will happen to you, Lord Demigod? Once I reincarnate you, I will likely die. I, the main body, have attended to you, but my split spirits are attending to the other two. As they have less than half the power of the original me, they can grant only a little power, and I doubt they can explain things as properly as I have to you. Is that so? Now, it really seems time is up. Saying that, the demigod began to fade from my sight. Simultaneously, my transfer began. Name, Fujisaki Yuyud. Title, State Deceased. Level, 0. HP, 00. MP, 00. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Magic, 0. Dexterity. Endurance, 0. Luck, 30. Unique ability, Heavenly Gift, LV Max. Unique ability, Heavenly Eye, LV1. Unique ability, Lightning Magic S, LV020. Special ability, Swordsmanship B, LV017. Special ability, Wind Magic A, LV019. Special ability, Holy Magic C, LV015. I pray you inherit my will. After the transfer ended, the demigod muttered softly. Chapter 2, Nice to meet you, Mr. Parallel World. 6 months had passed since I reincarnated into another world, and I understood a little more about this place. First, I was born as the second son of a baronet family named Mars Bryant. My family consisted of father, Zeke Bryant, 21 years old, a handsome, brown-haired mage. Mother, Maria Bryant, 20 years old, a beautiful, brown-haired mage. Older brother, Ike Bryant, 3 years old, a red-haired mischievous rascal. My father Zeke and mother Maria made a name for themselves as dungeon adventurers. They presented the king with an item of immense rarity and were elevated from commoners to the rank of baronet. In this world, there were places called dungeons. Monsters lived there, but if you proceeded deep enough, there were treasure chests. Monsters dropped magic stones and occasionally materials, and the treasure chests sometimes contained items of very high value. Monsters apparently appeared outside of dungeons as well, and recently, their numbers seemed to be increasing. Both Zeke and Maria could use magic. I had tried appraising them, but perhaps because my heavenly eye level was too low, I couldn't see detailed stats. All I could see were name and state. Ike was at the height of his mischievous phase and was obsessed with sword fighting. Even now, he was swinging around a stick. As for me, I had recently started on solid food. This body seemed to be exceptionally capable. I couldn't speak yet, but I could vaguely understand what people were saying. And best of all, though I was still wobbly, I could already walk. Learning to walk was progress, but there was another major development. It was this. Status open name, Mars Bryant. Title, rank human commoner. Level 1. HP 11. MP 1010. Strength 1. Agility 1. Magic 1. Dexterity 1. Endurance 1. Unique ability. Heavenly gift. Unique ability, Heavenly Eye. Unique ability, Lightning Magic. Special ability, Swordsmanship. Special ability, Wind Magic. Special ability, Holy Magic. The day before yesterday, my maximum MP increased. When I first checked my status, my max MP was 5. Using appraisal, one of the abilities of the Heavenly Eye consumed 1 MP. When I used it 5 times, my MP hit 0. I felt a wave of fatigue and I lost consciousness. When I woke up next, my max MP had become 6. I wondered if using my MP until it hit 0 would increase it, so I kept using the Heavenly Eye, losing consciousness each time. Every time I woke up, my max MP had increased. Rinse and repeat. Also, in this world, chanting status open apparently didn't reveal your state, luck, or talent levels for magic or swordsmanship. Just as the demigod said, I had to raise the level of the Heavenly Eye and use appraisal to see those. I planned to eat breakfast, use the Heavenly Eye to appraise, deplete my MP, and then go to sleep again today. I wobbled my way to the living room and sat around the table with my family of 4 as usual. The staple food of this world seemed to be bread. It was served at all 3 meals. I'm definitely a rice person, I thought, as Maria fed me bread softened in milk. Conversations like this were common at the table. Mars really is no trouble at all. He can already walk, albeit shakily, in just 6 months. And it feels like he vaguely understands what we're saying. You're right, it was so hard with Ike, but Mars is so low maintenance I actually get worried. I'm sure having Ike nearby is providing good stimulation for him, though. Mars is amazing. He's different from other babies. They were praising me. I was the type who thrived on praise, so I felt the urge to work even harder. Once I finished eating, I started walking to strengthen my legs and back. When I got tired, I used the Heavenly Eye to drain my MP. I would become independent quickly and work hard for my family. I couldn't be a good son in my past life, so I had to make up for at least 2 lifetimes worth this time around. Another 6 months passed. It had been 1 year since my reincarnation. I hadn't slacked off a single day. I walked, or rather, ran around constantly, and I could speak a little now. As for my MP, since I depleted it multiple times a day, the capacity had increased significantly. Because I spammed appraisal, the level of my Heavenly Eye rose, and it now displayed detailed information. The age category had been added, and I could now see talent values as well. The good thing about the Heavenly Eye was that unlike status open, I could appraise other people. To distinguish it from status open, I decided to call the Heavenly Eye's function appraisal. My appraisal results looked like this. Name, Mars Bryant. Title, rank human commoner. State, good. Age, 1. Level, 1. HP, 22. MP, 872-873. Strength, 1. Agility, 1. Magic 3+2. Dexterity, 1. Endurance, 1. Luck, 30. Unique ability. Heavenly gift, LV max. Unique ability. Heavenly Eye, LV3 1-3. Unique ability. Lightning Magic S, LV 020. Special ability. Swordsmanship B, LV 017. Special ability. Wind Magic A, LV 019. Special ability. Holy Magic C, LV 0/15. Maybe because I kept exhausting my MP, my magic stat had gone up by 2. Being able to visualize the results of my effort made me incredibly happy. It made me want to work even harder. However, I currently had one problem. Appraisal only consumed 1 MP, so it took forever to deplete my MP. I wanted to use magic, but I didn't know how. I tried randomly chanting thunder or lightning, but there was no sign of activation. I really needed to learn how to use magic properly. During the meal, I decided to ask Zeke and Maria, how do I use magic? Surprised that their child, who had just turned 1, asked such a thing, they looked at each other. You know about magic, Mars. And why do you want to use it? 'Cause I want to use it. I see, you can probably use it, Mars. But even Ike, who is 4, can't use it yet. When Ike learns, we'll teach you together, but you lack something called MP, so I don't think you can learn it yet. When will Nixan learn magic? When Ike turns 6, we'll perform the rite of appraisal as an aptitude test. How about we have you take the aptitude test then, too, and you can learn magic from there. 2 more years, I really didn't want to waste 2 whole years. So, I asked one more question. W-chat is holy magic. When I asked that, Zeke and Maria looked at each other with even more surprise than before. My brother Ike was fascinated by our conversation. Where did you learn that word? I saw it in a dream when I was sleeping. Honey, maybe Mars has a talent for holy magic. If he's a holy mage, it would explain his rapid growth. We have to teach him early and drill the dangers into him strictly. It's too rare, we don't know what might happen. You're right, Mars, Mom and Dad are going to discuss this, so go to sleep early today. We'll talk again tomorrow. Yeah, I look forward to tomorrow. Night. A good night. Incidentally, my brother Ike's status looked like this. Name, Ike Bryant. Title, rank, human commoner. State, good. Age, 4. Level, 1. HP, 55. MP, 33. Strength, 2. Agility, 2. Magic, 1. Dexterity, 1. Endurance, 2. Luck, 10. Special ability, Swordsmanship C, LV015. Special ability, Spearmanship B, LV017. Special ability, Fire Magic C, LV015. He seemed quite the martial type. By the way, normally special abilities are inherited from the parents to some extent. Father Zeke had earth magic, and Mother Maria had water magic special abilities. The Bryant family seemed to be far from ordinary. Thinking about that, I used the Heavenly Eye with full force to deplete my MP, spamming appraisal before going to sleep. I hoped they would teach me magic tomorrow. When I woke up in the morning, I wobbled into the living room. Morning. Good morning. Zeke and Maria replied, but it seemed Ike was still asleep. Mars, about yesterday. First, we're going to check your magic aptitude. After that, we'll decide whether to teach you magic. Zeke started, then took 2 crystal-like objects from a bag on the table. This is an appraisal crystal. It's a crystal that allows you to appraise your own abilities. Maria, go wake Ike up. Told by Zeke, Maria woke Ike and brought him over. Ike, try touching this crystal and saying status open. Okay. Status open. Then Ike's status was projected onto the crystal. However, it wasn't as detailed as my appraisal. Name, Ike Bryant. Title, rank, human commoner. State, good. Age, 4. Level, 1. HP, 55. MP, 33. Strength, 2. Agility, 2. Magic, 1. Dexterity, 1. Endurance, 2. Special ability, Swordsmanship LV0. Special ability, Spearmanship LV0. Special ability, Fire Magic LV0. Seeing this result, Zeke and Maria exclaimed, amazing! Ike has aptitude for fire magic on top of swordsmanship and spearmanship. I want to have Ike train in magic too. Becoming the Knight Commander isn't just a dream. Yes, it's no exaggeration to call him a prodigy. Let's raise him properly. Ike didn't seem to understand exactly what was being said, but he realized Zeke and Maria were happy because of him, so he looked delighted. Next is Mars. Try saying status open. Status open. Name, Mars Bryant. Title, rank, human commoner. State, good. Age, 1. Level, 1. HP, 22. MP, 877, 877. Strength, 1. Agility, 1. Magic, 3. Dexterity, 1. Endurance, 1. Special ability, Swordsmanship LV0. Special ability, Wind Magic LV0. Special ability, Holy Magic LV0. WH. What is this? MP amount 877, that's more than 5 times what I or Maria have as mages. MP starts at 1 at age 1, increases by 1 at age 2. He shouldn't be able to use magic until age 5 when his MP hits 5 at the earliest. But with this, he can already use it, and he can use wind magic in addition to holy magic. The saying that holy mages are too loved by God to use other magic was a lie then. One thing is certain. Both of our children are abnormal. It seemed I really was blessed with considerable talent. Plus, I had 5 MP from the start. Maybe that was a reincarnation bonus too. I wouldn't sit on my laurels with this gifted talent. I wanted to work twice, no, 3 times as hard as anyone else. Here, Zeke murmured with a troubled face. Hey, why do neither of them know earth or water magic when there are children? Surely, no, that's impossible. Honey, they are undoubtedly our children. I swear to God, there is no way they are anyone else's. Well, yeah, we did it that much, so of course they're ours. Will you teach me magic? Since the conversation had derailed, I asked again. But before that, you have to make one promise. Holy magic heals people's injuries and sicknesses. It has high rarity and value. If bad people catch you, we don't know what they might do. So until you become an adult, no, until Dad and Mom say it's okay, you must absolutely never tell anyone you can use it. Okay. Okay. All right, first I'll teach you the basics. Yeah. What do I do? First, focus your consciousness on the tandon, a spot a little below your navel. A person's magic power pools lie there. Focus on circulating that magic power through your body. It'll be hard at first, but if you can't do it, you can't use magic even if you have the talent. So do your best. I got it. I answered and focused my consciousness. I immediately found the pool of magic in my tandon. However, I couldn't circulate it throughout my body. After struggling for about 10 minutes, Maria gave me some advice. Try visualizing it flowing like blood from your tandon. Mobilizing all the knowledge from my past life, I formed a vague image. Then, seemingly able to circulate the magic, my body grew a little warm. Ooh, impressive, to think you can do it already. Indeed, just being able to speak this much at 1 year old is amazing enough, but perhaps Mars is loved by many things. I can circulate it now. How do I use magic now? Right. Actually, Dad can only use earth magic, and Mom can only use water magic. Since we can't use holy, wind, or fire magic, we'll buy grimoires for you later. Dad will read the grimoires to you, but Mars, you need to learn to read and write too. Okay, I got it, I'll do my best. If Mars is practicing magic, I'll practice magic too. Ike, who had been watching me the whole time, started practicing magic circulation as well. Zeke and Maria watched our magic practice happily. There probably isn't a parent alive who isn't happy to see their children trying their best. I'll work hard for the sake of filial piety. Chapter 3, First Magic. The next day, Zeke bought a beginner wind magic grimoire and a beginner fire magic grimoire. Apparently, holy magic grimoires were rare and not sold in stores. Furthermore, grimoires were very expensive. Even if they had been sold, a holy magic grimoire would have been out of our reach. Even the 2 beginner books cost 10 gold coins each. It seemed to be a price a normal baronet family could absolutely not afford, but fortunately, the Bryant family still had money. However, buying the 2 grimoires had apparently put a significant strain on the household finances. For reference, 1 gold coin was about 100,000 yen in Japanese currency. 2 books were equivalent to 2 million yen. We moved to the garden, and each of us began our magic practice. I knew they had high expectations, so I intended to desperately learn wind magic. Ike, perhaps understanding the value of the grimoires, was working hard to learn fire magic. Incidentally, Ike had also depleted his MP through magic circulation yesterday, and impressively, his max MP had risen by 1 to reach 4. But we both had a weakness. We couldn't read. So Maria stayed with me and Zeke stayed with Ike, teaching us the contents of the books. Guide magic from the tandon to the fingertips, and once the magic accumulates, chant wind. Little by little, I felt like I was getting the hang of it. At first, my MP wasn't decreasing, but now, every time I chanted wind, my MP dropped by 1. And then, after dozens of attempts, it happened. Wind. Magic power released from my right hand, whipping up a gust of wind. The wind died down immediately, but the magic had activated. The MP consumption was 5. Seeing that, Zeke and Maria held hands and rejoiced. I could feel a strong will coming from Ike. I'll do it too. After depleting his MP many times over, he was able to use fire a few days later. 1 year later. I was 2, and Ike was 5. Of course, I never missed a day of magic practice. Not just magic practice, I actively moved my body, and compared to other children my age, my body had become sturdy. Also, to strengthen my swordsmanship, I started swinging a stick in the garden. I was still weaker than Ike, but I wanted to learn swordsmanship in earnest. My status at 2 years old looked like this. Name, Mars Bryant. Title, Rank, Human Commoner. State, Good. Age, 2. Level, 1. HP, 3-3. MP, 1952-1953. Strength, 2 + 1. Agility, 2 + 1. Magic, 10 + 7. Dexterity, 3 + 2. Endurance, 2 + 1. Luck, 30. Unique ability, Heavenly Gift, LV Max. Unique ability, Heavenly Eye, LV 3. Unique ability, Lightning Magic S, LV 020. Special ability, Swordsmanship B, LV 017. Special ability, Wind Magic A, LV 5/19 0-5. Special ability, Holy Magic C, LV 015. Since I had been practicing wind magic constantly, only my wind magic level had risen. Here, I made a new discovery. For every level wind magic rose, my magic stat increased by 1. Perhaps other magics also increased the magic stat as they leveled up. I also learned another spell listed in the Wind Magic Grimoire called Air Blade. This spell could be learned at Wind Magic Level 3. It consumed 7 MP and created a sword of wind. It disappeared after one swing, so the fuel efficiency was terrible. Getting carried away, I swung this air blade magic in the garden, lost control, and accidentally launched it, slicing one of Maria's prized garden trees clean in half. I later learned this was what they called the Intermediate Wind Magic Wind Cutter, but at the time, the blood drained from my face. One wrong step and I could have hurt someone. That incident made me decide to stick to wind alone for depleting my MP for the time being. Ike was growing steadily too. Name, Ike Bryant. Title, Rank, Human Commoner. State, Good. Age, 5. Level, 1. HP, 6-6. MP, 40-40. Strength, 3 + 1. Agility, 5 + 3. Magic, 2 + 1. Dexterity, 3 + 2. Endurance, 3 + 1. Luck, 10. Special ability, Swordsmanship C, LV 1/15 0-1. Special ability, Spearmanship B, LV 017. Special ability, Fire Magic C, LV 1/15 0-1. After learning fire magic, Ike focused heavily on swordsmanship. I should have checked if his magic stat rose when his fire magic level hit 1, but I was so preoccupied with my own progress that I missed it. However, I watched closely when Ike's swordsmanship level went from 0 to 1. It might have been a coincidence, but his agility and dexterity values each rose by 1 at that time. Since Ike had turned 5 and become more reliable, Zeke and Maria left me in his care and went to dive into the dungeon. Apparently, the number of monsters had increased recently. So Count Carmel, who governed this land, personally requested Zeke and Maria to cull the monsters in the dungeon. Count Carmel owned his own knight order and mage order, but the knights fought mainly on horseback and weren't suited for diving into dungeons. As for the mage order, there were few mages to begin with, so they couldn't send such valuable assets into a dungeon. Zeke and Maria's stats were as follows. Name, Zeke Bryant. Title, Rank, Human Head of Bryant Baronetcy. State, Good. Age, 23. Level, 30. HP, 126-126. MT, 132-132. Strength, 35. Agility, 39. Magic, 74. Dexterity, 22. Endurance, 33. Luck, 10. Special ability, Dagger Arts E, LV 411. Special ability, Earth Magic C, LV 915. Equipment, Magic Staff. Equipment, Silver Dagger. Equipment, Robe of Earth. Name, Maria Bryant. Title, Rank, Human, First Wife of Bryant Baronetcy. State, Good. Age, 22. Level, 28. HP 102-102. MP 121-20. Strength 18. Agility 32. Magic 60. Dexterity 64. Endurance 17. Luck 10. Special ability Dagger Arts E LV 311. Special ability Water Magic C LV 915. Equipment Water Jug Staff. Equipment Magic Robe. Both were typical mages. Still, their MP was so low. I wanted to see how they fought in the dungeon. It seemed they were going to dive into the dungeon together today to cull monsters again. Since we were here, they apparently only went to the lower floors. When the two of them went to the dungeon, Ike and I started our swordsmanship practice in the garden as usual. A 2-year-old swinging a stick probably didn't look like practice, but I was secretly working on a specific technique. It involved coating my body in wind to boost my physical abilities. I'd been trying it ever since I started practicing swordsmanship, and I still couldn't do it, but I wasn't one to give up just because I failed. I planned to keep at it for at least 10 years. Then, as always, after 3 hours of sword practice, I ate lunch, used wind magic until my MP hit 0, and went to sleep. After sleeping for about 3 hours, I practiced swordsmanship outside again. The reason for the 3 hours was that my MP apparently fully recovered in that time. For reference, it took Ike, Zeke, and Maria 6 hours to fully recover. I recalled the demigod explaining that the heavenly gift ability increased MP recovery speed, so it must be due to that effect. As for Ike, he practiced swordsmanship in the morning and spearmanship in the afternoon. He trained his fire magic before going to bed. Since Zeke and Maria bought us a wooden sword and a wooden spear, when Ike used the wooden sword in the morning, I used a stick. In the afternoon, when Ike used the wooden spear, he let me use the wooden sword. As we continued our practice, Zeke and Maria returned, looking very excited. "We got 2 very good items today. We'll show you after dinner, so you 2 hurry up and shower." Zeke spoke quickly. "Okay." "Got it," Ike said, and I nodded, chasing after him. Then, after dinner was over, Zeke pulled a single sword from the backpack he always took into the dungeon. The scabbard wasn't flashy, but it had beautiful decorations, and a large red magic stone was set in the hilt. The blade was a beautiful silver. "This is the Fire Spirit Sword, the Salamander Sword. It's apparently a fire attribute sword. We had an appraiser check it, so there's no mistake. It's the perfect sword for Ike, so I'm giving this to you." "Thanks, I'll do my best." Ike beamed as he thanked them. I secretly appraised the Fire Spirit Sword. Name, Salamander Sword. Attack, 30. Special, Magic +2. Rarity, B. This was incredible. No wonder Zeke and Maria came home so excited. For reference, I could appraise random tables around the house too, but they just showed up as name, table. Rarity. It seemed only rare items showed detailed information. As expected of the heavenly eye. While Ike was happily holding the salamander sword, Maria spoke up. "Next is Mars. Take a look at this." She pulled a book from her backpack. It was a beginner holy magic grimoire. "This is for you, Mars. Study hard and learn it well, okay?" "Thank you." I instinctively pumped my fist as I accepted the book. I spent the entire night practicing holy magic, but I couldn't learn it right away. Was my inability to pick it up as quickly as wind magic due to my C-rank talent? But Ike learned his magic with the same rank, so I should definitely be able to do it too. I decided to keep practicing without giving up until I mastered it, then drifted off to sleep. The next day, after Zeke and Maria left for the dungeon, we went through our usual daily routine. Ike was practicing with his usual wooden sword instead of the salamander sword he received yesterday. "Nah, aren't you gonna use the sword from yesterday?" "Dad said the basics are important, so I'm still using this one." When I asked, Ike gave such a solid answer I wondered if he was a reincarnated soul too. I was going to do my best to use holy magic as well. With that resolve, I chanted the beginner holy magic spell heal over and over again. Before lunch, I finally mastered it. "Nick, I did heal." "Awesome. I scraped my knee during training earlier, so can you cast heal on it?" When I told him, Ike happily asked for a demonstration. "Yes, heal." Immediately, the scrape on Ike's knee healed. Ike looked delighted and gave me a fist bump. The MP consumption for heal was 10. I still didn't know exactly how much HP it recovered. Ideally, I'd never have the chance to use it, but I knew that wouldn't be the case. I needed to train so I could activate the magic more smoothly. You see, magic took time between the chant and the actual activation. My wind activated with almost 0 time lag after chanting, but Ike's fire took about 2 seconds to activate. Apparently, intermediate magic and above took even longer. While we were eating lunch after our morning training, an incident occurred. Zeke and Maria returned from the dungeon, injured. I had heard their combat style was like an iron wall, but because they usually didn't get injured, they could dive into the dungeon almost every day. Ordinary adventurers weren't so lucky. Usually, if they dove into a dungeon, they would rest for 2 or 3 days afterward. "Dad, Mom, are you okay?" Ike rushed over to them. "Just messed up a little. Sorry, but could you get us lots of wet towels?" Zeke answered while maintaining a calm facade, leaning on Maria's shoulder. "Sorry to worry you. We're okay, so the towels, please," Maria added, urging us with a gentle tone to ease our worries. Ike responded immediately, turning to leave and prepare the towels, but I told him, "Wait," stopping him in his tracks. Then I appraised Zeke and Maria. Name, Zeke Bryant. HP, 32,126. Name, Maria Bryant. HP, 62,102. Zeke was more heavily injured. I chanted heal on the heavily wounded Zeke. Heal. Name, Zeke Bryant. HP, 47,126. One heal recovered 15 HP. Thinking I needed about 6 more for a full recovery, I chanted heal 6 times. Name, Zeke Bryant. HP, 126,126. Zeke and Maria looked astonished at the sight. Ignoring their gazes, I chanted heal 3 times on Maria as well. Name, Maria Bryant. HP, 102,102. Both of their HP had fully recovered. "Dad, Mom, how is it? Does it still hurt?" When I asked, Zeke stammered, "No, you saved us, thank you." Maria also said, "Thank you, you learned to cast heal already," and hugged me joyfully. Fully recovered, the two of them went to the bath to wash off the dirt and fatigue. Once we saw them off to the bath, Ike looked at me with an expression of relief and offered a fist bump, which I returned. The tension finally breaking, we both laughed aloud and sat down right there on the floor. That night, after eating dinner as usual, I was about to get down from my child's seat to practice magic when Zeke stopped me, saying, "Wait a moment." The 4 of us sat around the table. We are now beginning a Bryant family meeting. The agenda is the future of Ike and Mars. Zeke started, and Ike and I looked at each other. "First, I want to tell you about Mom and Dad's job, our standing as adventurers, and our combat style. We form a party called the Brown Shield. It's a C-rank party. We mainly explore the Almeria dungeon. For the record, I'm a C-rank adventurer, and Mom is D-rank. Adventurers are divided from G rank to S rank. G and F are fledglings, E is beginner, D is intermediate, C is intermediate to advanced, and B rank and above can lead to being ennobled or scouted as officers for the knight or mage orders. Any questions so far?" Ike asked, "How do you become an S rank adventurer?" I don't know how one becomes S rank. I've never seen anyone higher than a B rank adventurer myself, though I suppose they exist in the royal capital or larger dungeon cities. Continuing from before, the merit of forming a party is that you can take quests higher than your individual rank. For example, let's say there are 4 D-rank adventurers. Individually, they can't take C-rank or higher quests, but if they form a party and become a C-rank party, they can accept them. The demerit is that once you become a B-rank party, the guild can forcefully conscript you during emergencies. The guild is fundamentally independent of all nations. Even when a stampede occurs, the guild is technically supposed to command the adventurers. However, nobles, fearing for their own safety, almost always order the guild to protect them. Perhaps because the guild can't reject the pressure from the country and nobles, they sometimes protect distant, safe nobles over the dying commoners right in front of them. Mom and I hate that, so we choose not to become a B-rank party. Our top priority is family. If push comes to shove, I will choose Maria, Ike, and Mars over some dying stranger right in front of me. I don't care what anyone thinks, anything so far. The conversation was heavier than expected, so Ike and I nodded silently. Seeing that, Zeke continued. Monsters don't just appear in dungeons. There are plenty outside the city too. And recently, they've been increasing. You might already know this, but the other day, Count Carmel, who governs this land, personally came to bow his head to us, asking us to cull the monsters in the dungeon. The monsters outside Almeria are weak, so anyone can defeat them, but the dungeon is different. We wanted to protect the safety of this city too, so even though we were worried about you two, we dove into the dungeon. We intended to do it with just me and Maria, but seeing Mars's holy magic today changed my mind. I want Ike and Mars to help us. Don't worry, I won't tell you to dive into the dungeon suddenly. Besides, you can only enter dungeons starting from E rank, and you can't become an E rank adventurer until your body is fully developed at 15. Until Mars finishes his rite of appraisal, I intend to only take quests focused on culling monsters outside the city. Originally, I thought this would happen after Ike turned 12, though. Ike and I remained silent. We just listened intently to Zeke's serious words. Also, suddenly going outside to fight monsters is harsh, so I'll hire a swordsmanship instructor for you too. The period will be 1 year. 1 year from now, I'll look at Ike and Mars's growth and make a decision then. Also, basically, Mars will not participate in combat. I want you to support everyone with holy magic. The sword practice is for self-defense in emergencies. Understood? Yes. Ike and I answered in unison, but there was something I absolutely had to ask. Dad, Mom, how did you get hurt today? As Zeke was about to answer, Maria, who had been silent until now, spoke up. It was my fault. Like always, we avoided the monsters on the first floor and fought those on the second, but I felt sick and delayed my chant. As our party name implies, our combat style is defense-oriented. Specifically, Dad uses Earth Fortress and I use Ice Fortress to fight, but my activation of Ice Fortress was delayed and we took an attack. Dad covered me and we managed to defeat the monster, but we ended up getting injured. You don't take potions with you. Well, until now we carried recovery promotion medicine, potions. But potions are just medicine, so they don't heal you immediately. They only promote recovery. Thanks for telling me. Please take potions with you next time. When Maria nodded at my words, Zeke said something very important. There's one more thing to tell you. You two are going to have a little brother or sister. That was a huge surprise. So she was pregnant, which caused her to feel unwell in the dungeon, leading to the injury. Mom, don't push yourself anymore. Yes. Starting tomorrow, I'll spend time at home with you two. When I said that, Maria gently placed her hands on my and Ike's heads and smiled. Chapter 4, First Experience. 1 year later, Ike and I worked very hard. We worked so hard you'd wonder if anyone else in early childhood ever tried this hard. Here is the result. Name, Mars Bryant. Title, Rank, Human Commoner. State, Good. Age, 3. Level, 1. HP, 44. MT, 2584, 2585. Strength, 3 plus 1. Agility, 4 plus 2. Magic, 18 plus 8. Dexterity, 7 plus 3. Endurance, 3 plus 1. Luck, 30. Unique ability. Heavenly Gift, LV Max. Unique ability, Heavenly Eye, LV 3. Unique ability, Lightning Magic S, LV 020. Special ability, Swordsmanship B, LV 1/17 Special ability, Wind Magic A, LV 8/195 Special ability, Holy Magic C, LV 2/15 First, my MP increased drastically. Around the time my MP got so high it became hard to deplete, I learned to coat my body in wind magic. I started consuming MP while training in swordsmanship, allowing me to efficiently drain my MP. By the way, I named this magic of coating the body in wind Sylphid. It consumed 1 MP per second, so 60 per minute. I couldn't achieve an explosive boost in physical ability yet, but while Sylphid was active, I could engage in a somewhat decent sword exchange with Ike, if only for a bit. As I previously predicted, I confirmed that when magic levels up, the magic stat increases by 1, and when swordsmanship levels up, agility and dexterity each increase by 1. For the record, even though I say swordsmanship, I was training with a small wooden sword that even a 3-year-old me could grip. Ike's stats were growing too. Name, Ike Bryant. Title, Rank, Human Commoner. State, Good. A, 6. Level, 1. HP, 1212. MP, 7070. Strength 8 plus 5. Agility 9 plus 4. Magic 3 plus 1. Dexterity 6 plus 3. Endurance 8 plus 5. Luck 10. Special ability. Swordsmanship C, LV2/15 1-2. Special ability. Spearmanship B, LV1/17 0-1. Special ability. Fire Magic C, LV1/15 on the day he turned 6, Ike's stats shot up. Perhaps stats increase with age after 6. Ike was being trained relentlessly in swordsmanship and spearmanship by our tutor, Frank. He pushed himself quite hard and got injured a few times, but I healed him with heal behind Frank's back. As a result, Ike's spearmanship level went up. It seemed spearmanship also raised stats upon leveling up. His strength and endurance each rose by 1. However, he was only allowed to use fire magic when Maria was watching, so he couldn't train it much. He couldn't exactly train inside the house, and even in the yard, one wrong move could cause a disaster. And Ike's biggest growth was that he was starting to be able to swing the salamander sword. Not just Zeke and Maria, but even Frank was surprised. He could still barely swing it, but his growth rate was amazing. Could it be that Ike was even more of a genius at hard work than I was? And above all, the biggest change in our environment was the birth of the third Bryant child, our sister Lena. Father Zeke, brown hair. Mother Maria, brown hair. Brother Ike, red hair, me, blonde hair, and Lena, brown hair. Lena's appraisal result was like this. Name, Lena Bryant. Title, rank, human commoner. State, good. Age, 0. Level, 1. HP, 1-1. MP, 0-0. Strength, 1. Agility, 1. Magic, 1. Dexterity, 1. Endurance, 1. Luck, 10. Special ability, Water Magic D, LV013. Special ability, Earth Magic E, LV011. She possessed skills that truly marked her as Zeke and Maria's child. Lena wasn't just Zeke and Maria's idol, she was the idol for Ike and me too. She was the first girl in the Bryant family. There was no way she wouldn't be cute. Recently, I'd had more opportunities to meet neighborhood kids, and I appraised them every time, but I hadn't seen a single child with talent rank D or higher. When I appraised children Ike's age yesterday, the results were like this. First, a boy named Mabu. Name, Mabu. Title, rank, human commoner. State, good. Age, 6. Level, 1. HP, 8-8. MP, 5-5. Strength, 3. Agility, 2. Magic, 1. Dexterity, 2. Endurance, 3. Luck, 1. Next, a girl named Pammy. Name, Pammy. Title, rank, human commoner. State, good. Age, 6. Level, 1. HP, 8-8. MP, 5-5. Strength, 2. Agility, 2. Magic, 1. Dexterity, 3. Endurance, 2. Luck, 1. Special ability, Rapier Arts G, LV0/5. Do you understand just how amazing the Bryant kids are now? All of us have talent rank D or higher. In a sense, maybe Zeke and Maria are the ones with the amazing talent. I couldn't help but think that if the number of Bryant family members increased, culling monsters would become much easier. Well, even without saying anything, the number of children would probably keep increasing. They were still only 23, we'd probably get another 2 or 3 siblings. One more thing caught my attention. Family names. Even commoners could use family names, but apparently a registration fee was required, so few commoners bothered to register. And today was the day of Ike's right of appraisal. It was a day when anyone who turned 6 could get appraised for free, but Ike had already been appraised, and more importantly, Zeke and Maria didn't want Ike's talent leaking out, so they didn't go to the church. After finishing training without going to the church, the second Bryant family meeting was held today. The agenda was the future of the Bryant family. Excluding Lena, the 4 of us sat around the table. Now then, a year has passed since then. Personally, I think Ike and Mars have grown beyond my expectations. As I said last year, starting tomorrow, Ike and I will cull monsters outside the city. I want Mars to support us with holy magic too, but I want to hear everyone's opinion. I trained my hardest for this. I can't master the salamander sword yet, but I want to go outside the city with Dad and cull monsters. But without Mars's heal, I wouldn't have achieved these training results, so I want you to take Mars along too. There was a reason Ike asked for permission for me to accompany them even after Zeke said he wanted my support. It was to persuade Maria. Maria wasn't absolutely against it, but her worry was naturally strong. Outside the city, there were not only monsters but bandits too. I'm still anxious. If we take Mars, he can heal injuries to an extent with holy magic. There's no doubt combat will be more stable. But if we take him, we can't run away in an emergency. He's still 3. Genius or prodigy aside, I think it's too early. I think it's still early even for Ike. If only I could go too, it would be fine, but with Lena here, that's impossible. All 3 of us groaned. HRRRM. Nobody was saying anything wrong. Everyone was thinking rationally. I stayed silent, feeling I didn't have the right to speak on this matter. Truth be told, I wanted to participate, but I understood what Maria was saying. Actually, thinking normally, Maria was probably right. It was Ike who broke the silence. I understand what Mom is saying, so can't we hire a guard quest from the guild for just 1 week? Or if there's someone Mom and Dad are close to and can rely on, can't we ask them? For a guard quest, we'd have to nominate someone, and I can't think of anyone I'd feel comfortable nominating. None of our acquaintances are suitable. There are reasons we can't really meet with your grandparents. The only option left is a slave, but buying a slave requires money, and we have to take care of them afterward. Since we can't dive into the dungeon, I don't want to make large expenditures. Come to think of it, I had never met our grandparents nor heard about them. Something must have happened. And I hadn't really thought about it, but diving into dungeons must be quite profitable. Everyone around us was a commoner. Being a baronet meant being a commoner in a sense too, but I felt the standard of living of the Bryant family was clearly different from the surrounding commoners. I wondered how other baronet families were doing. Or maybe it wasn't that dungeons were profitable, but simply that Zeke and Maria were excellent. Also, apparently slaves existed in this world. Hearing Zeke say we had to properly take care of slaves made me somewhat proud, but we were completely stuck, just as I thought that. What do you think, Mars? Tell me honestly, Maria asked. I want to go with Dad and Ike now, but I also understand what Mom is saying. Okay, then go as the 3 of you, as originally planned. However, don't go to distant places or places where magic pools easily. Also, you can't equip gear since you're still children, but gather the necessary tools and take them. Mars, since your HP is low, absolutely do not get close to monsters. There might be situations where you can't chant heal, so make sure to take potions. Honey, I'm counting on you. Maria relented, so the 3 of us were able to go. Starting tomorrow, monster hunting outside the city. Actually, I didn't know much about the inside of the city either, so I was happy just to get out of the house. Be careful, don't push yourselves. Maria sent us 3 mails off with those words. Leave it to me. I won't let the kids get hurt. We're off. Zeke held his staff and had a dagger at his waist, while Ike was equipped with a wooden sword. I thought about taking a wooden sword too, but Maria opposed it and confiscated it. If a monster approached, I wasn't supposed to fight back, but use wind to push it away or run. I was told fighting back was absolutely forbidden. Well, thinking normally, that made sense. First, we headed to the Adventurers Guild, where Zeke accepted a standing quest for monster subjugation. Ike and I didn't enter the guild, we waited outside, a little distance away. Bringing a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old into the guild would definitely cause a commotion. When Zeke returned after accepting the quest, the 3 of us headed to the city's west gate. The dungeon city Almeria was surrounded on all 4 sides by large stone walls. There were only 4 entrances exits, 1 in each cardinal direction. There were guards at every gate, and apparently, you had to pass an inspection to enter or leave. I heard later that this wasn't just to protect against external enemies, but more to seal the city off when monsters overflowed from the dungeon. I heard that every city was built like this. We passed the west checkpoint without issue, and a grassy plain spread out before us like a green carpet. Cows and goats were grazing in the distance. Ike and I were captivated by the outside scenery for a while. A few minutes later, Zeke said, "Let's get going," and we advanced into the plain. To think we'd find them this quickly, Zeke said with a slightly tense expression. I didn't know what he meant. I looked at Ike and he didn't seem to understand either. Then Zeke pointed. There are 3 goblins over there. Can you see them? Honestly, I couldn't tell, so I answered truthfully. I can't tell. Ike didn't seem to see them either. He was still staring hard in the direction Zeke was pointing. They're still far away. Okay, I'll show you an example. I'll take down 2, so Ike, try defeating the remaining one. You should be able to take it down if you hit it with fire. Even if you miss, I'll take care of it, so don't worry. With that, Zeke stood in front of us and walked slowly. After advancing a bit, the goblins became visible to us too. They were shorter than I thought. About the same size as Ike, around 120 centimeters. Their skin looked green mixed with a little brown. We approached slowly so the goblins wouldn't notice us. The goblins were laughing raucously, staring at the ground. I tried appraising a goblin. Name. Title. Race, goblin. Threat, G. State, good. Age, 1. Level, 1. HP, 2020. MP, 11. Strength, 7. Agility, 4. Magic, 1. Dexterity, 1. Endurance, 6. Luck, 1. Threat level G probably meant the weakest monster. But its strength and endurance were higher than the current me, about on par with Ike. Getting close to fight this one was probably a bad idea. Here we go, watch first. Zeke whispered in a low voice, Earth bullet. A sharply pointed clod of earth directly hit and pierced the head of the goblin in the center. The goblin hit by earth bullet fell silently, dead. Jaya Jaya. The remaining 2 turned toward us, earth bullet. This time, it directly hit the head of the goblin on the right. The last remaining goblin charged at us without hesitation. Ike, ready with fire. Perhaps nervous, Ike didn't reply to Zeke's words, only nodding with a stiff expression. It's okay, if you can't beat it, I will. Give it a try. Zeke spoke gently to the nervous Ike, and Ike replied after taking aim. Yes, fire. The fire Ike released was sucked toward the goblin. It hit the goblin directly, and the creature writhed on the spot for a few seconds, but it took a little time to die. When Ike chanted fire once more, it finally expired. All right, well done, how was it? It was a little scary, and my hands are still shaking a bit, but I think I'll get used to it if I defeat a few more. Zeke nodded, then used the dagger hanging at his waist to remove magic stones from near the hearts of the first 2 goblins he defeated. Next, he took something like flint from his bag, started a fire, and burned the goblin corpses from which he had removed the stones. Once you defeat a monster, always take the magic stone. You can sell these at the guild. Though magic stones from threat level F and G monsters only fetch peanuts. Also, always burn monsters that appear outside at the end. We'd be in trouble if they turned into undead. However, materials from certain monsters can be used, so I'll explain that later. For now, Ike, try taking the magic stone from the goblin you defeated. Ike approached the burning goblin, as instructed, and successfully retrieved the magic stone. Good, next. This time, Ike, try using your wooden sword. If it looks dangerous, I'll jump in immediately, so don't worry. Mars, prepare your holy magic. Saying that, he began searching for the next prey. Dad, if a goblin appears next, I want to try magic too. Zeke shook his head at my words. Unfortunately, you can't defeat monsters with wind, so no. Yeah, I'm thinking of using wind cutter, not wind. Is wind cutter no good either? You learned wind cutter, where? It happened by chance while I was using the beginner magic air blade. When I asked Mom, she told me there was a magic called wind cutter, so I was training in a safe place. I see. Then, shall we test it next? Yeah. It didn't take long to find the next target, 3 goblins again. The difference from last time was that the goblins had already noticed us. The distance was about 100 meters. The goblins were running toward us. They weren't that fast. Mars, I don't know your range, so fire wind cutter when they enter your range. Once Mars fires, I'll fire earth bullet too. Ike, try defeating the remaining one with your sword. Yes. The goblins approached. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, aim for the neck. With my right hand charged with all the magic I could muster, I made a swinging motion and shouted, Wind cutter. My wind cutter took the goblin's head off with ease. Right after, Zeke's earth bullet pierced another goblin's head. After Zeke stabbed his dagger into the remaining goblin's right shoulder, Ike readied his wooden sword and faced the goblin. The goblin closed in, protecting its right shoulder with its left hand. Without any means of attack, the goblin was continuously slashed by Ike's wooden sword until it died. We continued defeating goblins smoothly. I kept taking down goblins with wind cutter. Ike also burned goblins to death with fire. About an hour in, Ike said with a beaming smile, "I feel like I got stronger." So I appraised him. Name, Ike Bryant. Title, rank, human commoner. State, good. Age, 6. Level 2 + 1. HP, 1217. MP, 2071. Strength, 10 + 2. Agility, 11 + 2. Magic, 4 + 1. Dexterity, 6. Endurance, 10 + 2. Luck, 10. Special ability, Swordsmanship C, LV 215. Special ability, Spearmanship B, LV 117. Special ability, Fire Magic C, LV 1/15. Ooh, his level definitely went up. But since I hadn't told anyone about the Heavenly Eye, I asked in a harmless tone, "Aikne, amazing. What does it feel like?" I feel like my body got lighter somehow. I don't know if I really leveled up though. It seemed the effect of leveling up was significant enough to feel the difference. I checked my own status, but I hadn't leveled up yet. Because of Heavenly Gift, I needed 3 times the experience of others. It's early today, but let's head back in a bit. I want to eat lunch with the whole family. I wanted to do more, but Zeke called it. Thinking he wouldn't take me again if I was selfish, I nodded silently. Ike nodded the same way. After that, we defeated 5 more goblins and returned to the city. It was just before noon. We stopped by the guild to complete the subjugation quest. Considering the amount we received, it would be difficult to support a family on monsters like this. I had to work harder and become more useful. We arrived home just past noon. Maria was surprised we returned earlier than expected, but she seemed relieved that everyone came back safe. After eating lunch, I trained a little and slept. I wasn't satisfied unless I depleted my MP at least twice a day. And the next day, we headed outside the city again. Today's goal was my level up. I searched for enemies early and defeated goblins with wind cutter. About an hour after starting the hunt, my level finally rose. Name, Mars Bryant. Title, rank, human commoner. State, good. Age, 3. Level, 2 + 1. HP, 99. MP, 2484-2590. Strength, 6 + 3. Agility, 7 + 3. Magic, 22 + 4. Dexterity, 10 + 3. Endurance, 6 + 3. Luck, 30. Unique ability, Heavenly Gift, LV Max. Unique ability, Heavenly Eye, LV 3. Unique ability, Lightning Magic S, LV 020. Special ability, Swordsmanship B, LV 117. Special ability, Wind Magic A, LV 819. Special ability, Holy Magic C, LV 215. All stats except luck went up by 3 and magic went up by 4. I thought my talent was amazing, if I do say so myself. I think I leveled up too. I feel a little power welling up. Mars might level up slowly, but you're growing steadily, so don't rush and keep doing your best. When I told him I leveled up, Zeke encouraged me. We continued hunting goblins relentlessly after that. Apparently, Ike's level went up again. Even so, there were an awful lot of goblins. I think we easily defeated 100 between yesterday and today, but the encounter rate wasn't decreasing. We hunted until evening, and on the way back I asked Zeke, "Are there always this many goblins?" "No, this time is abnormal. I'll report it to the guild." Zeke went to report the quest completion and the abnormal goblin outbreak to the guild. After a while, he returned from the guild with a gloomy face. Something must have happened, but neither Ike nor I asked about it. If it was information we needed, Zeke would definitely tell us. When we arrived home, Maria welcomed us. And after dinner, Zeke spoke. Apparently, there are signs of a stampede recently to the east of Almeria. Adventurers of E rank and below seem busy culling monsters in the east, and D rank and above adventurers are in the dungeon. It would be the worst-case scenario if monsters overflowed from the dungeon, after all. That can't be helped. However, goblins are also appearing abnormally on the west side. When I reported that, the guild issued a nominated quest. They want us to investigate the west side. The reward is quite high, but honestly, I'm hesitant. If we leave it alone, danger will approach our family, but investigating is also dangerous. I want to hear everyone's opinion. Ike offered his opinion first. I think we should go investigate. If it's just goblins, Mars and I can be of help. However, Maria countered this immediately. It's too dangerous. If only goblins appear, that's fine. But the reason goblins are coming near the city might be that something stronger settled in their nesting grounds and drove them out. Goblins are among the weakest of monsters. We might manage against something like a kobold, but an orc pack would be too dangerous. I spoke up too. I want to go investigate too, but I'll pass for now since I might become a burden. I promised Mom I wouldn't go to dangerous places anyway. When does the nominated quest need to be done by? Can't we postpone it? HRM, what Maria and Mars say is correct. Of course, I want to go investigate too, but let's put the nominated quest on hold for now. We'll continue culling monsters near the city as we have been. I want to let you fight kobolds too. Maria, thank you, and sorry. I made you take on the bad role. Is that okay, Ike? Yes, I'll brace myself and do my best again starting tomorrow. After that, we continued hunting goblins near the city for a while. Occasionally kobolds appeared, but I could defeat them immediately with Wind Cutter. For the record, kobold stats look like this. Name. Title. Race, kobold. Threat, G. State, good. Age, 1. Level, 1. HP, 1515. MP, 1. Strength, 5. Agility, 7. Magic, 1. Dexterity, 1. Endurance, 4. Luck, 1. A single one was just a little quick and easy to defeat, but they usually swarmed. When 10 appeared together, we wiped them out while retreating. We wanted to fight in as advantageous a position as possible. Even so, we took some hits. Zeke acted as a shield so Ike and I wouldn't get attacked. However, perhaps trying to let us gain experience, I had yet to see Zeke's Earth Fortress. And so, a little less than a year passed. Chapter 5, Rapid Growth. In this world, I learned that a month has 30 days, and a year has 360 days. All right, I leveled up. Ike said it happily, so I appraised him. Name, Ike Bryant. Title, Rank, Human Commoner. State, good. Age, 7. Level 9 plus 7. HP, 4449. MP, 104,312. Strength, 30 plus 20. Agility, 25 plus 14. Magic, 16 plus 12. Dexterity, 14 plus 8. Endurance, 27 plus 17. Luck, 10. Special ability, Swordsmanship C, LV3/15 2-3. Special ability, Spearmanship B, LV2/17 1-2. Special ability, Fire Magic C, LV3/15 1-3. Equipment, Iron Sword. Part of it was leveling up, but his stats really did jump when he turned 7. My hypothesis that stats increase with age after 6 might be correct. His Vanguard abilities had been polished, and he was currently mowing down goblins equipped with a lightweight iron sword he had custom-made at the blacksmith, featuring a slightly shorter blade. He said the salamander sword was still a bit too heavy, so he wasn't using it yet. Also, Ike had learned Fire Arrow, which was listed in the Beginner Fire Magic Grimoire. Fire Arrow was a spell that made fire track the enemy. One reason Ike's fire magic level rose significantly was that he could use fire magic to his heart's content outside, and because he burned the monsters with fire after defeating them. Thanks to that, when he used magic 2 or 3 times in front of Maria after returning home, his MP would deplete, so his max MP had also increased. The reason he used fire magic in front of Maria was so she could quickly extinguish any fires with her water magic if something went wrong. However, it seemed that depleting MP didn't guarantee an increase. Ike depleted his MP every night before bed, but there were days it didn't go up. This might be a matter of talent as well. As for me, name, Mars Bryant. Title, Rank, Human Commoner. State, good. Age, 4. Level, 5 plus 3. HP, 2025. MP, 27 20 34 24. Strength, 17 plus 11. Agility, 18 plus 11. Magic, 38 plus 16. Dexterity, 33 plus 13. Endurance, 16 plus 10. Luck, 30. Unique ability, Heavenly Gift, LV Max. Unique ability, Heavenly Eye, LV5 3-5. Unique ability, Lightning Magic S, LV020. Special ability, Swordsmanship B, LV2/17 1-2. Special ability, Fire Magic G, LV1/5 new. Special ability, Water Magic G, LV1/5 new. Special ability, Wind Magic A, LV10/19 8-10. Special ability, Holy Magic C, LV3/15 2-3. My stats had gone up quite a bit, and with Maria's help, I managed to learn fire and water magic. The talent rank was G, but considering my talent in my previous life was probably below G, I could work with this. The biggest news this time was that my Heavenly Eye reached level 5. Since the Heavenly Eye leveled up, I could now see details of skills and equipment. For example, when I appraised the lightning magic I'd been debating whether to use. Unique ability, lightning magic. Magic granted by the heavens. Its power permits no other magic to follow in its wake. Requires considerable training in mana control to wield. It said something pretty scary. When I appraised the salamander sword, name, salamander sword. Attack, 35. Special, magic +2. Rarity, B. Details, a magic sword made of mithril silver. Enchanting the sword with fire magic increases attack power. It was a cheat item. My wind magic also reached level 10. The performance of Sylphid improved, and the activation speed of my wind magic became faster. As for Wind Cutter, the spell manifested instantly, and its range had increased. Also, the healing amount of heal increased. Before, when I healed Zeke and Maria's injuries, it only recovered 15 HP. But when Ike took unexpected damage and I cast heal, it recovered 29. When I healed Zeke before, my magic stat was 10, and I healed 15 HP. In other words, I could infer that the healing amount for heal was 10 plus, magic/2. And today, I intended to tell my family about appraisal, but I decided to call it appraisal instead of Heavenly Eye. The Heavenly Eye seemed like it would become an even more incredible ability in the future. After all, it was an ability imbued with the demigod's power, to boot. As usual, after dinner was over and the family minus Lena was gathered around the table, I began to speak. Dad, Mom, Eichner. There's something I want you to hear. Everyone looked at me. Actually, it seems I've become able to use appraisal a little while ago. Everyone looked at me in surprise. Does that mean you know everyone's stats, Mars? Zeke asked for confirmation. Yeah, I know everyone's stats, and I also know that the salamander sword is a very amazing weapon with hidden abilities. I told everyone about the family's abilities. Ike was happy about the salamander sword's stats, but Zeke and Maria were even happier than he was. That was because Lena had talent for water and earth magic. According to Zeke, among the 4 major attributes in this world, water and earth magic were particularly strong. I have something to say too. Shall we discuss the investigation of the west side of Almeria again? We've been hunting goblins for a whole year, but there's no sign of them decreasing at all. Rather than other monsters settling in and driving them out, I think the number of goblins is clearly increasing abnormally. And unbelievably, Ike and Mars aren't lagging behind even against goblins. You're right. Only a year has passed, but for Ike and Mars, it's been a whole year of growth. Their levels have gone up, and their combat seems stable, so I think it's okay too. I'll warn you too, though. There will come a time when your level suddenly becomes hard to raise, so be prepared. Also, you stop leveling up if you keep defeating weak monsters. Maria responded to Zeke's proposal, and then Zeke asked us, how about you two? Do you want to go? Yes. All right, I'll accept the nominated quest tomorrow, so Ike and Mars go to sleep early. Okay. Asked again by Zeke, we replied, yes, and crawled into bed early to prepare for tomorrow. The next day, Ike and I woke up very early. While we were training with swords in the garden, Zeke and Maria woke up looking very refreshed. Number 4 is coming soon, I thought, looking at them, but they averted their eyes. Now then, let's eat, get ready, and go investigate. We might return late, so let's take more potions than usual. Especially magic potions, those are essential. I had drunk a magic potion once. It was a medicine that gradually restored MP. Honestly, it didn't taste very good. After preparing as usual, we headed to the Adventurers Guild, where Zeke accepted the nominated quest. Coming out of the Adventurers Guild, Zeke said, just accepting the nominated quest got us a lot of gratitude. They said if we succeed, come to the master room. They'll call you two in then as well. Ike and I jumped for joy. We had both wanted to enter the Adventurers Guild for some time. And apparently, the guild was providing a carriage this time as a special favor. Since the guild master thought Zeke was heading out to investigate alone, he arranged it so he could escape immediately if anything happened. They said we could even use the horse as a decoy, which significantly lowered the danger level. We were 1 kilometer from Almeria's west checkpoint. The goblin encounter rate was abnormally high, as expected. What would have happened if we hadn't been hunting them? We had defeated about 30 by the time we reached this point. Since we came by carriage this time, there was no burden of walking or carrying luggage, which was very comfortable. The horse was scared of the goblins at first, but after watching us hunt them down right in front of it, it stopped being so afraid. Usually, we would hunt goblins around here, but today we aimed further west. Zeke was on the driver's seat, and I was sitting perched in front of him. Whenever I spotted a goblin, I chopped it up with wind cutter. Ike watched outside from inside the carriage, ready to deploy if things got dangerous. Well, there probably wouldn't be a chance to deploy for a while. On the way, I asked Zeke something. "Dad, what's there if we keep going west?" "There's a mine to the west." Apparently, the mine was already exhausted and abandoned before I was born. The village at the foot of the mountain was also abandoned when the mine closed. The further west we went, the higher the goblin encounter rate became. Continuing to defeat goblins as we proceeded west, a settlement that appeared to be the abandoned village came into view in the distance. Zeke told me I could use up my MP, so I had been activating magic without thinking about the consequences. I was about to run out of MP and fall asleep. After all, I had been doing everything alone, from taking down goblins with wind cutter to burning them with fire. The reason was that the plan was for Zeke and Ike to protect the carriage while I slept, and once my MP recovered and I woke up, we would explore the abandoned village. I was probably the most suitable for hunting goblin trash anyway. Using the last of my MP, I leveled up. Since I didn't even have MP left to appraise, I decided to just sleep. When I told Zeke my MP was out and I was going to sleep, he took me inside the carriage and laid me down, while Ike switched places with me and went outside. When I woke up a little past 3 hours later, Zeke and Ike were chatting outside while keeping watch. I immediately appraised myself. I hadn't leveled up in months, so I was excited. Name, Mars Bryant. Title, Rank, Human Commoner. State, Good. Age, 4. Level 6+1. HP, 2530. MP, 3426-3427. Strength, 20+3. Agility, 22+3. Magic, 42+4. Dexterity, 36+3. Endurance, 19+3. Luck, 30. Unique ability, Heavenly Gift LV Max. Unique ability, Heavenly Eye LV 5. Unique ability, Lightning Magic S LV 020. Special ability, Swordsmanship B LV 217. Special ability, Fire Magic G LV 15. Special ability, Water Magic G LV 15. Special ability, Wind Magic A LV 10/19. Special ability, Holy Magic C LV 3/15. The low HP was concerning, but ability-wise I had become quite strong. Could I put up a good fight against Ike now? Dad, Ike nah, morning. I'll use heal. Saying that, I restored their HP. Thanks. Quite a few goblins came while you were sleeping, Mars. It looks like they're coming from the abandoned village, so stay sharp for the exploration. Yes. As we approached the abandoned village, the goblin encounter rate became even higher. Something was definitely going on in this village. When we reached the entrance of the abandoned village and looked inside, there were about 50 goblins. There were probably more inside the houses, so it seemed safe to assume there were 100 in total. We had already formed a plan. First, Ike would fire a fire into the center of the goblin pack. When they noticed us, I would slash them apart with wind cutter from the village entrance. If they gathered close, I could take them down in groups, increasing MP efficiency. If I couldn't handle them all, Ike would help, and if it got dangerous, Zeke was there too. We executed the plan we decided on. First, hit a goblin with fire. Jaya Jaya Jaya. Hearing the screams, the goblins spotted us, and dozens more poured out of the houses. When the goblins charged at us all at once, I drew them in sufficiently before unleashing Wind Cutter. We fought for nearly an hour, wiped them all out, and burned the pile of goblin corpses with fire. Only magic stones remained, so we picked them up, put them in the carriage, and were about to enter the village when it happened. The door of the largest house, situated against the mountainside, opened. Out came about 20 goblins and one exceptionally large goblin. I tried appraising the big one. Name. Title. Race, hobgoblin. Threat, E. State. Good. Age, 10. Level, 3. HP, 50-50. MP, 1-1. Strength, 25. Agility, 18. Magic, 1. Dexterity, 1. Endurance, 26. Luck, 1. My first strong enemy. High HP and high endurance. I conveyed the appraisal results to Zeke and Ike asked Zeke, "Dad, what do we do?" "First, let's do as usual. If Mars can't defeat the hobgoblin, we fight while retreating. Ike, keep your sword ready." "Yes." The goblins charged, so I took down everything except the hobgoblin with Wind Cutter. I managed to hit the hobgoblin with Wind Cutter too, and with one more shot, the hobgoblin fell dead. I thought it was a strong enemy, but I defeated it way too easily. Ike wore an exasperated expression that said, "This is why Mars is." When we retrieved the magic stone from the motionless hobgoblin, it was slightly larger than a goblin's magic stone. Would the value be higher too? Having defeated the hobgoblin, we explored the village cautiously, but there was nothing in particular. The only thing left was the large house by the mountainside where the hobgoblin had emerged. We carefully opened the door of the large house. The moment I opened it, I realized the space was alien. It was a sensation I'd never felt before, leaving me speechless. Ike must have felt something too. As we stood frozen, Zeke spoke. "A dungeon, my God. It's become a dungeon. If goblins are overflowing from here, it's a huge problem. A stampede from dungeon saturation would be the worst-case scenario. What should we do? Dad, should we go back for now?" "I think it's still around 2 p.m. Ike proposed returning, but Zeke seemed intent on continuing the investigation. "Let's explore just a little. We can report that there's a possibility the goblins are originating from here." "Understood. Mars, let's be careful." "Yeah. All right, I'll take point, Mars in the middle and Ike in the rear. We don't intend to clear it, so if we find a few goblins, we turn back." Told as such, we proceeded into the dungeon. The path width of the dungeon was about 10 meters. Going straight from the door, we immediately hit a T-junction. Proceeding to the right, there was a room. Looking inside carefully, there was one hobgoblin like the one before, and 3 goblins holding staffs. I appraised the hobgoblin, but it wasn't much different from the previous one. Next, I appraised a goblin holding a staff. Name. Title. Race, Goblin Mage. Threat, F. State, good. Age, 8. Level, 2. HP, 25-25. MP, 24-24. Strength, 10. Agility, 6. Magic, 15. Dexterity, 6. Endurance, 8. Luck, 1. Special ability, Earth Magic G, LV 1/5 a goblin that uses magic, When I shared the appraisal results with the 2 of them, we decided to take them down before they could activate magic. We decided to blind the hobgoblin before killing it. First, we launched a surprise attack with my Wind Cutter, Zeke's stone bullet, and Ike's fire arrow on the 3 goblin mages. Only the goblin mage Ike attacked survived, but I quickly fired another Wind Cutter to finish it off. As for the remaining hobgoblin, I blinded it, and then Ike decapitated it. When we explored the room now devoid of goblins, there was a treasure chest in the corner. Chapter 6, Adventurer. To find a treasure chest this quickly, Mars, try appraising the chest. It might be a trap. Prompted by Zeke, I tried appraising it. Name, treasure chest. Special. Rarity, 3. Details, spawn rate and contents depend on luck. Probably not a trap, there was nothing listed under special. I told Zeke it probably wasn't a trap, and that since I had high luck, I might get a better result if I opened it. While being cautious, I opened the chest with excitement and found a bracelet embedded with a red magic stone. I immediately appraised the bracelet. Name, Bracelet of Fire. Special, Magic +4. Rarity, C. Details, a bracelet harboring fire magic. Slight up to fire magic power. I conveyed the effect, and it was decided that Ike would equip it. When we slipped the bracelet of fire onto Ike's arm, thinking it would be too loose, it resized to fit perfectly. Thanks, Mars. Now I can burn monster corpses efficiently. With our spoils in hand, we immediately exited the dungeon and hurried back. There were absolutely no goblins on the way back. Arriving in Almeria before evening, we went straight to the guild to report. This time, Ike and I went in too. It was my first time inside the guild, but there were only 3 adventurers and a few people who looked like staff members. It was cleaner than I expected, with quest requests, swords, and shields decorating the walls. The 3 adventurers looked at us, so I appraised them too. First, the man with a spear by his side. Name, Randaril. Title, Rank, Human Commoner. State, Good. Age, 27. Level, 20. HP, 102-102. MP, 55. Strength, 32. Agility, 25. Magic, 1. Dexterity, 10. Endurance, 30. Luck, 1. Special ability, Spearmanship ELV 511. Equipment, Iron Spear. Equipment, Iron Armor. I heard from Zeke later that this man named Randaril was a struggler who had finally been promoted to D-rank adventurer. Maybe that was why hardship was etched onto his face. Next, I appraised the woman wearing a witch hat. Name, Harmasa. Title, Rank, Human Commoner. State, Good. Age, 22. Level, 15. HP, 80-80. MP, 85-85. Strength, 13. Agility, 18. Magic, 35. Dexterity, 32. Endurance, 14. Luck, 1. Special ability, Dagger Arts G, LV15. Special ability, Wind Magic E, LV311. Equipment, Sapling Staff. Equipment, Copper Dagger. The woman named Harmasa was also a D-rank adventurer. My stats were higher than hers, so maybe I had D-rank level strength. Finally, I appraised the man standing with an axe in one hand. Name, Prostov. Title, Rank, Human Commoner. State, Good. Age, 20. Level, 18. HP, 108-108. MP, 55. Strength, 20. Agility, 18. Magic, 1. Dexterity, 14. Endurance, 30. Luck, 1. Special ability, Axe Arts F, LV38. Equipment, Iron Axe. Equipment, Copper Armor. Prostov was an E-rank adventurer who mainly served as a tank. Looking at them, I realized everyone's luck was 1. I had vaguely noticed this not just with these 3, but since I appraised the townspeople, but everyone in the Bryant family had 10 or more. Asking Zeke about luck, which only I could see, would be pointless, so I asked about other doubts. Hey, Dad, how are adventurers classified? You can become an E-rank adventurer once you graduate from paper rank. Well, if you don't cause problems, you can become one at 15. You can get promoted to D rank when your total stats exceed 100 and C rank around 200. To become a C rank adventurer, you also need the guild master's approval. Mages are valuable, so promotion measures are taken even if their stats don't quite reach the mark. I'm one of those cases. But this varies by country and region. You get an appraiser to write down your stats and show it to the guild for promotion. But there are some idiots who bribe appraisers for the sake of their pride to get promoted to D rank. Don't become adults like that, okay? Yes. We replied in unison, and Zeke walked up to the receptionist. Lucia, I have a report for the guild master. Also, there are magic stones in the carriage, so please buy them. The young woman in her mid-teens called Lucia sent another female staff member at the reception to the carriage, and she guided us to a separate room. The guild master's room was on the 2nd floor. Right this way. Are the children joining you today? When Lucia asked, Zeke nodded. Yeah, I want them to sit in this time. Is that a problem? No, I think it's fine. Both of them have a demeanor beyond their age. Thank you very much. When Ike and I bowed, Lucia smiled brightly at us. Then she knocked on the door. Master Zeke says he has a report for the master. Let him in. A gruff voice came from inside the room, so Ike, and Zeke entered. Lucia herself didn't seem to be entering. Oh, good work, Zeke. So, who are those kids? Yes, these are my sons, Ike and Mars. Ike, Mars, introduce yourselves. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Ike Bryant. I am 7 years old. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Mars Bryant. I am 4 years old. I copied Ike's flawless greeting. Ooh, how polite. I'm the guild master here, Ralph Sargent. Ralph is fine. Nice to meet you. Hey Zeke, how did you raise them to be like this? They're more polite than the adventurers around here. Actually, I've never taught them etiquette or how to speak. Putting that aside, regarding the nominated quest, the abandoned village at the foot of the mine was occupied by goblins. I believe we defeated 400 of them. The problem starts here, but one of the houses in the abandoned village had become a dungeon. It's likely a dungeon integrated with the mine. We confirmed hobgoblins and goblin mages within the dungeon. A goblin king is likely in the deep layers, and dungeon saturation has probably begun. If we don't crush it before it turns into a stampede, we'll be in serious trouble. What? A dungeon? It's fortunate we've only confirmed goblins so far, but a goblin king is troublesome. I'll consult Count Carmel about this. Having 2 dungeons in the territory is bad in various ways. Ralph continued, grimacing. So, what's with the kids? Surely they didn't come for a field trip. No, I want you to register these children as adventurers, as a special exception. They accompanied me on this investigation, and without them, I couldn't have investigated this far. Are you sane? They're only 7 and 4, right? Even if it's your request, Zeke, that's impossible. Could you at least appraise them? If you see their practical skills after that, I think you'll understand just how much of a combat asset they are. That much? Well, if you say so, Zeke, I'll give it a try. Lucia, you're outside, right? Come in. At his command, the door opened, and Lucia entered. You caught me. I just need to appraise them, right? I see this person has the appraisal skill. I tried appraising Lucia. Name, Lucia Sargent. Title, rank, human commoner. State, good. Age, 16. Level, 1. HP, 2525. MP, 55. Strength, 6. Agility, 6. Magic, 1. Dexterity, 11. Endurance, 5. Luck, 1. Special ability. Appraisal LV Max Sargent, is she Ralph's daughter? So there really is an appraisal skill. I decided to appraise Ralph too while I was at it. Name, Ralph Sargent. Title, rank human commoner. State, good. Age, 40. Level, 32. HP, 16160. MP, 55. Strength, 54. Agility, 61. Magic, 1. Dexterity, 34. Endurance, 50. Luck, 1. Special ability. Swordsmanship C, LV 915. Equipment, Silver Sword A hardcore attacker. Pretty strong. Age-wise, they definitely looked like father and daughter. While I was thinking about their relationship, Lucia appraised Ike. Then her face rapidly cramped up. A-Y-E. Seeing her state, Ralph asked with his eyes what was going on. I am possible. Swordsmanship, spearmanship, and fire magic. Lucia was muttering to herself. Wait, you kids can use both swords and magic. Not knowing how much to answer, I looked at Zeke. Zeke answered for Ike and me. Ike can use the fire magic fire, and Mars can use the wind magic wind and wind cutter. Ike is also equipped with a bracelet of fire, so I believe his attack power is quite high. He didn't mention the holy magic, after all. Lucia was so surprised by Ike's stats that she seemed to have forgotten to appraise me. Seriously? That's beyond just being a genius. It would certainly be a waste not to use this much ability, all right. I'll approve Ike and Mars's adventurer registration. However, there is a condition. Show me a little magic. I'm not doubting you, but I want to confirm. To meet Ralph's request, we opened the room's window. Ike fired a fire into the sky, and I cast wind to accelerate it. The fire Ike released swelled significantly, accelerated further, and disappeared into the sky. Just like Ike and me, wind magic and fire magic might have very good compatibility. I'll make you E-rank adventurers as a special exception. You can dive into dungeons starting from E-rank. I'll issue adventurer cards, so come pick them up later. Also, I'll give you the reward for this nominated quest. I'll add a little extra. I want you to continue the nominated quest as is. If possible, I want you to continue culling the goblins, and I want information on the dungeon. It'll be tough and dangerous, but Almeria's current situation is quite bad. Discuss it with Maria and think it over. After confirming our magic, Ralph bowed his head. Zeke said, understood. We will discuss it as a family, bowed, and left the room. We brothers followed Zeke, bowed, and exited. Leaving the guild master's room, we stopped by the reception. Zeke exchanged the magic stones for cash and received the reward for the nominated quest. The amount must have been considerable because Zeke's face was grinning when he saw the reward. When we finally arrived home, Maria welcomed us holding Lena. Seeing Maria and Lena's faces must have relieved me because exhaustion hit me all at once. Ike must have felt the same because he looked at my face and laughed for some reason. Seeing that, I laughed too. I fell asleep from exhaustion immediately after returning from the Adventurers Guild, though I made sure to use Sylphid to deplete my MP before sleeping, and today was a rest day. Zeke had apparently reported yesterday's events to Maria during the night. They tried to hold a family meeting, but since I fell asleep, it was postponed to today. Even though it was a rest day, I was currently having a mock battle with Ike using wooden swords, but I stood absolutely no chance. Besides, Ike's level had gone up to 10. Ike really was excellent. Would he be called a sword saint one day? No, his talent for the spear was higher, so spear saint. I really can't beat Ike now. That's not true. If the 4-year-old me fought the current Mars, I'd lose without being able to do anything. Mars will become stronger than me eventually. I have to work hard to maintain my dignity as a big brother. He said stuff like that. No, seriously, what a perfect brother. After eating lunch, depleting my MP, sleeping, and waking up, Zeke and Maria called me. We were going to have the family meeting now. Now that Mars is awake, let's discuss yesterday's topic. Zeke, Maria, and Ike were already seated at the table. I sat down, and the family meeting began. First, let's talk about yesterday's reward. This reward was for a quest achieved by the 3 of us, so we need to split it properly. Though, I don't intend to give such a large sum to you children. I got the Bracelet of Fire yesterday, so I don't need a reward. If you insist, please give it to Mars. Since Ike said that, I voiced my long-standing wish. I don't want an item, but I want to learn Earth magic, so I want Dad to help me. Understood, then Dad will teach you Earth magic. We should still have the beginner Earth magic grimoire. Seriously, you brothers have no greed. Then, without hesitation, I will take the reward from the guild yesterday. In exchange, I have something to give you. Saying that, Zeke handed a card to Ike and me. This is an E-rank adventurer card. It serves as identification, so absolutely do not lose it. I accepted the adventurer card from Zeke. It seemed to be made of copper. Incidentally, the material differed by rank. A was adamantite. B was mithril silver. C was silver. D was iron. E was copper. F and G were paper. Because F and G rank cards were paper, they were apparently called papers. Now, about the future. I went to the guild this morning and talked with the guild master and the Lord of Almeria, Count Carmel, the 3 of us. And they asked me this: would I move near the abandoned village with a few adventurers to manage and govern the dungeon? Of course, they said the reward would be generous. Count Carmel is heading to the capital tomorrow personally to report on this dungeon matter. He said he would negotiate for the right to appoint a baron, and if he gets it, he'll elevate me to the peerage. However, I declined for now, saying I don't have the caliber to govern. But since they said just managing the dungeon would be fine, I told them to let me consider it and came back. The difference between a baron and a baronet is heaven and earth. A baronetcy is only for 1 generation, but a barony has hereditary rights. The Count said he'd provide money for dungeon management expenses, and we can explore the dungeon as usual. What do you all think? I think the conditions are very good. Just one thing, it depends on how many people migrate. Honestly, Justice wouldn't be able to handle it if something happened. I think it's a very good thing too. Ike seemed to agree. Naturally, I agreed too. I think it's good too. Understood. First, we need to confirm how many people will migrate and how many capable individuals there are. Also, we're going to kill goblins again starting tomorrow, so brace yourselves. We can rent a carriage for free as long as we have the nominated quest, after all. Back to goblin hunting tomorrow. If I have time, I want to practice earth magic. The next day, when we left the house as usual, I was taken to a weapon shop. It was apparently to buy my equipment. But since I was 4, no matter how high my stats were, a sword was too big to carry around. Just as I was thinking that, it seemed they were going to buy me a dagger. Zeke told me to look for one I liked myself, so I searched around. Name, Iron Dagger. Attack, 6. Rarity, F. Details. Name, Silver Dagger. Attack, 12. Rarity, D. Details. First off, I didn't know the market prices, so I didn't know which one to choose. The dagger said to be the centerpiece of this shop was name, Mithril Silver Dagger. Attack, 20. Rarity, C. Details. A dagger that easily conducts the wielder's mana. This certainly felt like a good one, but holding it in my hand, it didn't feel quite right, and it was a little heavy. Looking around with that thought, I found this in a place like a bargain bin. Name, Wind Dagger Sylph Dagger. Attack, 4. Special, Magic +1, Agility +1. Rarity, C. Details. A special dagger that makes the body lighter when equipped. Enchanting the dagger with wind magic slightly increases attack and agility. This was perfect for me. With this treatment, the price might not be too high. Moreover, picking it up, it felt strangely light. With this, even I could swing it easily. Dad. I want this one. Shopkeeper, tell me the specs of this. Ah, that's junk with 4 attack power. 1 silver coin is fine. You can use it as a kitchen knife. Mars, are you sure this is okay? Yeah. And so, I got the Sylph Dagger bought for me. It was my first piece of equipment, so I'd treasure it. 1 month had passed since the discovery of the dungeon. The surrounding goblins seemed to have been hunted to extinction, and we often went inside the goblin dungeon. The crisis on the west side of Almeria seemed to have passed. However, the dungeon needed continuous monitoring, and as previously mentioned, Zeke was elevated to Baron and appointed to manage the goblin dungeon. Currently, we were in the middle of removing all the buildings in the abandoned village and building new houses. There were about 100 immigrants from Almeria, a much larger number than expected. The goblin dungeon was perfect for beginners, seemingly just right for those who had promoted from paper to E rank, so there were many novice adventurers. Also, perhaps thinking E rank adventurers would flow in from places other than Almeria, quite a few merchants migrated as well. We hunted the surrounding goblins to extinction, but there were plenty inside the dungeon. No matter how many we hunted, they didn't seem to decrease, so E-rank adventurers could probably level up nicely here. Also, the D-rank party, Blue Fang, composed of 6 D and E-rank adventurers, came with us. They were all around 18 years old and were apparently the hopeful rookies of Almeria. Zeke and Maria had apparently saved them during their paper days, so they held feelings of yearning along with gratitude. Their party consisted of Leader Magic Swordsman Male, Van, LV-16. Swordsman Male, Hugh LV-15. Spearman Male, Luster LV-15. Scout Male, Iris LV-13. Water Mage Female, Anne LV-14. Fire Mage Female, Asha LV-14. Leader Van had talent for both swordsmanship and magic and was indeed strong. Name, Van Riggles. Title, Rank Human Commoner. State, Good. Age, 18. Level, 16. HP, 101-101. MP, 90-90. Strength, 30. Agility, 38. Magic, 28. Dexterity, 28. Endurance, 32. Luck, 1. Special ability, Swordsmanship D, LV-613. Special ability, Water Magic E, LV-311. Equipment, Silver Sword. Equipment, Iron Armor. They were actively helping with town building, which seemed to be a huge help to Zeke. In the morning, the Bryant family entered the dungeon, and at night, Blue Fang entered. As long as the E-rank adventurers hunted goblins little by little, the threat of the dungeon was practically non-existent. Also, when Blue Fang had time, they trained me and Ike in sword, spear, and magic. We felt like we had gained good big brothers and sisters, which made us very happy. Mars, cut that wood into a rectangle. Once you cut it, take it to the foreman and store the scraps as firewood. A carpenter called out to me. Yes, I was currently helping with carpentry work. I volunteered for it. The reason was that apparently max MP increases until about age 10, but growth slows down after that. How max MP related to carpentry was this. When diving into a dungeon, you inevitably had to manage your MP and couldn't deplete it fully, but in town, you could do it without worry. This was just my own assumption based on stories from Mom, Dad, and Blue Fang. And since I had the heavenly gift skill, it might not apply to me. Unlike others, my MP recovered to full if I slept for 3 hours. Also, I had a habit of waking up automatically when my MP was full. I cut the lumber with air blade and wind cutter and carried heavy things with wind. For things that needed careful carrying, using Sylphid boosted my physical ability, so it wasn't a problem to an extent. Thus, on days I didn't dive into the dungeon, I was increasing my max MP. Ike often dove into the dungeon with Zeke. Being able to enter the dungeon right from home was a very good environment. Maria occasionally dove into the dungeon too. Since Lena started eating solid food, she left Lena with Blue Fang to dive. Well, it was about an hour at most. Blue Fang was also actively diving into the dungeon, so dungeon saturation wouldn't happen anymore. A little less than a year passed living like that. I turned 5, and Ike turned 8. Since I became a noble's son, I consciously tried to make my speech polite. Pride comes before a fall. Here are mine and Ike's stats. Name, Mars Bryant. Title, rank, human, second son of Bryant Barony. State, good. A, 5. Level 7+1. HP, 4141. MP, 4522, 4523. Strength, 26+6. Agility, 29+7. Magic, 53+11. Dexterity, 44+9. Endurance, 25+6. Luck, 30. Unique ability, Heavenly Gift LV Max. Unique ability, Heavenly Eye LV 5. Unique ability, Lightning Magic S LV 020. Special ability, Swordsmanship B LV 3/17 2-3. Special ability, Fire Magic G LV 2/5 1-2. Special ability, Water Magic G LV 1-5. Special ability, Earth Magic G LV 1/5 new. Special ability, Wind Magic A LV 11/1910-11. Special ability, Holy Magic C LV 4/15 3-4. Equipment, Sylph Dagger Swordsmanship, Fire Magic, Wind Magic, and Holy Magic levels went up, and I learned Earth Magic. My stats exploded too. MP was rising quite nicely as well. Next was Ike. Name, Ike Bryant. Title, rank, human, eldest son of Bryant Barony. State, good. Age, 8. Level 12+3. HP, 7070. MT, 567, 567. Strength, 42+12. Agility, 33+8. Magic, 23+7. Dexterity, 18+4. Endurance, 39+12. Luck, 10. Special ability, Swordsmanship C, LV 4/15 3-4. Special ability, Spearmanship B, LV 4/17 2-4. Special ability, Fire Magic C, LV 4/15 3-4. Equipment, Iron Spear. Equipment, Salamander Sword. Equipment, Bracelet of Fire. No, seriously, he's a genius. And he was quite tall for an 8-year-old. Also, it was surprising that he could fight on par with the people from Blue Fang in sword fighting. Even more surprising was that, just when I thought he finally mastered the Salamander Sword, he switched his main weapon to the spear. Carrying the Salamander Sword on his back, he attacked with the spear. It was an ordinary spear, but thanks to its long reach, he unilaterally ravaged the goblins without entering their range. I even felt fear watching him. Zeke and Maria didn't level up no matter how many goblins they killed, and their stats didn't change much from before. I guess you really don't level up no matter how many weak monsters you defeat if the level difference is too great. I wasn't the only one imagining Ike surpassing Zeke, currently the strongest in this town, by next year. Lena's stats hadn't changed at all, but her cuteness had skyrocketed. Seeing her toddle around the house past age 2 made me want to hug her, or rather, I was hugging her. After dinner, when everyone was spending time as they pleased, Zeke gathered the family. Next week, we'll aim for the depths of the Goblin Dungeon. The reason is to investigate how deep E-rank adventurers are allowed to dive. Also, we don't know how many floors there are, so we'll investigate that too. This time, I'll have Maria come along as well. I've already asked Blue Fang to watch Lena. Ike Mars, both of you get ready. Yes, we replied energetically. Chapter 7, Aiming for the Deep Layers. The day to enter the dungeon had finally arrived. We were currently standing in front of a large house that served as the entrance to the dungeon. We're fully prepared, right? We have potions and we brought antidotes just in case. We're good. Zeke muttered the words, and I wasn't sure if he was trying to convince us or himself. Yes, we'll be fine, Ike replied. With that, excluding Lena, the 4 members of the Bryant family began their dungeon attack. First, we opened the door to the dungeon, walked to the end of the hall, and turned left. The path to the right had already been explored by the others. Apparently, there were a few rooms, but it ultimately ended in a dead end. A few goblins appeared in the hallway, but Ike skewered them effortlessly with his spear. Since monsters in the dungeon are naturally absorbed by the labyrinth over time without needing to be burned, we simply harvested the magic stones and left the corpses. However, in special rooms, corpses supposedly turn into magic stones immediately. Those rooms are also known to spawn an abnormal number of monsters. Eventually, we arrived at a particularly large room. They said they hadn't been here before. Using search, I sensed 3 hobgoblins, 5 goblin mages, and 10 regular goblins inside. Ike, Mars, can the 2 of you handle this? Zeke asked. No problem, Ike answered immediately. Mars, just take out the goblin mages first with Wind Cutter. If you have any leeway, help with the hobgoblins. I nodded. We entered the room, and I immediately fired off a volley of Wind Cutter spells, making short work of the 5 goblin mages. Since the regular goblins were standing in front of the mages, I sliced them up in the process, leaving only the 3 hobgoblins and 5 regular goblins remaining. To support Ike, I fired a horizontal wind cutter intending to blind a hobgoblin. Instead, everything from the eyes up was sliced clean off. H-huh. Was it because my wind magic level hit 11? Or because my magic stat increased? The power seemed significantly higher than before. I took down the remaining hobgoblins with Wind Cutter, while Ike, who had already charged forward, dismantled the remaining goblins with workmanlike efficiency. Ike looked at me, exasperated. Goblins, hobgoblins, none of it makes a difference to you anymore, does it, Mars? Zeke and Maria seemed to share the sentiment, nodding in agreement. There was a treasure chest in the corner of the room. Since I was designated as the chest opener, I used appraisal to ensure there were no traps before opening it. Inside was a spear. Name, Flame Lance. Attack, 35. Value, C. Details, can be enchanted with fire magic. Another item to make Ike stronger. Though, this one specifically noted that it could be enchanted with fire magic. Does that mean normal weapons can't hold an enchantment? When I relayed the details to everyone, it naturally became part of Ike's equipment. Only Ike's gear was getting progressively more amazing. All he needed now was armor. We decided to leave his current spear here and pick it up on the way back. Beyond the room was a staircase leading up. Because everyone always used phrases like diving into a dungeon, I assumed we would be going down, but apparently we were going up. The second floor had a slightly different atmosphere. For one, normal goblins stopped appearing. It was only hobgoblins and goblin mages now. The hobgoblins were fine, but the goblin mages were annoying. If I saw an earth bullet coming, I could react and slice it down, but if they fired from outside my awareness, I took decent damage. Because of this, everyone explored with a sword or dagger in their dominant hand. Still, when 10 or more goblin mages appeared at once, unless we took the initiative, we inevitably took hits. Every time that happened, I healed them with heal. Just as I had deduced before, the recovery amount of heal appeared to be 10 plus 2/magic. It healed for 36, so the decimals were likely truncated. Even so, wouldn't this floor be grueling without heal? After passing through several rooms, we found a room with a glowing white entrance. It's a safe zone. Let's rest. According to Zeke and Maria, monsters didn't spawn here, nor could they enter. It's a little past 11 now. Let's eat lunch, rest until 12, explore a bit more, and head back home around 2. It took us about 3 hours to get here. Well, since we were exploring on the way, the return trip would probably only take 2 hours. That should leave us with plenty of energy to spare. We continued our exploration, slaughtering hobgoblins and goblin mages, and for the first time in a while, my level went up. Name, Mars Bryant. Title, rank, Human Baronet Bryant's second son. Condition, good. Age, 5. Level 8+1. HP, 41/46. MP, 3902/4528. Strength, 29 plus 3. Agility, 32 plus 3. Magic, 57 plus 4. Dexterity, 47 plus 3. Endurance, 28 plus 3. Luck, 30. Unique ability. Heavenly Gift, LV Max. Unique ability, Heavenly Eye, LV 5. Unique ability, Lightning Magic S, LV 020. Special ability, Swordsmanship B, LV 317. Special ability, Fire Magic G, LV 25. Special ability, Water Magic G, LV 15. Special ability, Earth Magic G, LV 15. Special ability, Wind Magic A, LV 11/19. Special ability, Holy Magic C, LV 415. Equipment, Wind Dagger, Sylph Dagger. It felt like it had been ages since I hit level 7, so I was happy. Moving further in, we encountered another large room. Looking inside, I saw 7 hobgoblins and a goblin I'd never seen before, larger than a hobgoblin, equipped with an axe and armor. I appraised the new goblin. Name. Title. Race, Goblin General. Threat, D. Condition, good. Age, 2. Level, 5. HP, 72/72. MP, 1/1. Strength, 35. Agility, 25. Magic, 1. Dexterity, 1. Endurance, 38. Luck, 1. It was quite strong. Threat level D. Its stats were close to Randarl, the D-rank adventurer I met at the guild. If it got close to Maria, she'd be in trouble. Upon seeing the Goblin General, Zeke and Maria spoke up. So, there is a Goblin General. That means there's a Goblin King in the deepest part. Yes, it seems so. But if the boss is a Goblin King, we can officially market this as a beginner dungeon. Right. We'll need to invite the Adventurers Guild to the city. We should have them decide on the city's name, too. They seemed strangely happy about the Goblin General, even though I thought it looked pretty tough. Ike Mars. Watch your father and mother fight this time, Zeke said, slowly entering the room with Maria. Despite having the element of surprise, the goblins noticed us. I watched intently. Earth Fortress. Ice Fortress. Zeke and Maria chanted. Immediately, a dome of earth formed around Zeke and a dome of ice around Maria. They looked like igloos, but slightly different. There were no entrances. A hobgoblin smashed its fist against the ice dome with all its might, but the ice didn't even crack. The Goblin General tried to destroy the earth dome with its axe, but only managed to scrape off a little dirt. Then, from within the domes, Earth Bullet and Ice Arrow spells flew out to assault the goblins. The defensive power was amazing, but the piercing power and destructive force were impressive too. Is this why he's called the Brown Shield? They wiped out the enemies in the blink of an eye. In the corner of the room, we found a treasure chest. That was the first time we'd found 2 in one day. I appraised it as usual. Name, Treasure Chest. Special, Trap Arrow. Value, 3. Details, drop rate and contents vary based on luck. Ah, it says Trap Arrow. I told Zeke about the trap, and he told me to open it from behind. I did as instructed, and an arrow shot violently out of the front of the chest. Thank God for appraisal. I checked the contents. Name, Earth Spider's Staff. Attack, 3. Special, Magic plus 3. Value, C. Details, slightly shortens the casting time of Earth Magic. Oh, this is a pretty good item. When I explained the staff to Zeke, he said, I'll take this one, looking absolutely delighted. Yeah. No matter how old you get, getting stronger gear is exciting. We returned home briefly to grab preserved food and blankets before diving back into the dungeon. Now that we knew there was a safe zone, we planned to stash our supplies there. Since our next trip would be an overnight dungeon attack, everyone was swarming Lena, likely because they wouldn't see her for a while. Everyone needs a little healing for the soul, after all. The next day, once preparations were complete, we dove in again. Since Zeke and Maria were carrying heavy loads, Ike and I had to handle the monsters. Knowing we couldn't let any slip past us made me a little nervous compared to last time. Maybe that tension was a good thing, because we reached the second floor's safe zone in 2 hours. On the way, we picked up this item from a chest. Name, Golden Treasure Sword. Attack, 6. Value. Details. Low attack power, but value varies by person. When we picked this up, Zeke and Maria's eyes practically turned into dollar signs. The sword was made of gold and inlaid with diamonds and various other gems. The hilt was studded with jewels, and the scabbard was equally luxurious. They told me, "Well done, Mars," over and over again. I thought, give me equipment instead of this, but seeing Zeke and Maria so overjoyed made me happy too. Since I couldn't be a good son in my previous life, I wanted to bring them at least a little joy now. They said they'd buy me whatever I wanted when we got back to town. I thought about gear for myself, but thinking rationally, Ike needed armor the most. I decided to think about it before we returned to the city. We dropped our luggage in the safe zone, ate a very early lunch, rested, and then went out to explore a new sector. However, after spending nearly the whole day exploring the second layer, we found neither stairs nor treasure chests. It was exhausting with zero harvest. Zeke said that finding a chest once every 5 dives was considered lucky. Apparently, many of his adventurer friends had never even seen a treasure chest. I hadn't realized I was setting my expectations so high. We returned to the safe zone, ate dinner, cleaned ourselves up, and went to sleep. We planned to start exploring early tomorrow morning. By the way, cleaning ourselves up involved me continuously casting the water magic spell water while everyone took a shower. So that's why Maria shrewdly brought a wash basin. I once heard that when Zeke and Maria dove into dungeons alone, without us kids, Maria hated overnight dungeon attacks because she couldn't wash herself. In other dungeons, safe zones are usually crowded with multiple parties. If she tried to bathe there, she'd undoubtedly be subjected to the lecherous gazes of other adventurers. If this dungeon becomes popular, I bet we could make a fortune building gender-separated bathhouses in the safe zone and charging an entry fee. After spending the night in the safe zone, we headed toward the area we hadn't explored yesterday. There were several goblin generals on the way, so we used them as practice partners for Ike's spear training. When he tried to block the axe swings, which relied on brute force, with his spear, he got blown away. Every time that happened, I healed him with heal. And when the goblin general was about to die, I healed it with heal too. Even so, the spear versus axe matchup is pretty terrible. Unlike a sword, if a spear gets deflected, it leaves a massive opening. A sword can parry, but the length of a spear means your stance gets completely broken if you miss a block. It was probably great experience for Ike, though I felt a bit sorry for the goblin general. I tried firing a wind cutter as a test, but hitting the armor only caused a light cut. If I aimed for the joints or the neck, I could deal a fatal wound, but I couldn't slice it in half. Progressing smoothly while doing this, we found another large room on the second layer. Inside were 3 goblin generals and 7 hobgoblins. With multiple generals, it might be tough for just Ike and me. However, Zeke and Maria told us to try. Spartan parents. As usual, I took out the 7 hobgoblins instantly with wind cutter. The goblin generals headed toward us, so I decided to use a different tactic. I focused entirely on their legs. I rapid-fired wind cutter at their legs and used wind to push them back whenever they got close. The strategy worked. All 3 fell to their knees, unable to move. Ike finished off the immobilized generals. "Mars, you never cease to amaze me," Ike said with a wry smile. Zeke and Maria just watched as if this was only natural. Ignoring my family's gaze, I looked around the room and found a treasure chest here as well. Man, to think we're finding so many chests. I feel bad for other adventurers, but I'm happy, Zeke said, signaling me with his eyes, appraise and open it. I confirmed there were no traps and opened it. Name, aquamarine necklace. Special, magic +4. Value, C. Details, by channeling water magic, creates a water barrier around the body. Oh, it was a necklace with a simple design. I explained the effect to Maria and gave it to her. She was delighted and gave me a kiss on the cheek. Even if she is my mother, getting a kiss from a beauty feels pretty good. Beyond the large room was a staircase going up. Looking up from below, the third layer seemed to have a clearly different atmosphere than the second. We climbed the stairs and walked down the passage until we found a slightly larger room. Peeking inside, a bizarre scene unfolded before us. There were 20 goblin generals, and 20 black pools of magic were swirling on the ground. I've never seen a spawn room this dense before. Amazing. In a normal dungeon room, monsters respawn 1 hour after being wiped out. Because of this, when adventurers attack the deeper levels, They often leave one monster alive in each room. If 10 monsters spawn and you leave one, the other 9 won't respawn, so you don't have to worry about the return trip even if you go all out on the way down. This is apparently a common tactic when diving into unexplored dungeons, though you can't do it in popular dungeons. A spawn room is a room where monsters respawn even if you don't wipe them all out. Moreover, the respawn time is short, only 30 minutes. So, to pass this room safely, we had to kill 20 monsters within 30 minutes. It would be easy if I could kill goblin generals with Wind Cutter, but I didn't have enough magic power yet. Then Zeke spoke up. Actually, having a room like this is good. If you gain experience here, you might become C-rank adventurers. We can expect demand for intermediate adventurers too. Ike Mars, give it a try. If it gets dangerous, Mom and Dad will protect you. Clearing 20 goblin generals is roughly equivalent to a C-rank party quest. It'll be a good test of your skills. With that, he pushed Ike and me forward, Spartan as always. I advanced with Ike, preparing to fire Wind Cutter. Thinking that just stopping them wouldn't be enough this time, I poured more magic than usual into the spell. The Wind Cutter sliced a goblin general clean in half. Taking this as a signal, Ike circled around expertly, engaging a goblin general one-on-one. I hit the generals coming toward me with Wind Cutter, but having seen what happened to their comrade, they learned quickly, charging while defending with their axes. I could slice the axes in half with Wind Cutter, but that meant I had to shoot twice to kill one general. If I hit their armor, it took 3 shots. They managed to close the distance and land some attacks, but I fought while instantly healing myself with heal. Ike looked pretty exhausted too. It was my first time seeing him fight while enchanting his weapon with fire magic. That showed just how desperate he was. Seeing the situation, Zeke and Maria finally joined the fray. I got surrounded by generals and fell into danger a few times, but I deployed Sylphid, ran away, and fired Wind Cutter repeatedly. I made a huge discovery during this battle. When Sylphid is active, the wind forms a barrier that reduces damage when I take a hit. While we were fighting, we got down to the last 3, but the generals we defeated first started respawning. I noticed during the fight that the goblin generals here turned into magic stones immediately after dying. Ignoring the respawns, we kept killing. It took about 50 minutes to wipe out the initial wave of goblin generals in the spawn room. Once we did, a treasure chest appeared in the center of the room. Name, treasure chest. Special. Value, 1. Details, drop rate, and contents vary based on luck. A chest with lower value than usual. I told Zeke and Maria the value and they said, just open it for now. Inside was a lump of iron. Name, iron ingot. Value, E. Details. It was the hardest fight yet, but the loot is the crappiest. I told them my MP was on the verge of depletion, so we decided to retreat to the safe zone. Back in the safe zone, we ate lunch and rested. Zeke told me to sleep, so I emptied my MP completely and went to bed. Ike's MP was getting low too, but since it takes 6 hours for him to fully recover, he decided to power through without sleeping. When I woke up, we went back to the spawn room. Ike had recovered somewhat, but his MP was low, meaning he couldn't use enchant much, so I had to work extra hard. However, a happy miscalculation occurred. Ike seemed to have leveled up midway through and was holding his own in a 1v2 or even 1v3 situation without enchantments. I leveled up too. I could now slice them in half by hitting unarmored areas without pouring in extra magic. Even better, until now I couldn't cast other spells while Sylphid was active, but now I could use Wind, Air Blade, and Wind Cutter while maintaining the cloak. I would learn later that only a limited number of people can cast 2 spells simultaneously. Ignorant of this, I used them together as if it were perfectly normal. And we discovered one more thing. If you defeat 20 goblin generals within 30 minutes, a treasure chest always respawns. Monsters spawn from the black swirls of magic, and chests spawn from the white swirls. However, all the respawn chests had a value of 1, containing only potions or iron ingots. I don't know how many we killed, but we eventually couldn't carry any more magic stones, so we decided to go home. Well, my MP was almost dry anyway, so it was perfect timing. When we returned from the dungeon, the townspeople called out to us with relief. Apparently, they had been worried. I'm just glad you're safe. We were worried. If you don't mind, please tell us about the dungeon sometime. I wondered why everyone was being so formal, but then I remembered Zeke had been promoted to Baron. When we arrived home, the members of Blue Fang and Lena welcomed us. While I held Lena, Zeke and Maria tried to line up the loot on the table, but there was so much it ended up covering the floor too. Once finished, they gazed at the pile, their expressions softening. Zeke gave some of the loot to the members of Blue Fang, specifically all the potions from the chests and several iron ingots. Since users of holy magic are rare, potions are apparently very expensive. The people of Blue Fang were overjoyed. After the Blue Fang members left, we took a bath and ate dinner. We were exhausted, so we decided to sleep and hold a family meeting tomorrow. We were taking the day off tomorrow, so Blue Fang would be diving into the dungeon from the morning. Before draining my MP, I appraised myself. Name, Mars Bryant. Title, rank, Human Baronet Bryant's second son. Condition, good. Age, 5. Level 9+1. HP, 51/51. MP, 7/4533. Strength, 32+3. Agility, 35+3. Magic, 62+5. Dexterity, 51+4. Endurance, 31+3. Luck, 30. Unique ability. Heavenly Gift, LV Max. Unique ability, Heavenly Eye, LV 5. Unique ability, Lightning Magic S, LV 020. Special ability, Swordsmanship B, LV 317. Special ability, Fire Magic G, LV 25. Special ability, Water Magic G, LV 15. Special ability, Earth Magic G, LV 15. Special ability, Wind Magic A, LV 11/19. Special ability, Holy Magic C, LV 415. Equipment, Wind Dagger, Sylph Dagger. I thought being able to use Sylphid with other wind magic was due to my wind magic level rising, but the level hasn't changed. Could it be because my dexterity passed 50? But Maria has over 50 dexterity, and she said she can't dual cast. I'll have to verify this later. I appraised Ike, who was already asleep in the next bed. Name, Ike Bryant. Title, rank, Human Baronet Bryant's eldest son. Condition, good. Age, 8. Level, 14+2. HP, 80/80. MP, 0/570. Strength, 49+6. Agility, 38+4. Magic, 27+3. Dexterity, 21+2. Endurance, 46+6. Luck, 10. Special ability, Swordsmanship C, LV 415. Special ability, Spearmanship B, LV 5/17/4-5. Special ability, Fire Magic C, LV 415. Equipment, Flame Lance. Equipment, Fire Spirit Sword, Salamander Sword. Equipment, Fire Bracelet, he went up 2 whole levels. Spearmanship hit level 5-2. With equipment included, isn't Ike the strongest in the Bryant family now? We held the family meeting the next day. As a result, it was decided that Ike and I would grind levels in the spawn room for a while, and the golden treasure sword would be kept at home. Also, Ike and I would go to school when we turned 12. In this world, children attend school from age 12 to 15. Depending on the country, some go until 17. It's not mandatory, of course, but we decided to go to increase our future options. Fortunately, the Bryant family now has a massive amount of magic stones. Just this pile is worth a considerable amount of money. Hunting goblin generals is strictly for leveling me and Ike up, not for money, okay. Probably. I want to give Lena a good life, too. Starting the day after the meeting, the serious goblin general hunting began. First, we hauled massive amounts of preserved food and emergency potions into the safe zone. Then, Ike and I simply hunted goblin generals relentlessly. While we hunted, Zeke and Maria culled the monsters on the second floor. Basically, they cleared the monsters between the second and third floors. However, since they are both mages and don't have as much MP as I do, they fought cautiously. The spawn room was the opposite. A massive pile of goblin general magic stones accumulated in the room. It was fine because the dungeon absorbed the corpses, but if this were outside, it would be a disaster. We repeated the cycle. Spawn 4 chests, go back, eat, drain MP, and sleep. This time, Ike drained his MP too. When Ike and I slept in the safe zone, Zeke and Maria would come back to join us. As usual, I woke up first and went to the spawn room with Zeke. Honestly, this part was the hardest. Hard, but great experience. I deployed Sylphid and attacked with Airblade and Wind Cutter, but I hit a wall here. I couldn't cast Wind Cutter while attacking with the Wind Dagger. Not just Wind Cutter, but Wind and Airblade too. Of course, other elements were impossible as well. I learned that for other elemental magic, I couldn't cast while running or jumping, let alone attacking. The only magic I could cast while running around was wind magic. But I'm not the type to give up just because I can't do it. Since I can attack with the Wind Dagger while maintaining Sylphid, surely I can do the rest if I put in the effort. Telling myself that, I fought the Goblin Generals. Zeke only helped when I was in a real pinch, so I desperately fought 20 generals at once. I ended up needing Zeke's help almost every time, but occasionally, there were times I could defeat all 20 alone. And here, I made another discovery. If you defeat 20 Goblin Generals alone within 30 minutes, the chest appears with a value of 2. Sometimes, silver ingots or high potions dropped, which was a nice bonus. When returning to the safe zone, Zeke cleared the enemies, so I just had to follow him. I'd drain my MP, sleep, wake up, and go back to the spawn room with Ike. We continued this routine for over a year. I turned 6 and Ike turned 9. Chapter 8, clear. January 20, 2026. This past year has been very fulfilling. Name, Mars Bryant. Title, rank, Human Baronet Bryant's second son. Condition, good. A, 6. Level, 14 plus 5. HP, 82/82. MP, 5578/5578. Strength, 52 plus 20. Agility, 55 plus 20. Magic, 85 plus 23. Dexterity, 73 plus 22. Endurance, 50 plus 20. Luck, 30. Unique ability, Heavenly Gift, LV Max. Unique ability, Heavenly Eye, LV 65-6. Unique ability, Lightning Magic S, LV 020. Special ability, Swordsmanship B, LV 4/17 3-4. Special ability, Fire Magic G, LV 3/52-3. Special ability, Water Magic G, LV 2/5 1-2. Special ability, Earth Magic G, LV 1-5. Special ability, Wind Magic A, LV 12/1911-12. Special ability, Holy Magic C, LV 5/15 4-5. Equipment, Wind Dagger, Sylph Dagger. First off, my stats have surpassed Zeke's. I definitely have the strength of a C-rank adventurer. Since Heavenly, I reached level 6, using Appraisal no longer consumes MP. Also, perhaps because my magic stat increased, I can now inflict fatal wounds on Goblin Generals even through their armor with a normal Wind Cutter without pouring extra magic into it. I became able to use a certain spell too, but I'll introduce that another time. I still can't cast Wind Cutter while attacking with the Wind Dagger, nor can I cast Fire while running, but I did learn Fire Arrow. Maybe because my dexterity is high, my Fire Arrow has better tracking than Ike's. Also, it was a happy miscalculation that my swordsmanship went up even though I'm using a dagger. Maybe it's because I'm using sword techniques rather than dagger techniques. Next is Ike. Name, Ike Bryant. Title, rank, Human Baronet Bryant's eldest son. Condition, good. Age, 9. Level, 19 plus 5. HP, 101/101. MP, 840/840. Strength, 69 plus 20. Agility, 52 plus 14. Magic, 37 plus 10. Dexterity, 29 plus 8. Endurance, 65 plus 19. Luck, 10. Special ability, Swordsmanship C, LV 415. Special ability, Spearmanship B, LV 6/17 5-6. Special ability, Fire Magic C, LV 5/15 4-5. Equipment, Flame Lance. Equipment, Fire Spirit Sword, Salamander Sword. Equipment, Fire Bracelet. Ike has completely become a spearman, and his stats have surpassed Ralph, the Guild Master of Almeria. And today, we're heading to the room beyond the spawn room. Right now, the 4 of us are strategizing in the safe zone. Zeke and Maria already know that the Ike-Mars combo is stronger, so they're building the plan around us. though plan mostly just refers to our formation. We'll proceed in the order of Ike, me, Maria, then Zeke. We arrived at the spawn room, immediately defeated 20 goblin generals, and passed through. Since this was our first time going past this point, we stayed sharp and alert. However, no goblins appeared in the corridor. At the end of the passage was a single room, but it was clearly different from the others. The color of the walls was different. They were a deep crimson, as if blood had been smeared all over them. Seeing this, Zeke spoke. "This looks like a boss room. I think there's a goblin king inside, so be careful. What kind of moves does a goblin king use? I've never fought one myself, but I heard they're basically the same as goblin generals. However, I've heard that half-hearted attacks are meaningless because their HP regenerates." After ensuring we were fully prepared, Zeke made eye contact with each of us, signaling the go-ahead. Everyone met Zeke's gaze firmly and nodded. Zeke slowly opened the door to the boss room. Entering the room, the first things that caught my eye were a small staircase in the center and an altar atop it. There was nothing on the altar. In front of the stairs stood a monster about 3 meters tall, possessing a large horn and wielding a magnificent sword. Flanking the horned monster were 2 enlarged goblin generals holding swords instead of axes. Besides them, about 20 ordinary goblin generals wandered the room. First, I appraised the enlarged goblin general. Name. Title. Race, Goblin Lord. Threat, C. Condition, good. Age, 3. Level, 5. HP, 108/108. MP, 21/21. Strength, 60. Agility, 42. Magic, 5. Dexterity, 1. Endurance, 63. Luck, 1. Special ability. Monster Summon G, LV1/5 threat level C, the strongest monster yet. Its stats are almost equal to Ike's. Next, the horned monster. Name. Title. Race, Goblin King. Threat. Condition, good. A. 3. Level, 5. HP, 150/150. MP, 31/31. Strength, 82. Agility, 53. Magic, 5. Dexterity, 4. Endurance, 74. Luck, 1. Special ability. Swordsmanship E, LV311. Special ability. HP Recovery Promotion F, LV28. Special ability. Monster Summon G, LV1/5 threat level C+. This is bad if Zeke, Maria, and I attack with magic from a distance, and Ike lands the finishing blow during the opening. Maybe we can manage. When I relayed the stats to everyone, Zeke exclaimed, "A Goblin Lord. First I've heard of that." He immediately deployed Earth Fortress, and Maria simultaneously deployed Ice Fortress. The moment I took down the 20 goblin generals with Wind Cutter, Ike charged at the Goblin Lord on the left. Their stats were roughly equal. Since the Goblin Lord was taller, its sword reach matched Ike's spear reach, but Ike's spearmanship level was higher. Accustomed to combat, Ike overwhelmed the Goblin Lord. Plus, the weapon in Ike's hands was incredibly powerful. With fire magic enchanted on it and support from Zeke and Maria, he pressed the attack and brought it down. However, the instant he landed the killing blow, a new Goblin Lord was summoned. The Goblin King was summoning them. Realizing we had to take out the king first, I tried to head toward the altar, but before I knew it, the goblin generals I had supposedly killed were surrounding me. The goblin lords were summoning generals. This had become a mess. If I asked Zeke and Maria to join the melee like before, their MP might deplete instantly. I wasn't the only one thinking that. Zeke immediately shouted orders. "Ike. Mars, Mom and I will save our MP to protect you if you get in trouble. Mars, be ready to cast heal at any moment. Damn it, I've never heard of a Goblin King summoning reinforcements. Apparently, normal Goblin Kings don't have summoning abilities. Holding back was pointless, so I decided to use the new wind magic I learned, Tornado. I told the family I was using Tornado, and Ike fell back to Zeke and Maria's position. Everyone but the Goblin King should be in range. Ike, please handle the king." Ike nodded, and I unleashed Tornado. Tornado has low killing power, but it robs opponents of their freedom. Furthermore, since I can fire other wind magic simultaneously, I could mix in Wind Cutter to increase lethality. However, I daringly chose not to mix in Wind Cutter. If I killed the Goblin Lords here, the Goblin King would just summon new ones. While I kept the Goblin Lords pinned down, Ike would go kill the Goblin King. Since killing the king ends the battle, Zeke and Maria provided support fire. The battle between Ike and the Goblin King was fierce. The king dodged Ike's thrusts, Ike backstepped to dodge the king's sweeps. When he couldn't backstep in time, he was forced to block with the flame lance, but the difference in brute strength meant he got knocked back. When the king tried to pursue, Zeke and Maria drove it back with earth bullet and ice arrow. Occasionally, their spells hit the king, but attacks to vital areas were dodged or guarded by its sword. Even when non-vital hits landed, the wounds gradually closed due to HP recovery promotion. After several minutes of this offense and defense, Ike's flame lance finally pierced the Goblin King's abdomen. Thinking this was the deciding moment, Ike pulled out the flame lance to follow up, but the Goblin King grabbed the lance with its left hand, refusing to let go. Not only that, but it swung the sword in its right hand at Ike, who was trying to pull the weapon free. Ike struggled desperately to retrieve the lance, but the king's strength was greater. Unable to pull it out, he abandoned the spear and tried to dodge the sword at the last second. But his decision was too late. His left arm was slashed, inflicting a deep wound. His arm hung limp. Gah! As Ike clutched the slashed area with his right hand, Ike! Zeke and Maria screamed. Dissolving Earth Fortress and Ice Fortress, they ran to Ike, frantically firing Earth Bullet and Ice Arrow to somehow protect him from the king. Thanks to that, their MP dropped significantly. I immediately canceled Tornado and sprinted to cast Heal on Ike. Ike's HP had dropped to 37,101, but a single heal brought it back to 87. Based on my previous calculations, with my magic at 85, heal should recover 10 plus 2/85. Wait, no, 10 plus magic/2. No, the formula was, anyway, it should have healed 52, but it only healed 50. Perhaps heal has a recovery cap of 50. I cast heal one more time to top off his HP. Sorry, I didn't mean to let my guard down, but honestly, one-on-one with the Goblin King might be too tough. I need to find an opening somehow, Ike said, frustration seeping into his voice. In that case, I'll take down a Goblin Lord while you're fighting. The king might try to summon again, so use that opening. Ike nodded, gripped the salamander sword in his right hand, and ran toward the Goblin King. He had just been gravely wounded by the king moments ago. It wouldn't be strange for his legs to freeze in fear. Yet, Ike showed no trace of such emotion as he engaged in a fierce sword fight with the monster. However, the Goblin King's wounds were gradually closing. That HP recovery promotion is truly nasty. Keeping an eye on their duel, I wiped out the near-death Goblin Lord and the generals. When the Goblin Lord fell, the Goblin King summoned a replacement during a brief gap in the sword fight with Ike. Because of the strength difference, Ike got knocked back whenever he took a hit, creating the opening for the summon. Immediately, 2 Goblin Lords were summoned, and they began summoning Goblin generals. It seems increasing their numbers is the Goblins' top priority. I tried to kill the Goblin Lords before they could summon, but a few generals still got through. Eventually, the second Lord summoned until there were 20 of them again. This is rough. Mars, the summoning is too fast, creating an opening is impossible. Let's retreat to Father and Mother. After protecting Ike from the king, we fell back to where Zeke and Maria were watching the battle. The goblins chased us, but the Goblin King didn't join the pursuit. If only it had chased us, I could have caught it in a tornado. But then, I realized something. As long as the king doesn't join in, isn't this basically the same situation as the spawn room? The only difference is that it's a constant 2 versus 20. If we keep killing generals, the lords will just keep summoning, preventing them from joining the fight. I told Ike my terrifying plan. He smiled and nodded. To execute the plan, we simply slaughtered goblin generals. When generals stopped being summoned, we killed a goblin lord. When a lord died, the king summoned a new lord, who then summoned more generals. Then Ike and I hunted those generals. The plan I told Ike was massacre. Looking at the Goblin King's MP, it had dropped to 15. It was halfway gone. My MP was also running low. It was a contest of whose MP would run out first, the king's or mine. That was when my level went up from killing so many generals. Name, Mars Bryant. Title, Wind King Goblin Slayer. Rank, Human Baronet Bryant's second son. Condition, good. Age, 6. Level 15 plus 1. HP, 82/87. MP, 1952/5580. Strength, 55 plus 3. Agility, 58 plus 3. Magic, 90 plus 5. Dexterity, 77 plus 4. Endurance, 53 plus 3. Luck, 30. Unique ability, Heavenly Gift LV Max. Unique ability, Heavenly Eye LV 6. Unique ability, Lightning Magic S LV 020. Special ability, Swordsmanship B LV 417. Special ability, Fire Magic G LV 35. Special ability, Water Magic G LV 25. Special ability, Earth Magic G LV 15. Special ability, Wind Magic A LV 13/1912-13. Special ability, Holy Magic C LV 515. Equipment, Wind Dagger, Sylph Dagger. I finally got titles. Wind King and Goblin Slayer. I wanted to check the details, but I didn't have the luxury. However, either because my level rose and my magic stats spiked abnormally, or perhaps due to the titles effect, my wind cutter began piercing through goblin generals, killing 2 at once. Thanks to that, my efficiency skyrocketed. It became much easier to kill them, and the tide of battle turned completely in our favor. I poured a little extra magic into a wind cutter and fired it at the Goblin King. Since there was significant distance, it managed to block with its sword, but the sword snapped in half, and I managed to inflict a cut on its arm. I thought I could finish it off any time, but the generals and lords were good experience points, so killing the king could wait. Finally, the Goblin King's MP hit 0, meaning it summoned the last Goblin Lord. We wiped out all the generals, and no more appeared. The Goblin Lord's MP was 0 too. Monsters apparently don't faint when their MP hits 0. We killed the lords, leaving only the king. How many hours had we been fighting? Over 1,000 magic stones littered the ground. Zeke and Maria were speechless at the spectacle. Ike nodded to me and sheathed his sword. He was telling me to finish it. I fired a wind cutter without chanting. During the battle, while desperately killing goblins, chanting became a hassle. I tried firing without words, and it worked. The Goblin King couldn't react at all, and its head flew. It was finally over. The moment I thought that, the tension left my body, and I collapsed on the spot. Zeke, Maria, and Ike rushed over to me with expressions of pure joy. Well done, Mars, Ike. If not for you two forget winning, we wouldn't even have made it this far. Zeke said this, and Maria hugged both me and Ike. I'm so glad you're safe. They must have been worried sick. This room was on a different level of difficulty. Even a C-rank party like Zeke and Maria's would have died. While we were celebrating, a treasure chest popped up on the altar, and a large treasure chest appeared where the Goblin King fell. First, I appraised the large king's chest nearby to ensure there were no traps before opening it. Despite its size, the value was 3. Inside were precious mithril silver ingots, 100 bars, each weighing 1 kilogram. Even without knowing the market price, I knew this was expensive. Ignoring Zeke and Maria, whose eyes had turned into dollar signs, I appraised the chest on the altar. Name, treasure chest. Special, value, 4. Details, drop rate and contents vary based on luck. I opened it. Name, Fire Phantom Beast Ifrit's robe. Defense, 40. Special, magic +2, endurance +4. Value, A. Details, can only be equipped by those with fire magic aptitude. Repairs itself when enchanted with fire magic. Strong fire resistance. When I announced the effects, Ike happily equipped it. What is going on with my luck stat? As I slumped in depression, everyone told me that next time we went to the royal capital, they would buy me a piece of equipment. They said that by converting some of the mithril silver ingots and magic stones into cash, we could buy something amazing. Ideally, I wanted something from a dungeon chest, but if there's something good in a shop, I'll take it. Though I don't intend to force them to buy something unnecessary, only if it's truly the one. Thinking about that reminded me of the titles I received. Excitedly, I appraised them. Wind King. Title given to those ranked within the top 10 wind magic users in this world. Wind Magic Power UP. Goblin Slayer. Title given to the one who has killed the most goblins in this world. Attack power drastically up versus goblins. Defense power drastically up versus goblins. If another person becomes number 1 after this title is acquired, the title is granted to that person as well. I got some good stuff. When I told Zeke, he shouted, "What, titles? I've never even seen a title holder, and 2 of them." He was excited and happy for me. Even if I'm not blessed with treasure chests, I have my hard work. I'll just keep grinding steadily. Vowing that to myself, I hurried home to where Lena was waiting with the members of Blue Fang. Chapter 9. What awaits beyond? Over a year has passed since the defeat of the Goblin King. The new city was officially named Ilgusia. However, it was no longer part of the Count Carmel domain. Zeke had been officially appointed as the administrator of the Ilgusia dungeon and the Lord of Ilgusia. When he visited the royal capital to present the golden treasure sword and mithril ingots, he was promoted to the rank of Viscount as a reward. Of course, the discovery of the Ilgusia dungeon and his efforts in maintaining peace around Almeria were also significant factors in this evaluation. Normally, a lower noble would serve under a higher noble, but Zeke was placed directly under the king's authority, a special arrangement. This effectively gave him the same standing as a high-ranking noble. While rare, such cases were not entirely without precedent. Count Carmel was also promoted to Margrave. The city of Ilgusia was developing almost too smoothly. As originally planned, a considerable number of E-rank adventurers, those who had finished their training period, gathered there. Naturally, we also succeeded in inviting a branch of the Adventurers Guild. Since we repeatedly and strictly warned that the 3rd floor of the dungeon was recommended only for B-rank parties or higher, no one other than us had ventured there yet. For the past year, I dedicated myself to classroom studies alongside Ike. I had the memories of my past life, so arithmetic was no problem, but I was completely ignorant of this world's common sense. It was the perfect opportunity to learn. First, the country I live in is the Kingdom of Barkis, located in the southwest of the central continent. Wars between nations are frequent on the central continent, and skirmishes with the Kingdom of Zarkam to the east continue to this day. Because of this, the kingdom quickly ennobles useful adventurers to secure military power. However, Ilgusia is located at the westernmost tip of the Kingdom of Barkis, so we have little involvement with these wars. People in this country have a strong aversion to children depleting their MP. If a young child runs out of MP, they often fail to regain consciousness or, in the worst case, die. As mentioned before, depleting MP doesn't guarantee an increase in capacity. It varies by individual. Incidentally, Zeke and the others find Ike's MP growth to be unbelievable. I also relearned the value of currency in this world. Stone coin, 100 yen approx, $1. Iron coin, 1,000 yen approx, $10. Silver coin, 10,000 yen approx, $100. Gold coin, 100,000 yen approx, $1,000. Platinum coin, 100 million yen approx, $1 million. I also learned about the value of magic stones, though I was told these are market-dependent and should only be used as a reference. Threat level E, 1 iron coin, 1,000 yen. Threat level D, 5 iron coins, 5,000 yen. Threat level C, 2 silver coins, 20,000 yen. Threat level B, 5 silver coins and up, 50,000 yen plus. I was told not to count on threat levels G and F as they are practically worthless. Threat level B values vary wildly. As for threat level A, since they've never taken one down, they couldn't say for sure, but they estimated it wouldn't be less than 10 gold coins. Looking at this, one might think G-rank and F-rank paper adventurers couldn't make a living. However, since one cannot become an adventurer until adulthood at 12, most are still living with their parents. If they reach adulthood safely and become E-rank adventurers at 15, they can make a decent living by completing escort, investigation, and gathering quests alongside hunting monsters. Another thing I learned, though somewhat vaguely, as Japanese history wasn't my strong suit in my past life, was the peerage system. High nobles, Duke, Marquis, Margrave, Count, Earl. Low nobles, Viscount, Baron, Baronet. Baronets do not have succession rights, so they aren't treated as full nobility. In a noble family, if they don't hold another title, anyone other than the heir becomes a baronet or a commoner. As mentioned before, lower nobles generally serve higher nobles. The king grants territory to high nobles, and high nobles grant territory to lower nobles. Consequently, viscounts and barons often do not possess land. Also, the name in count name refers to the territory or region. Count Carmel is the count who governs the Carmel region. As I said earlier, many viscounts and below have no territory. Addressing such individuals is apparently difficult, whether to call them Lord, Kaiwu, or just use the honorific Lord Lady, Sama is left to discretion. As long as there is an atmosphere of respect, it seems to be fine. We decided to head to the third-floor boss room once a week as a group of 4, but from the third trip onwards, it was just Ike and me. And here are the results. Name, Mars Bryant. Title, Wind King Goblin Slayer. Status, human/second son of Viscount Bryant. Condition, good. Age, 7. Level, 18 plus 3. HP, 108/108. MP, 7681/7681. Strength, 70 plus 15. Agility, 73 plus 15. Magic, 110 plus 20. Dexterity, 95 plus 18. Endurance, 70 plus 17. Luck, 30. Unique ability. Heavenly Gift, LV Max. Unique ability. Heavenly Eye, LV 7, 6-7. Unique ability. Lightning Magic S, LV 020. Special ability. Swordsmanship B, LV 5/17 4-5. Special ability. Fire Magic G, LV 4/5 3-4. Special ability. Water Magic G, LV 3/5 2-3. Special ability. Earth Magic G, LV 2/5 1-2. Special ability. Wind Magic A, LV 13/19. Special ability. Holy Magic C, LV 6/15 5-6. Equipment Wind Dagger. Sylph Dagger. Actually, for the past year and a half, I've done almost nothing but magic training. My reasoning was that if my MP stops growing at age 10, I should prioritize magic training until then. I still believe this was the optimal choice. My physical growth is also quite rapid. Just before turning 8, I'm already surpassing 140 centimeters in height. Maria told me that holy magic users grow faster than others and age slower. Thanks to that, I can handle a sword now, but since the Sylph Dagger is sufficient, I don't equip one. Carrying it around just adds baggage. With Heavenly Eye reaching level 7, I learned something called Magic Eye. This allows me to see the flow of magic, meaning I can detect when an opponent is about to cast a spell. My holy, fire, water, and earth magic levels also increased. For water magic, I learned Ice Arrow. For earth magic, I can still only use Earth Bullet. If I get earth magic to level 3, I can learn Stone Bullet, so I'm using earth magic desperately. However, due to my talent being rank G, the level barely rises compared to wind magic. This is despite Heavenly Gift giving me more MP than others and double the recovery speed. It makes me feel like it's almost impossible for a person with talent G to reach level 5. I still can't simultaneously handle the Sylph Dagger while using Wind or Wind Cutter. Nor can I run while firing fire magic. Also, I have a vague feeling that training while using Sylphid makes my dexterity rise easier. Doing something else while using magic must be exceptionally difficult and delicate. As for Ike, name, Ike Bryant. Title, status, human/eldest son of Viscount Bryant. Condition, good. Age, 10. Level, 21 plus 2. HP, 120/120. MP, 1082/1082. Strength, 80 plus 11. Agility, 60 plus 8. Magic, 43 plus 6. Dexterity, 34 plus 5. Endurance, 76 plus 11. Luck, 10. Special ability, Swordsmanship C, LV 415. Special ability, Spearmanship B, LV 7/17 6-7. Special ability, Fire Magic C, LV 6/15 5-6. Equipment Flame Spear. Flame Lance. Equipment Fire Spirit Sword, Salamander Sword. Equipment Robe of the Fire Phantom Beast Ifrit. Equipment Bracelet of Fire. Since passing age 10, Ike's MP growth has stagnated. I haven't told him, but he might have vaguely realized it himself. He can now manifest Fireball, a spell learned at Fire Magic Level 5, which was listed at the end of the Elementary Grimoire, but he can't control it as he wishes. Ike himself said, "I just don't have the talent, so it can't be helped." But I know he's been working hard in the lower floors of the dungeon, trying desperately to control Fireball. Perhaps thinking the reason for his lack of control lies in his dexterity, he's been training frantically to raise that stat. I have a feeling that men in this world might have a harder time raising dexterity. In exchange, their strength and endurance seem to rise more easily compared to women. Thanks to Heavenly Gift and Sylphid, both are going up for me, though. Still, Ike has the strength of a C-rank adventurer. He starts school the year after next, but his stats are so high I'm worried he might get bullied, or rather, stand out too much. And as for our idol Lena, her stats haven't changed much, but her cuteness has gone off the charts. Ike, Zeke, and I are completely wrapped around her finger. Happily, Lena saying, "I love Marzoniachin. If anyone tries anything funny with Lena, Big Brother Mars here will execute them. Fire arrow, ice arrow, earth bullet." Right now, I am training magic at the entrance of the dungeon. Since Ike is struggling with arithmetic, I'm going to dive into the Ilgusia dungeon with the members of Blue Fang. I've wanted to explore the unvisited areas of the Ilgusia dungeon for some time now, and when I conveyed this to the leader, Van, he readily agreed. At the very first T-junction on the first floor, we went right only once. Ever since then, we've only gone left. To perfect the mapping, I want to go there at least once. After meeting up with Blue Fang, we proceeded right at the first fork. We advanced while defeating the goblins in the passages and rooms. We walked a considerable distance. The first floor is probably the largest. We reached the final room, a dead end. This last room was smaller than a standard room, about half the size, but there was something clearly wrong with this room. The wall. Part of the wall in this room was made of magic. Or rather, was it a magic barrier? Using my magic eye, I could clearly see there was something beyond this wall. About that wall there, doesn't it seem strange? Do you mind if we all investigate it together? It's best to have multiple people check out suspicious places like this. Even if it's a trap, if we all touch it, it's not scary. The members of Blue Fang touched the wall that looked like a magic barrier. It seemed to be a normal wall. Being careful, I touched it too, and for some reason, my hand passed into the wall without any resistance. A disgusting sensation traveled through my hand and arm touching the wall. The members of Blue Fang, seeing this, looked at me with shocked expressions. What happened? How did you put your hand in the wall?" Van, the leader, rushed over to me in surprise. When I tried to pull my hand out, it felt like something was grabbing me. I couldn't pull it free. "My hand is stuck. Could you help me pull it out?" All the members tried pulling my body or attempting to destroy the wall, but I couldn't be pulled out, and the wall didn't budge an inch. If we went to contact Zeke and the others before taking action, I'd be in this state for hours. Furthermore, my hand was gradually being pulled deeper into the wall. At this rate, my entire body would eventually be dragged inside. "Van-san, I'm going to try going through to the other side. Please head to my father and report this. If I can return, I will follow after you." I thought about that too, but isn't it dangerous? "There's a chance you won't be able to come back. Are you sure?" "Yes, I've thought it through. Please." "Understood. In that case, Iris and I will remain here just in case. I'll have the other members go report to Lord Zeke." He made a very good proposal, and I nodded immediately. This wall seems quite thick. My fingertips are still inside the wall, so once I go in, my voice likely won't reach you. "Well then, I'm off. Please take care of things." As I said that, he said, "Wait a moment," and placed a small crystal in my palm. "Take this. This crystal is part of a pair. Even if separated by 10 kilometers, they can locate each other. Another member, Anne, has the other one right now, and she'll pass it to Lord Zeke or Ike. Can you sense the reaction of the other crystal?" I could sense the sensation of the other crystal moving away from this one. "Yes, it's vague, but I feel it moving away from here. Anne must be heading to my father. Thank you very much. I'm losing sensation in my right hand and arm, and it's getting scary, so I'm going to the other side. Here goes." Resolving myself, I stepped into the wall. The wall was about 10 meters thick. I could breathe inside it, but it felt disgusting. Visibility should have been dark and poor, yet for some reason I could see. When I said it was about 10 meters thick, I knew that because it was bright about 10 meters ahead. That must be the exit. Thinking that this is what it feels like inside a magic barrier, I walked. I tried using sylphid while walking. It was unstable at first, but I soon got used to it and managed to cloak myself. And when I stepped out to the other side of the wall, the scene before my eyes was Chapter 10, Reunion. It has been over 7 years since I came to this world. It was a short life, but I did my best. I have no intention of giving up, but I can see the reality of the situation clearly. I can't be the only one to run away. Even if the Night Order came to help in this situation, it would take them an hour to get here. And even if the Knights did come, against this massive horde. Why did it come to this? I had heard there were many monsters recently. Because of that, Count Beetle had permanently dispatched a unit of knights to this dungeon city, Granzem. The Beetle Knights number over 120, so they split into groups of 20 and rotated daily to dive into the dungeon. The knights were thinning out the monsters, but they aren't as skilled at dungeon conquest as adventurers. As for the adventurers, all those ranked D and above headed west to make a name for themselves in the war with the Kingdom of Barkis. The dungeon here was formed shortly before I was born, and only goblins spawn in it. Because of that, many E-rank adventurers gathered here, making the city very lively. This dungeon is apparently very easy, but the 3rd floor is said to be brutal. They say there's a respawn room where goblin generals spawn continuously. It seems to be strong enough that a C-rank party would struggle to clear it, and there were no parties in this city capable of conquering that respawn room. Once in the past, a famous B-rank party from another city came to the Granzam dungeon and managed to clear the respawn room, but they never returned from what appeared to be the boss room beyond it. Since then, the Beetle Knights have also made attempts on the dungeon, but they have their hands full handling the respawn room and haven't reached the boss room yet. The E-rank adventurers remaining in the city also dive into the dungeon, but they only go as far as the safety zone on the 2nd floor. Beyond that, multiple goblin generals sometimes appear, posing a risk to their lives. So, the knights have been thinning out the numbers up to just before the respawn room on the 3rd floor. That situation continued until last month. But recently, an abnormality occurred. Monsters began appearing frequently even in the outskirts of the dungeon city, Granzem. The monsters were kobolds. In a city with many E-rank adventurers, they shouldn't have been a threat, but their numbers were vast. Unless about 100 were killed daily, they would press in on Granzem, so the knights were forced to prioritize kobold extermination over the dungeon. Dispatching 20 knights to Granzem every day seemed to be quite a burden. There are other cities besides Granzem, and the increase in monsters was starting to occur in places other than just here. There was also public order to maintain. Even so, Count Beetle kept sending the knights. But about 3 hours ago, it happened. Dungeon saturation. A massive amount of goblins surged forth from the dungeon. None of the adventurers in Granzem had ever experienced a dungeon saturation. Of course, neither had we. So, when a few goblins first came out, we thought it was no big deal. That was a mistake, if we had prepared to flee right then. To deal with the saturation, the adventurers immediately went to subjugate the goblins. It took about an hour after the saturation began to finish off the 100 or so goblins that had emerged onto the surface. I think there were about 50 adventurers, and fortunately, there were no serious injuries. As for me, I was healing the adventurers with heal. Yes, I can use the precious holy magic. I think I have quite a lot of MP, too. Just as I finished healing the adventurers, the 2nd wave arrived. I used heal thinking it was over with the 1st wave, but that might have been a mistake. The 2nd wave brought about double the number, 200 goblins, pouring out of the dungeon. Furthermore, there were numerous goblin mages and hobgoblins this time. The adventurers were forced entirely on the defensive. I supported them using heal, but it wouldn't be strange for my MP to run out at any moment. Seeing the 2nd wave, the residents began to evacuate. I thought that if the evacuees sought help from the knights who should be outside the city, we would manage somehow, until that moment. The residents fled toward the western checkpoint. The goblins chased them, and the western checkpoint was immediately flooded with goblins. The residents who failed to escape desperately headed southwest. Toward where we were, we must have killed about 100 of them. Another 100 left, we could finally see the end. However, there were still many hobgoblins and goblin mages, so we couldn't let our guard down. Just as I was thinking that, the 3rd wave arrived. There must be 300 of them. And that count was just the hobgoblins and goblin mages. Despair washed over not just the residents who had fled here, but the adventurers as well. I prayed that at least my father and mother had escaped. My father and mother who treated me so kindly after I came to this world. My second set of parents. But my wish was in vain, and I heard voices I shouldn't have heard. Thank goodness, Clarice, you're safe. Dad will protect you no matter what. It's going to be okay, so don't worry. Thank goodness, Clarice, you're safe. We'll handle this, so rest easy. Father and mother had failed to escape. No, perhaps they couldn't bring themselves to flee, leaving me behind. Father and mother stepped in front of me. The adventurers were holding the front line, but it looked like they were about to be broken through at any moment. Several had already suffered heavy injuries and retreated. As the adventurers were pushed back, we were being surrounded by goblins. It didn't take 30 minutes for us to be completely encircled. There were only about 20 adventurers left capable of fighting. The adventurers defended the north side, and the residents defended the east. Father and mother were on the residents' front line. Behind me were over 100 injured people. Then, on the east side defended by the residents, someone was heavily injured. It was Father. Father's right arm was broken, and he was bleeding from his stomach. Dad, are you okay? Wait, I'll heal you right now. Stop, the people you need to heal right now are the adventurers. If you prioritize healing the adventurers, you will be saved. The residents will be saved too. Even while pressing down on his wound, Father tried to persuade me with a slow, gentle voice so as not to worry me. Then Mother also retreated, bleeding from her stomach. It seemed the goblins were already certain of their victory. They intended to torture us to death slowly. As proof, they were attacking while laughing, Jaya Jaya Jaya, with vulgar expressions on their faces. Without hesitating, I cast heal on Father and Mother. The wounds on their stomachs healed. Father's right arm didn't heal, but his life was out of danger, so I stopped at one heal. However, an adventurer who saw them recover shouted, "If you can still use heal, use it on us adventurers too." Hearing that, the residents began to clamor. "I'm more seriously injured, heal me first." "Me first. Don't be ridiculous." "Me." They began to scream with bloodshot eyes. I knew this would happen, but I couldn't abandon Father and Mother. While this was happening, infighting broke out among the humans. Some even tried to use violence against me to force me to cast heal. It was a noble. A man claiming to be a baron said healing him was the top priority. Confirming that the noble had only suffered a scratch, I judged he was fine and used what was likely my remaining MP for the adventurers. Then the noble man slapped my cheek. "Don't screw with me, I'll execute you for Lee's Majesty." The noble man drew his sword and slashed at me. I never imagined he would do such a thing in this situation. I simply froze on the spot, squeezing my eyes shut as the sword swung down. But seconds passed, and I still hadn't been cut. I opened my eyes to see Father had taken the blow in my place, and Mother was in front of me too. They intended to be a human shield together. I immediately cast heal on Father. It might have stopped the bleeding a little, but the blood didn't stop completely. I tried to cast heal once more, but it didn't activate. My MP had dropped to single digits. My slashed father spoke to the noble. "Please, forgive my daughter, please show mercy. You dare get in my way too. Both parent and child are sentenced to death for Lee's Majesty. Die and apologize." The mad blade was about to swing down when the noble man went flying. Startled, I looked toward the direction where the person who blew the noble away was standing. There stood a boy I didn't know. He was about the same age as me, perhaps taller, and he gave off a strangely nostalgic feeling. Section. Stepping out from the wall, I saw a crowd of injured people before me. Looking back, I saw what appeared to be the city walls. They looked similar to the walls of Almeria. There was no reaction at all from the crystal Van gave me. I wondered if this wall was connected to the dungeon, but it seemed this wasn't the time to ponder such things. Beyond the injured, humans and goblins were fighting. There was a place where angry shouts and screams were particularly loud, so I moved there immediately. Since I have a child's body, I could slip through even where people were densely packed. I intentionally passed by the heavily injured, using heal on them without letting others notice. Everyone was so confused that a little bold action went unnoticed. The injured people looked at their wounds in bewilderment. I arrived at the scene quickly. It was a grotesque sight. They should have been fighting goblins, yet a human was trying to kill another human. And for some reason, the people around them weren't even trying to stop it. A little girl was screaming, "Dad!" The person about to be slashed must be her father. I can still make it. Thinking that, I used Sylphid to move at high speed in front of the man about to swing his sword, aiming a palm strike at his chin. It was a spur-of-the-moment action, and I seemed to have used too much force. The man flew spectacularly, like a stuntman. My action caused the area to fall silent. It would be bad if the man I sent flying woke up and tried to slash again, so I took his decorated sword. Then, trying not to be noticed by those around, I healed the wounds of the man who had nearly been slashed. "Let's defeat the goblins for now. Explain the situation later," I shouted to the people nearby. "There are over 300 goblins. There are hobgoblins too. We're doomed. If we could do that, we would have done it already." Angry voices roared back. "I can handle the goblins on this side alone. Please keep watch on the other side." Leaving only those words, I charged into the goblin horde. The residents looked at me as if to say, "What is he talking about?" Ignoring their gazes, I began taking down the goblins using only the sword, without magic. I thought using magic might cause collateral damage to people who were possibly still alive. With 300 of them, if I kill one every 5 seconds, that's 1,500 seconds. I can wipe them out in 25 minutes. I've been fighting goblin kings, goblin lords, and goblin generals, so hobgoblins and goblin mages are hardly opponents at this point. I didn't even need to use Sylphid to kill them instantly. 30 minutes later, I had finished killing all the goblins in the city. The city was wrapped in voices of joy, and many people offered me words of thanks and gratitude. However, hearing that a fourth wave might come immediately, the residents began to evacuate. Just as the residents started to flee, the knights arrived, accompanied by the man who governed this place, Count Beetle. "I am Count Beetle, Raoul Grace. What is happening here? Are the residents safe? Are there any injured? We will treat the heavily injured first. If you are heavily injured or have one nearby, tell the knights. You may speak directly to me as well." Then the man I had sent flying clung to the Count. "Count Beetle, I have suffered a scratch. Also, an unidentified bandit attacked me, causing me to lose consciousness and my head hurts. Please treat me as top priority. HMPH, if you can talk that much, you can wait. Search for the seriously injured residents. WT, treat me a noble first. You're persistent. Start protecting the residents immediately." Saying that, Count Beetle left the spot and began tending to the residents' wounds and mental state. The Baron, having been lightly brushed off, spotted me and screamed in a shrill voice. "It's the bandit is there. Arrest him. No, execute him for Lee's Majesty, I don't care." None of the residents moved. Rather, they surrounded me as if to protect and hide me. "What are you doing?" "I'll sentence you all to death for Lee's Majesty too. Knights, arrest that brat." Then one of the knights spoke up. "Unfortunately, Lord Dames, you do not have the authority to command us. We have been ordered to protect the residents, so we hope you understand." The knight also left the spot to search for the injured. "So that guy's name is Dames. He's not the knight commander, nor does he seem to be the magic corps commander. He doesn't look particularly strong either, so he probably just inherited the title from his parents. If such incompetence can inherit a title, nobles really should have many children. However, I should avoid staying here. I can't stand being entangled with Dames again." Thinking that, I hid in the shadow of a house. Dames lost sight of me, and perhaps giving up, turned his anger toward the residents. Watching his arrogant behavior was honestly irritating, and I inadvertently gripped my hands tight, only to realize I was holding the sword I took from Dames in my right hand. If I leave like this, I'm stealing it. It is Dames, after all. If I return it to the rampaging Dames now, he might start slashing at the residents again, so I think it's better not to return it for now. Or rather, maybe it's better if I never return it. As I was pondering this, "Thank you very much. Thanks to you, both my daughter and I were saved." I turned toward the voice, and saw the man Dames had nearly slashed earlier. "No, I apologize for acting out of turn." For a moment, I thought about giving the sword to this man, but I felt like he'd just get slashed again if he went to return it, so I stopped. "Even so, you have amazing strength for someone so young. I thought my daughter was a genius at the same age, but Clarice, come here." As he said that, a girl stepped out from behind the man. The girl stared at me intently without saying a word. I also found myself staring at the girl with silver hair, blue eyes, and very refined features. My heart, was trying to tell me something. I had already realized what that plea was. Boy and girl slowly approached each other, and as we got close, we took each other's hands. Thanks for saving me again. You saved my life. Thank you. I was saved too. After exchanging words in Japanese, we collapsed on the spot, crying as we held each other tight. Chapter 11, Clarice Lampard. After crying for a while, we decided to introduce ourselves. We had embraced instinctively, but coming back to our senses, we felt embarrassed and were now sitting facing each other. However, the tears wouldn't easily stop. I'm Fujisaki Yuyuto, 20 years old. Here I'm Mars Bryant, 7 years old. I'm Ayanakuji AI, 20 years old. In this world, I'm Clarice Lampard, same age as you. Just to confirm, you're that convenience store clerk, right? Yes. You're the person who tried to save me then, aren't you? I couldn't save you completely, though. As we spoke in Japanese, Clarice's father and the woman who seemed to be her mother watched us with surprised faces. There was still so much I wanted to talk about with Clarice, but I didn't want to arouse any more suspicion, so I switched to the language of this world. I apologize. My emotions were running high from the battle with the goblins, and I became so happy that someone understood the language I just learned that I started crying. My name is Mars. I am 7 years old. I thought my explanation was incoherent, but they seemed to go along with it. Aya, I was just surprised that you suddenly started crying with my daughter. I'm Gray Lampard. Behind me is my wife Elna, and my daughter Clarice. I am his wife Elna. Thank you so much for saving us. I am Clarice. Lord Mars, if you have time, may I speak with you? I nodded at Clarice's words, but Gray looked like he was wary of me. It was likely the wariness of a father thinking someone might do something to his daughter. It showed a little on his face. Clarice, is it all right if father talks bit first? Yes, father. Lord Mars, I don't believe you are a child from around here. Where did you come from? Yes, I came from the dungeon city of Ilgusia. It was formerly the Count Carmel domain. I've never heard of such a city. I don't know Count Carmel either. It is a new dungeon city, established further west of Almeria, the dungeon city in the southwest of the Kingdom of Barkis. I believe Count Carmel has been promoted to Margrave, however. The Kingdom of Barkis. I see. This city is the dungeon city Granzem, located in the east of the Kingdom of Zarkam. I don't know if you are aware, but our Kingdom of Zarkam and the Kingdom of Barkis to the west are currently at war, however. We owe you a debt for saving us. Hearing Gray's words, the atmosphere became tense. Standing around talking isn't ideal, so why don't we talk at our house? It might cause trouble if people around here overhear. Also, if Lord Dames finds us, we'll likely have issues again, for Clarice's sake too, right? Elna interjected to smooth things over. You're right, Lord Mars, no Marskun. Even if you are from an enemy nation, you are our benefactor, so I would like to offer you proper hospitality. Well, as much hospitality as the Lampard family can provide. Thank you. I would love to hear your stories, so please. We headed to the Lampard house while trying not to be noticed. On the way, I tried appraising Clarice. Name, Clarice Lampard. Title, status, human/commoner. Condition, good. Age, 7. Level, 1. HP, 15/15. MP, 2/428. Strength, 7. Agility, 7. Magic, 14. Dexterity, 8. Endurance, 5. Luck, 20. Unique ability. Barrier Magic G, LV05. Special ability. Swordsmanship C, LV215. Special ability. Archery B, LV017. Special ability. Water Magic C, LV115. Special ability. Holy Magic A, LV5/19. First, I was amazed by her overflowing talent. 1A, 1B, and 2 Cs, that's incredible. Her unique ability, Barrier Magic, is level 0. This means she either hasn't realized she has a unique ability, or like me, she knows but can't manifest it. Actually, I've tried to use lightning magic several times, but it just won't manifest. Her swordsmanship being level 2 likely comes from her past life's experience. Her stance on that rainy day was beautiful. Upon arriving at the Lampard house, I heard various stories from Gray. The situation in Granzem, about Count Beetle, about Baron Dames, and about Clarice. Naturally, he didn't tell me much about the kingdom of Zarkam. I also talked about myself and Barkis, about my family, and how a dungeon that only spawns goblins recently appeared in Ilgusia too. I didn't want them to think I was lying, so I didn't reveal that I had cleared the dungeon. After all, no one would believe a 7-year-old child could clear a dungeon, no matter how strong. I also hid the fact that I could use magic, though, being a reincarnated person, Clarice might have figured it out. So monsters are appearing abnormally not just in the kingdom of Barkis, but in the kingdom of Zarkam as well. And similar dungeons are forming in both countries. In a few years, a dungeon saturation might happen in Ilgusia too. I have to let Father and the others know quickly. This is no time to be fighting a war. It's always us commoners who suffer. Gray started muttering. At that moment, Clarice spoke up. Father, may I speak with Mars as well? Oh, she dropped the honorifics. Dropping formalities early makes it easier to get close, so I welcome it. Ah, you're close in age, so it might be good stimulation. Do as you please. Then let's go to my room. Now that Gray's wariness toward me had dissolved to some extent, he gave his permission. Clarice pulled my hand and led me to the room on the second floor. I glanced at Gray and Elna, and they looked surprised. Well, naturally, you'd normally think we'd talk right there. But I wanted to talk just the two of us as well, so I decided to let Clarice forcefully drag me along. As soon as we reached the room, what happened after that? I mean, after we were struck by lightning. Clarice asked as we both sat on the bed. For me, who looks like a child but has the mind of an adult, this is a bit too stimulating. Well, we're both physically children, so nothing is going to happen, but still. I told Clarice everything I could remember about the conversation with the demigod. I didn't mention my abilities, though. I asked Clarice about the boundary world, but she said she received almost no explanation and didn't know about unique abilities. Come to think of it, the demigod said his clones would handle the other two besides me. That implies the convenience store robber is also in this world. I had completely forgotten about that. I conveyed this to Clarice, and we decided to act so as not to be exposed as reincarnated people, forbidding Japanese in front of others unless absolutely necessary. As we were talking, it suddenly became noisy outside the window. It seemed the fourth wave had arrived. Clarice and I watched the battle unfolding in the city from inside the room, still holding hands. From the moment Clarice took my hand to invite me to her room, while we talked on the bed, and even now we were holding hands. Outside, the knights had surrounded the dungeon and were holding back the goblins. The fourth wave was also composed of hobgoblins and goblin mages, but the difference from the third wave was the sheer number. It seemed goblins were still pouring out of the dungeon, and they were overflowing rapidly. At this rate, the knights wouldn't be able to contain them. If the battle line was breached, the city would be overrun. The residents were prepared to flee, though they hadn't started running yet. Watching the scene, strength returned to Clarice's hand. Since this was an enemy nation, I wasn't intending to get actively involved in this battle. I thought it would be enough to kick them aside if the Lampard family was in danger. However, it was different for Clarice. It's only natural to want to help the people she's lived with when they're facing such a terrible fate. What do you want to do? I asked Clarice, who was gritting her teeth. Obviously, I want to save them. Of course I want to save them and not abandon this city. Then let's go save them. But Mars, you're from an enemy nation, right? I don't really understand right now, but wouldn't it be better for your country if things stayed like this? For my country, I suppose it would be better if Granzem were overrun by monsters. But Clarice is here. I couldn't protect you until the end back then, but this time, I will protect you until the very end. I just said that on the spur of the moment, but I intend to keep my word. At those words, Clarice hugged me with tears in her eyes. Thinking back on it now, what kind of line did I just say? Was that like a pickup line under the suspension bridge effect? I could feel my face getting hotter and hotter. Thank you. When Clarice said that, I released the embrace and went out of the room. Gray and Elna were there. I had anticipated it to some degree, but they must have been eavesdropping. It seems the fourth wave has come. I'm going to go stop it. Are you sure? It might turn into a major incident. If that happens, I don't think we'll be able to take your side, Marskun. I'm prepared for that. Saying that, I dashed out of the house with Baron Dame's sword in my right hand. Pushing through the residents who were frightened by the fourth wave and preparing to flee, I headed toward Count Beetle, who was commanding the knights at the front line. The residents cheered as I passed. Some even called me Sword Saint. The Count was desperately commanding the battle line that looked like it would collapse at any moment. Behind the Count was Baron Dames, preparing to flee by himself. He was probably planning to claim he participated if the fourth wave was contained, and ready to run at any moment if things got dangerous. I arrived at the Count's side, receiving expectant gazes from the residents. "Count Beetle, may I join the fight?" As I said that, Baron Dames cut in. "You bandit, I'll execute you." Screaming, he slashed at me with a sword he must have picked up nearby. What a prominent idiot. I dodged Dames' attack and, just like before, knocked him unconscious with a palm strike to the chin. Seeing this, the Count said, "Who are you? Isn't that Sword Dames? Either way, I cannot allow a child to participate in the war. I will deal with your punishment for lese majesty later, so wait there." "Count, that child is the one we spoke of earlier. Sword Saint, please defeat the goblins." The residents backed me up against the Count's words. No one was worried about Dames or took his side. "I see, it's you in that case. I'm sorry, but can I count on you?" "Understood, I will invariably subjugate them." The Count must have received reports and thought, no way could a child do that, but confused as he was, he spoke politely. I headed to the front line, which was on the verge of collapse. Section. The front line had reached its limit. Knight Commander Blair couldn't retreat, even though he was injured. Retreating meant only leaving the injured and residents behind. The adventurers had all received treatment from the previous battle and couldn't join this fight either. He already knew all they could do was become human shields to buy time. However, Blair desperately rallied them. "Just a little longer. Just a little longer, and the Sword Saint from earlier will come. Endure until then." Even as he said it, it felt empty. According to reports, a child had defeated over 300 goblins alone, but there was no way that could be true. It would be impossible unless one was a top-ranking royal guard of the Kingdom of Zarkam or a C-rank adventurer or higher. As he was thinking that, a subordinate on his left was hit by a goblin mage's earth bullet and incapacitated. They were out of potions. If he didn't retreat, he would die in less than a minute. But they couldn't retreat. This is it, he thought. The line will break here, and the city will be swallowed by monsters. A hobgoblin came to finish off his subordinate on the left, laughing as if looking down on them. Blair was fully occupied fighting the hobgoblin in front of him, just as he tried to at least watch his subordinate's final moments. The head of the hobgoblin in front of his subordinate went flying. He couldn't comprehend the situation at all. He froze for less than a second. When he regained his senses, his subordinate, who should have been heavily injured, had his wounds healed. He wasn't fully recovered, but the wound was no longer fatal. Even more surprisingly, the head of the hobgoblin in front of Blair himself had also gone flying. Section. I've taken down all the dangerous ones. Confirming the battle situation, I released Sylphid and began slaughtering the goblins without rushing. This time, the goblins were densely packed, so it only took about 3 seconds to kill one. The faces of the goblins, who had been wearing cruel smiles just moments ago, twitched in fear. Even goblins with low intelligence must have realized they had turned from predators into prey. After all, I am a goblin slayer. All right, this is the last one. Defeating the last one, I looked around to see headless goblins scattered everywhere. Voices of joy erupted from the residents all around, some even started dancing. I could even hear shouts of, "Long live the Sword Saint." The knights seemed relieved as well, but they couldn't rest yet as they had to transport the injured and settle the confusion. Count Beetle came up to me and stated his praise loudly. "You did well, Sword Saint Mars. Granzem has been saved by you. Leaving Baron Dames aside for later, I wish to discuss your reward and future matters. Is that all right?" The residents were once again jumping for joy at Count Beetle's words. "Yes, however, I have a question. Will a fifth wave come?" "I don't know about that. It's rare for a dungeon saturation to occur at all. It should definitely stop if the dungeon is conquered, but there are rumors that just diving into the dungeon can stop it. Either way, in this situation, I can't send anyone in. If we were to send anyone, it would have to be C-rank adventurers or higher, or the knights. To conquer it, we'd need a high-ranking B-rank party. Well, It's not appropriate to discuss this here, so could you come to the Guild Master's room in the Adventurers Guild? Understood. Also, could you please return this sword to Baron Dames later? I borrowed it without permission. Saying that, I handed the sword to Count Beetle. As I followed him to the Adventurers Guild, Clarice came running up to me happily. Thank you, saved by Mars again. I decided I'd save Clarice this time, after all. Count Beetle seemed to have heard this conversation, and so Clarice also decided to go to the Adventurers Guild. Section: Audiobook by Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 12, Determination. Let me express my gratitude once again. Thank you. I know this is sudden, but could you tell me your name? Count Beetle asked me as soon as we arrived at the Guild Master's room in the Adventurers Guild. Standing next to the Count was a man who appeared to be the Guild Master. My name is Mars. And the young lady next to you? I am Clarice. How old are you two? We're 7. How is it that you are so skilled with a sword, Mars-kun? People are calling you the Sword Saint, you know. I've been swinging a sword on my own for a long time. As for the title Sword Saint, people just started calling me that on their own. I've never claimed it myself. I tried to answer in a way that wouldn't prompt questions about my background. Clarice, realizing this, simply nodded beside me. I would like to hear more details under normal circumstances, but first, please hear my request. You may already be aware, but I would like you to cooperate in maintaining the public order of Granzem. Simply put, I want you to help subjugate goblins. Naturally, I will provide additional rewards. Will you do it? Before that, I have a question. I asked this earlier as well, but how long will this dungeon saturation continue? Is there no way to stop it? I dared to ask the same question again. I don't know how long the saturation will last, but clearing the dungeon should stop it. When will the dungeon be cleared? I cannot bring the C-rank parties from my domain here. The other C-rank and D-rank parties who gained experience in the Granzem dungeon have all headed west for the war with the Kingdom of Barkis. I absolutely cannot ask other nobles for help. They would take advantage of the situation. So, to be honest, there are currently no prospects for clearing the dungeon. I understand. In that case, may I receive my reward for the earlier incident first? Name it. Please promise the safety of the Lampard family. They are being unfairly targeted by Baron Dames due to a one-sided grudge. It's my own fault that he attacked me, but please ensure that Clarice and her family here are not punished for Lee's majesty. Clarice and I briefly explained the trouble with Baron Dames. I am truly sorry about that. I understand your actions now. I promise you the safety of the Lampard family. However, I can hardly call that a reward. It is only natural. Do you have any other desires? Yes. It comes with a condition, however. Is that all right? A condition? Yes. For certain reasons, I cannot stay in this city for long. During my stay, I will clear the dungeon. I would like to request your cooperation in preparing for the conquest. And once it is cleared, I would like to receive my formal reward. Count Beetle looked at me in astonishment. Well, it's already unheard of for a 7-year-old to enter a dungeon, let alone claiming he'll clear it. He probably thinks I've lost my mind. Naturally, Clarice, standing next to me, objected with fierce intensity. Mars. That's too dangerous, even for you. Don't throw your life away. Clarice tried desperately to stop me. When I answered, I have a plan, so it'll be fine, Count Beetle interjected. Even a B-rank party formed of 4 C-rank adventurers couldn't return from the boss room, you know. No matter how much they call you a sword saint, it will be impossible for you alone. If I say too much, he'll ask about my origins. But I have to return to Ilgusia as soon as possible, or rather, I want to go home, so I can't stay here long-term. As I was struggling to find a way to persuade them, a voice spoke up. Then I'm going too. Clarice was likely trying to support me with holy magic as I dove into the dungeon. Actually, that's not a bad idea. If I leave this city, the ones protecting the Lampard family and this town will be the people of this town. Fortunately, Clarice has talent. If I dive into the dungeon with her and spend a few months making her reasonably strong. As I was lost in thought, the Count spoke. You won't be able to do anything even if you go. You'll only be a burden, so stop it. No, I can use holy magic. I can heal Mars if he gets hurt. Now the Count groaned. Incidentally, I had already revealed that Clarice could use holy magic after much deliberation, as it was necessary when explaining the trouble with Baron Dames. Can you not tell me the reason why you cannot stay long, Mars-kun? Yes, I apologize, but... Then, the guild master standing beside Count Beetle spoke for the first time. I cannot grant permission to enter the dungeon unless one is an E-rank adventurer or higher or a member of the Knight Order. Furthermore, one cannot become an adventurer until the age of 12. I almost said I was an E-rank adventurer. If I said that, and there are no 7-year-olds who have become E-rank adventurers in the Kingdom of Zarkam, they might suspect I'm from another country. Already. The guild master pressed. I will not lose, no matter how many hobgoblins or goblin mages are there. I believe Count Beetle understands that as well. If a title is absolutely necessary, please make me a member of the Knight Order only for the duration of the dungeon conquest. Victo, it is as Mars-kun says. The guild master, Victo, bowed his head and said, I apologize for overstepping. As expected, the guild and the nobility aren't on equal footing. It's no use just sitting around, Mars-kun, Lady Claris. I will accept your proposal. Specifically, what preparation and cooperation do you require? First, I want armor that Claris can equip. Also, 2 swords, and if possible, I would like a bow. I cannot provide armor that a child can equip. Armor of that size simply doesn't exist. I will have a bow ready by tomorrow. As for a sword, I shall grant you this as your reward. Saying so, the Count handed over the sword he was wearing at his waist. It had beautiful decorations, and I could tell at a glance it was expensive. This is a sword that increases endurance while equipped. I appraised the sword. Name, Defender. Attack, 20. Special, Endurance +4. Value, B. Details. Slight HP recovery promotion. He gave us something really good. This will definitely be Claris's equipment. Also, I shall grant you Baron Dame's sword from earlier. I will inform him myself. Actually, that was a good sword too. Name, Mithril Silver Sword. Attack, 25. Value, C. Details. A sword that easily conducts the wielder's magic. Thank you very much. We will begin the dungeon conquest starting tomorrow. I'm counting on you. If you have any trouble, tell me. Count Beetle tossed me a gold coin. Use this to restore your energy properly. Come to think of it, I didn't even have money for an inn, so this might have been the most grateful thing of all. Thank you again and again. Now, if you'll excuse us. We left the Adventurers Guild. Now we have to go persuade Gray and Elna. After all, they probably never dreamed that Claris would dive into a dungeon. I see, I understand. Claris, do your best for the sake of this city. When I told Gray what we discussed with Count Beetle at the Adventurers Guild, that was his reply. Honestly, I thought he would fiercely oppose it. I didn't think he would understand letting his own child, a 7-year-old girl, such a cute girl, dive into a dungeon. No matter how strong her companion was, she was still a child. Mars-kun, please take care of Claris. Yes, I will protect her without fail. Now then, I will go secure an inn, so please excuse me for today. I will visit tomorrow, so thank you in advance. What are you saying, Mars? Stay at our place, right, Dad? That's right. We haven't been able to thank you properly, Mars-kun. You are the benefactor who saved the Lampard family. It's a small place, but please stay. I politely declined, but I was overruled. However, I was told I couldn't stay in Claris's room. Naturally. But before bedtime, we talked in Claris's room, about her abilities and mine. We spoke in low voices in Japanese. I have something I want to tell you. Will you listen? Claris was surprised that I started speaking in Japanese. However, she must have realized there were special circumstances. Yes, what is it? First, I possess an ability called appraisal. When I appraised you, Claris, I found you have aptitude for swordsmanship, archery, water magic, and holy magic. You also have a unique ability called barrier magic. I'm going to use a bow. When I used the appraisal crystal, I knew I had talent for archery, but it never said anything about barrier magic talent. How do I use barrier magic? Did Claris use an appraisal crystal instead of the appraisal ceremony? Gray or Elna might have sensed somewhere that Claris was a holy magic user. Perhaps because she is tall compared to children her age, or maybe because her atmosphere is too mature for her years. I'll have you use a bow. Apparently, you have more talent for archery than swordsmanship, and your talent for holy magic is even higher than archery. Also, sorry, but I don't know how to use the unique ability. Let's raise your level in the dungeon so you can use it. So there are high and low levels of talent. I understand. Is there anything else? I see, she doesn't know about talent values. Even so, she follows my words without doubt. You should deplete your MP every day. It raises your maximum MP. Likely, those with magic talent won't fall unconscious or die. You'll just fall asleep from MP deficiency. Yes, I kind of figured that out. That's why I used heal almost every day. But how do you know about magic, Mars? Actually, I'm not a swordsman. You mean you're a sword saint? No, a mage. I'm a mage who specializes in wind magic. WH. Clarice covered her mouth with her hand to stifle her surprised voice. You're lying, right? Your swordsmanship is that amazing, but you're a mage. But I heard wind magic was the most unfortunate one. I've heard that earth and water magic are considered the best in this world, but I think wind magic is pretty strong too. I'll show you next time we dive into the dungeon. Also, I can use holy magic too. So if you get hurt, Clarice, I can fix you up with heal. Clarice showed a surprised expression again, but then seemed to recall something and spoke to me, looking up slightly into my face. Didn't your parents get surprised? Wasn't it that holy magic users couldn't use other magic? I still can't forget the expressions on Mom and Dad's faces when they found out I could use water magic and holy magic. It seems it's the same everywhere. When I told her about the Bryant family back then, Clara said I knew it and showed a cute smile. I'm so surprised I got tired. I'm sleepy today, so tell me more tomorrow. Yeah, understood. Good night then. Good night. Saying that, I slowly left Clarice's room. I have to give Gray time to hide from in front of the door. Well, we were speaking in Japanese the whole time, and in low voices so as not to be overheard, so there's no way he could understand the content of the conversation. The next morning, we decided to go to the dungeon after receiving the bow from Count Beetle. I thought about buying potions, but they were already sold out. When I asked the shopkeeper, he said the price of potions, which were already expensive, had skyrocketed. Having heard about the dungeon beforehand, we decided our goal for today was to reach the safety zone and return. Ideally, I wanted to stay overnight in the safety zone to level up, but I have no ulterior motives, okay. Sent off by Count Beetle, the knights, and the town residents, we entered the dungeon. The first floor of the Granzam dungeon had a similar structure to the Ilgusia dungeon. The structure was the same, but one thing was different. The number of goblins was higher in the Granzam dungeon. Depending on the location, there was a goblin traffic jam so dense there was no gap in the passage. I battered the goblins with the flat of my sword. This was to knock them out or incapacitate them. When the goblins were packed tight with no gaps, I used wind to blow them away and knock them out. Once they were unconscious, Clarice would deliver the finishing blow. It was so-called power leveling. I feel kind of bad. Other adventurers struggle to raise their levels, yet I'm having it so easy, Clarice said as she delivered the finishing blow with her sword. It seemed she couldn't draw the bow yet, so she would use the sword until her level rose and her strength increased. It's an emergency, so it can't be helped. Since the structure was the same as the Ilgusia dungeon, we proceeded along the route to the second floor. Then we arrived at a large room. In the Ilgusia dungeon, the stairs to the second floor would be just ahead, but here there was another difference. It was the size of the room and the number of monsters. There were 20 hobgoblins and 10 goblin mages, and the room was huge. For the current me, it was no problem, but it would be tough for adventurers who had just graduated from paper status. Just as before, I knocked them out, and Clarice delivered the coup de grace. Once we finished off the enemies in the blink of an eye, there was a treasure chest in the corner of the room. Thinking this was a good omen, I appraised it. No traps, value 3, when I opened the chest. Name, mysterious anklet. Special, magic +2. Value, B. Details, recovers HP while walking equipped. Jackpot, I explained the effect to Clarice and had her equip it. The beautifully decorated accessory shone on Clarice's lovely leg. With Defender and the mysterious anklet, we could feel a little more secure, and Clarice's level was rising smoothly. Name, Clarice Lampard. Title, status, human/commoner. Condition, good. Age, 7. Level 3 +2. HP, 19/19. MP, 409/431. Strength, 9 +2. Agility, 8 +1. Magic, 16 plus 2. Dexterity, 10 plus 2. Endurance, 6 plus 1. Luck, 20. Unique ability, Barrier Magic G, LV05. Special ability, Swordsmanship C, LV215. Special ability, Archery B, LV017. Special ability, Water Magic C, LV115. Special ability, Holy Magic A, LV5/19. Equipment, Defender. Equipment, Mysterious Anklet. I felt the stat growth was poor, probably because we were power leveling. I think growth rates vary by person, but considering she is this blessed with talent, I think they should be higher. Is it better not to power level? Proceeding past the large room, there were stairs leading down. Unlike the Ilgusia dungeon, this was a descending dungeon. I wanted to go to the safety zone, but we decided to return once without heading to the second floor. The number of goblins was unexpectedly high, and although her HP hadn't decreased, Clarice looked tired. It was a little past noon when we exited the dungeon. Before returning to Clarice's house, we headed to the clinic where people injured by the dungeon's saturation were staying. To use Clarice's MP efficiently, we would heal the injured adventurers, knights, and residents. Naturally, we healed those with deep wounds first. Well, I had already healed the people with fatal wounds somewhat yesterday. When her MP dropped to single digits, we said, "We'll come again," and went home. Seeing this, the people living in Granzem started calling her a saintess. Arriving at Clarice's house, we cleaned ourselves up, had a late lunch, depleted our MP, and went to sleep. Of course, I had been deploying Sylphid since returning from the dungeon. Have to be diligent about MP depletion. I woke up around evening and took a walk around the city of Granzem. Residents called out to me, and we engaged in some small talk. They said Baron Dames might be stripped of his peerage. Well, you can't commit such atrocities in front of the residents. I also checked the weapon shop. Because of the dungeon saturation, weapons were completely sold out, a happy scream for the merchant. He said if I had ingots, he would buy them at a high price, so I thought about it for when we could reach the respawn room. The item shop also said they would buy potions at a high price, since they had none. Considering the travel expenses to get back to Ilgusia from Granzem, you can never have enough money. However, if I supply ingots or potions, it would be disadvantageous for the Kingdom of Barkis. It's something to think about. Since the sun had completely set, I returned to the Lampard house. While I was practicing magic, Clarice woke up. I hadn't eaten anything since waking up in the evening, so I had dinner with Clarice. "Mom, could you make another meal for me and Mars? We're going to dive into the dungeon again." It's already late, you know. "Do it tomorrow. Morning and night don't matter in a dungeon. We have to do something while Mars is here, so please." "Understood, be careful out there. Mars-kun, please take care of Clarice." I nodded, got ready, and headed to the dungeon. Entering the dungeon, I felt the number of goblins had decreased slightly. Well, it was still more than the Ilgusia dungeon. "Clarice, can we stop power leveling and have you try fighting the goblins yourself?" "Yes. But why?" "I feel like stat growth is poor with power leveling. I want you to fight just the goblins. I'll handle the hobgoblins and goblin mages." Clarice accepted my words and fought hard against the goblins, holding Defender with both hands. Normally, it might be difficult for a 7-year-old girl to hold a sword, but Clarice was different. With a stance reminiscent of her dignified figure at the convenience store, she wielded Defender with both hands and fought on equal footing or better against the goblins. I think the fact that her body grows quickly because she is a holy magic user is also a plus factor. If she learns Ice Arrow, which can be acquired at Water Magic Level 3, she can fight more safely, so I thought about focusing on water magic training. However, the hardworking Ike had talent C in fire magic, and it took a considerable amount of time to reach level 3, so I decided to have her polish her swordsmanship instead. But I don't intend to give up on water magic either. We'll work on that firmly too, though not as much as swordsmanship. Clarice fights goblins, and if she takes even a little damage, I heal her with heal repeatedly. Suppressing the urge to hurry to the safety zone likely on the second floor, I wait for Clarice's level to rise. From the fact that her level hadn't risen when we reunited, Clarice, who likely had never fought monsters or even trained for it, looked physically and mentally exhausted. Yet she fought desperately without complaining. Even when I said, "Let's go back," she said. "Let me do a little more," and continued to fight until she lost the strength to grip her sword. When she couldn't hold the sword anymore, we left the dungeon, went to the clinic, and healed the injured. Repeating this, Claris's level finally rose to 5. Name, Claris Lampard. Level 5 plus 2. HP, 23/27. MP, 438/440. Strength, 13 plus 4. Agility, 13 plus 5. Magic, 20 plus 4. Dexterity, 15 plus 5. Endurance, 11 plus 5. Luck, 20. Unique ability, Barrier Magic G, LV05. Special ability, Swordsmanship C, LV3/15 2-3. Special ability, Archery B, LV017. Special ability, Water Magic C, LV115. Special ability, Holy Magic A, LV5/19. Equipment, Defender. Equipment, Mysterious Anklet. It's a world of difference compared to when we were power leveling. Considering that her strength increased not just from swinging the sword down, but from swinging it with power, and her endurance increased from taking goblin attacks repeatedly, the difference is obvious. Claris, it might be tough, but let's do our best steadily like this instead of power leveling. When I told Claris her level had risen and her stats had gone up significantly, tears welled up in her beautiful blue eyes, and she muttered a single phrase. Thank goodness. Perhaps she was worried about what to do if her stats didn't rise without power leveling. The next target was the Goblin Mage. For the Goblin Mage, I acted as a decoy to make it use Earth Bullet, and when it ran out of MP, Claris attacked. I was a little worried if this would count as a type of power leveling, but when Claris's level rose, her stats went up normally, so it seemed okay. After fighting on the first floor for days, Claris's level reached 10. It was about when a month had passed since I came to Granzem. We're diving to the second floor starting today, but don't change how you fight. For hobgoblins, shoot an arrow first, then attack with the sword. Focus on not getting hit rather than defeating them. Nodding at my words, Claris and I finally dove to the second floor. Since Claris's level had risen and her strength increased, she became able to draw the bow. As I instructed, she shot arrows at the hobgoblins before finishing them with the sword. We advanced cautiously through the second floor with Claris. If it were the Ilgusia dungeon, I'd feel at ease, but this is the Granzam dungeon, so we can't let our guard down. Even more so since Claris is with me. The structure of the second floor seemed to be the same as the Ilgusia dungeon, and the route to the safety zone was identical. The enemies appearing were also only hobgoblins and goblin mages, and the second floor was also sickeningly congested. Carefully defeating the goblins one by one, we saw a room where the entrance was glowing white. We arrived at the safety zone, sat next to each other, and talked. Can you keep going a little longer, Claris? Yes. I'll do my best a little longer. Then let's rest a bit and go to the next room. There are probably goblin generals in the next room, so let's clear that room and then go back. Understood. I'll rest for a bit. Saying that, Claris leaned her head on my shoulder and fell asleep immediately without any guard. Claris's nice scent tickled my nostrils. Claris woke up in about 30 minutes, so we headed to the next room immediately. As expected, there were goblin generals, 3 of them. It's definitely harder than the Ilgusia dungeon. Besides the goblin generals, there were 10 hobgoblins. Goblin generals are still too early for Claris, so I defeated the goblin generals, then had Claris defeat the hobgoblins one by one. When dealing with multiple enemies, I acted as a decoy, and Claris drew her bow from a distance. It was almost the same fighting style as with the goblin mages. Thinking about it, since this is how parties everywhere fight, this didn't count as power leveling either. After defeating all enemies, I looked around the room and saw a treasure chest in the corner, so I immediately appraised it. Name, treasure chest. Special, trap arrow. Value, 3. Details, appearance rate and contents depend on luck. I told Claris about the trap and opened the chest from behind, just as Zeke had taught me long ago. Name, magic arrow. Attack. Special, magic +2, agility +1. Value, B+. Details. A bow that can fire arrows created from magic power. Depending on the user's magic aptitude, arrows of various attributes can be fired. The bow itself is enchanted with wind magic, so it is extremely light. A bow that doesn't require carrying arrows, this is definitely equipment suited for Claris. It's sad that my luck never seems to work for myself, as usual. Claris looked conflicted, perhaps feeling guilty that only her equipment was becoming luxurious. Only I get equipment. Is it telling me to become an adventurer or something? Ah, that's what she's worried about. We only need the equipment now. Normally speaking, she wouldn't need it. We got what we came for, so we returned from the dungeon. When we exited the dungeon, it had become so dark I couldn't tell the time. It might have been closed already, but we headed to the clinic as usual. The lights were still on. When we showed our faces at the clinic, the injured rejoiced greatly. It was a huge uproar that the saintess had come. She probably understood a little of how I felt being called Sword Saint. With a bitter smile, her MP reached the verge of depletion again, and we told them we'd come again next time and went home. There were no longer any injured from the dungeon saturation, but since many monsters were appearing outside Granzem as well, injured people were being transported here almost every day. And today, Claris's level had risen again. Claris's leveling speed is quite fast. Name, Claris Lampard. Level 11 plus 6. HP 55/55. MP 2/472. Strength 23 plus 10. Agility 24 plus 11. Magic 36 plus 16. Dexterity 32 plus 17. Endurance 22 plus 11. Luck 20. Unique ability. Barrier Magic G, LV05. Special ability. Swordsmanship C, LV315. Special ability. Archery B, LV1/17 to 1. Special ability. Water Magic C, LV2/15 to 2. Special ability. Holy Magic A, LV6/195 to 6. Equipment Defender. Equipment Magic Arrow. Equipment Mysterious Anklet. Stopping power leveling was definitely the right choice. If we had continued power leveling, she wouldn't have become this strong. I also learned that when the archery level rises, dexterity increases by 2. If she's not going to become an adventurer with these stats, I wonder what Claris wants to be in the future. Thinking about such things, I returned to the Lampard house, cleaned myself up, ate dinner, depleted my MP, and went to sleep. Chapter 13. Wrangling Shadows. Blair had his eyes on a certain individual. He had been secretly commissioned by Count Beetle to do so. Almost immediately after he began marking this target, he realized something was clearly off. The boy was supposed to be acting under the Count's orders. So why was he visiting weapon shops and item shops on his own? He appeared to be chatting with ordinary residents in town, but upon investigation, those people had unknown origins. Blair decided to continue his surveillance with a small team of subordinates, ensuring the target remained unaware. Section. 2 months had passed since Claris, and I began diving into the dungeon. Starting today, we were going to begin hunting in the spawn room. Claris's level had risen enough that she could now easily defeat a hobgoblin without me needing to act as a decoy. Here is Claris's current status. Name: Claris Lampard. Title: Rank Human, Commoner. Condition: Good. Age: 7. Level 14 plus 3. HP: 70/70. MP: 518/518. Strength: 28 plus 5. Agility: 30 plus 6. Magic: 44 plus 8. Dexterity: 42 plus 10. Endurance: 28 plus 6. Luck: 20. Unique ability. Barrier Magic G, LV05. Special ability. Swordsmanship C, LV315. Special ability. Archery B, LV2/17 to 2. Special ability. Water Magic C, LV215. Special ability. Holy Magic A, LV619. Equipment Defender. Equipment Magic Arrow. Equipment Mysterious Anklet. The number of goblins on the first 2 floors had settled down significantly. It was now only slightly more populated than the Ilgusia dungeon. Recently, we had started bringing preserved food with us to extend our time inside the dungeon. We would leave our supplies in the safe zone, clear the large rooms on the 2nd floor, and were currently making our way through the 3rd floor. We were almost at the spawn room. I spoke to Claris as we walked. I'm going to wipe them all out first, so I want you to watch. I explained how the spawn room works earlier, but I think seeing it in person might still make you panic. Understood. Besides, I've been wanting to see Mars's Wind Cutter for a while now. That's right, I still hadn't used Wind Cutter in front of Claris. I had stuck strictly to being a decoy, avoiding attacks whenever possible, and prioritizing her safety above all else. The spawn room was in the same location as it was in the Ilgusia dungeon, but there was one difference. I had anticipated it, but there were 30 goblin generals right from the start, and 30 vortexes to match. When the knights saw it a while back, they mentioned there were 20 locations, so the dungeon itself must be evolving or changing. For me, it didn't matter if there were 20 or 30 goblin generals. In fact, I was happier with 30 because it meant more experience points. Claris, however, looked bewildered by the sheer number of goblin generals. She might actually be a little scared. Are you really going to be okay? Isn't this amount abnormal? Shouldn't we need the entire order of knights for this? It's fine, Claris. No matter how many goblin generals there are, I will definitely win. Just watch. Wanting to show off a little to Claris, I went forth to massacre the goblin generals. Section. Claris watched as Mars headed toward the horde of goblin generals. Usually, Mars fought with a sword in his right hand, but this time he had nothing equipped. Mars simply waved his hand horizontally, and the goblin generals ahead of his motion were sliced in two. Armor and weapons meant nothing. With a single swing of Mars's hand, his target and the surrounding goblin generals were collectively bisected. It didn't even take 2 minutes to defeat 30 of them. What surprised her most was that the corpses of the defeated goblin generals were already gone. They had turned into magic stones the instant they were slain. Amazing. Claris honestly thought so. An ordinary person would likely harbor fear at such a sight, but Claris felt happy. She felt proud. If this hadn't been Mars, Claris would have been terrified too, but her absolute trust in him prevented any fear from taking hold. Section. Having literally massacred the goblin generals, I was feeling a tinge of regret. I overdid it. I wanted to look cool in front of Claris, so I got too carried away. She's definitely scared of me now. Thinking this, I turned back toward Claris, only for her to come flying at me. Amazing, Mars, that was really amazing. It was so unexpected that I couldn't support her weight, and we tumbled over. Of course, I made sure to hold on to her properly. You weren't scared. Not at all. Halfway through, I was watching with total peace of mind. No, I mean, aren't you scared of me? Why would I be scared? I'm happy and I'm proud. It makes me want to brag to everyone that we came from the same previous life. I felt the same. I wanted to brag that I was sharing secret information with such a beautiful girl. After enjoying a sweet moment together, I said, "Come to think of it, if you wipe out this room solo within 30 minutes, a treasure chest should appear." Ah, there it is. Claris followed me toward the chest. Using appraisal on the chest revealed it had a value of 2. When I opened it, a crystal appeared. Name, appraisal crystal. Special. Value, E. Details. Allows the user to appraise a person or object a single time. This was a low-key jackpot, even if it was single-use. It would help with motivation for leveling up, so I decided to let Claris use it later. Seeing her own stats directly might be more motivating than just hearing about them. All right, the goblin generals will respawn in a bit. Let's step outside and wait for all of them to come back. I have a plan. Claris nodded without a word, trusting my judgment completely. And thanks to my strategy, Claris's level would surpass mine 2 weeks later. Once we kill one, the next will spawn immediately. Let's do this. Yeah, I still have plenty of mana, so I'll whittle them down with the magic arrow and finish them off with the defender. I kept my eyes on Claris's combat the entire time. She was already capable of defeating a goblin general one-on-one. However, facing more than one at a time was still dangerous. So, upon entering the spawn room, I would kill them one by one, at a pace of 1 per minute. After defeating 29 of them, I would switch with Claris. This allowed Claris to fight one-on-one for a full minute. If Claris took damage, I would cast heal immediately. She couldn't take down a goblin general in a single hit yet, so she aimed for the eyes with her magic arrow. To rob them of their sight, then moved in to finish them with the defender. She couldn't hit the eyes with pinpoint accuracy yet, but since the arrows generally hit around the face, the goblin generals would always flinch. Especially since they had just spawned, they hadn't fully grasped their surroundings yet. Reacting to and dealing with an arrow was too much to ask of them. Sometimes it took her over a minute to kill one, in which case I would handle the next spawning goblin general. Though, that was mostly when we first started hunting them. It wasn't necessary anymore. Once we kill this one, let's head back to the safe zone. Clarice just nodded. She was likely too exhausted to speak. Clarice would never say she wanted a break on her own. If I didn't judge her condition by her expression and movements, we'd be in trouble. There was one time when she hit a goblin general in the eye with a magic arrow, and went in for the kill with the defender, only for her grip strength to give out. She ended up throwing the sword. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest that time, but hunting goblin generals with Clarice like this was incredibly fun. And not just hunting, being with her was fun always. In my previous life, my youth was spent striving alone. Striving together with someone is truly enjoyable, and the person I'm striving with happens to be an outrageously beautiful girl. What a fulfilling, Ryaju life I'm leading. Since Clarice and I started diving into the dungeon, not a single stampede had occurred. Count Beetle explained to the residents that the lack of stampedes was due to Clarice and me diving into the dungeon. As a result, the titles Sword Saint for me and Saintess for Clarice became even more entrenched. But it wasn't all bad. We became very close with the people of Granzem. Getting close to the citizens of an enemy country might be considered bad, but not to me. Of course, the fact that Clarice visited the clinic to cast heal, and that I had stopped the stampede, helped the residents accept me despite my hidden origins. Also, the population seemed to have increased since the stampede stopped. According to Gray, people believed that once a stampede happened, another wouldn't occur for a while, leading to an influx of immigrants from other cities. When we found potions in the dungeon, chests, we sold them to the item shop upon returning to town, and when we found ingots, we sold them to the weapon shop. The market prices for these items were soaring, but I sold them to the shops at their standard rates. In turn, the shops kept their retail prices low, which made everyone in town happy. Gray and Elna had lost their wariness toward me and seemed to trust me completely. They even started allowing Clarice to stay out overnight for our goblin general hunts. Honestly, I've considered just living in Granzem permanently. I like the people and the atmosphere of this town. I've grown too accustomed to it. And above all, Clarice, let's deplete our MP, hit the spawn room one more time, and then head home for today. Sounds good. I want to take a shower as soon as possible. Yeah. After we commute to the spawn room for about another week, let's try our best to learn barrier magic next. Once you learn that, we can dive into the boss room and conquer this Granzem dungeon. Yeah, you're right, we have to clear it soon, right? Lately, whenever the topic of clearing the Granzem dungeon came up, our conversations would trail off, because we both knew we could only be together until the Granzem dungeon was cleared. Back in the safe zone, we leaned against the wall, huddled shoulders together, and slept. After finishing the goblin general hunt and returning to town, we stopped by the item and weapon shops while chatting with the residents as usual. We were there to deliver the potions and ingots. We no longer went to the clinic. The knights and adventurers had finished off the monsters surrounding Granzem. As we headed back to the Lampard house after visiting the shops, I felt something strange. Do you feel a gaze or something? No. Is someone watching us? Clarice didn't seem to sense anything. It had been happening occasionally lately, a feeling less like being watched and more like being monitored. I pretended not to notice and looked around, but I couldn't tell who was watching. People who admired the Sword Saint or Saintess wouldn't need to hide while looking at us. I thought maybe I was just tired. But if failing to be cautious led to a bad outcome, I'd rather be overly cautious. I walked back to the Lampard house, ready to protect Clarice at any moment. Once back, we showered and ate. I felt bad about freewriting forever, so I had been paying the Lampards some money without telling Clarice. My financial situation was pretty good lately, so it wasn't a major expense. I looked out the window. It was just past evening. The earlier unease was gone, and Clarice, exhausted, was lying on the living room sofa, fast asleep. I used appraisal on her. Name, Clarice Lampard. Title, rank human, commoner. Condition, good. Age, 7. Level 19 plus 5. HP, 90-90. MP, 0540. Strength, 37 plus 9. Agility, 40 plus 10. Magic, 55 plus 11. Dexterity, 57 plus 15. Endurance, 38 plus 10. Luck, 20. Unique ability. Barrier Magic G, LV05. Special ability. Swordsmanship C, LV315. Special ability. Archery B, LV4/17 3-4. Special ability. Water Magic C, LV215. Special ability. Holy Magic A, LV619. Equipment, Defender. Equipment, Magic Arrow. Equipment, Mysterious Anklet, and astonishing level-up speed. She had already surpassed me. The demigod explained that the experience required for the next level varies by individual. Claris undoubtedly required less experience, and I probably required more plus, thanks to my heavenly gift, I needed 3 times as much. Well, I was prepared for this. Claris's stats showed growth in agility and dexterity because she used a sword, and magic and dexterity because she used the magic arrow. Since she took damage fairly often, her endurance rose as well. Of course, using a weapon boosted her strength. Also, surprisingly, once Claris's dexterity exceeded 50, she became capable of using holy magic without chanting. This clarified one thing: voiceless casting is talent-dependent. At the very least, if you have talent A and a dexterity of 50, you should be able to manifest it without chanting. Why do I think that? Because I cannot use holy magic without chanting. My dexterity is higher than hers. Our holy magic levels are the same. If someone told me it was a difference in effort, I wouldn't know what to say, but Claris said she was able to manifest it voicelessly quite easily. It was the same with my wind magic. Does that mean if I learn lightning magic, I'll be able to use it voicelessly too? However, no matter how many times I try, the lightning magic won't manifest. Well, that likely depends on effort too, so I just have to keep at it without rushing. In any case, Claris's growth is on track. In a week, we'll start practicing barrier magic. My fun time with Claris is drawing to a close. Section: why is he going back and forth between the dungeon, the weapon shop, and the item shop? What does he think of Count Beetle's orders? I also question why he enters the dungeon. At all, he is plotting something, that much is certain. Blair, along with his subordinates, continued to monitor a certain individual today. Section: another week passed since the Goblin General hunt with Claris. Claris leveled up faster than Ike. She was already up to level 20. Today, we start Claris's barrier magic training. However, saying we're practicing barrier magic is fine and all, but I have no idea what to do. There are no grimoires, and naturally, no one to teach us. We had come to the spawn room without a single clue. Barrier magic? I have a vague idea of what kind of magic it is, but it doesn't seem like something I can learn easily. Just think of it as it would be nice if I could use it, and let's just make whatever effort we can. My true feeling was that I wanted her to learn it for her safety, no matter what. Given the name barrier magic, it's easy to imagine it's a spell for protection, but I thought putting too much pressure on her wouldn't be good, so I phrased it like that. The fun times disguised as training with Claris were slipping away rapidly. Mars, I'm sorry, you've stuck with me through all this. But doing this much and still not learning, it is getting a little depressing. It can't be helped. It's a magic only Claris can use. Tomorrow is the day we storm the boss room, so let's call it a day and rest up at home. Even after a week, she couldn't learn barrier magic. And finally, the morning of the Granzam dungeon. Boss room raid arrived. Claris had worked incredibly hard to get here. Name: Claris Lampard. Title: rank human, commoner. Condition: good. Age: 7. Level 20 plus 1. HP: 94/94. MP: 549/549. Strength: 39 plus 2. Agility: 42 plus 2. Magic: 57 plus 2. Dexterity: 61 plus 3. Endurance: 40 plus 2. Luck: 20. Unique ability: Barrier Magic G, LV05. Special ability: Swordsmanship C, LV315. Special ability: Archery B, LV417. Special ability: Water Magic C, LV215. Special ability: Holy Magic A, LV619. Equipment: Defender. Equipment: Magic Arrow. Equipment: Mysterious Anklet. With talent and higher levels, her stats showed impressive growth, but they were still lower than mine or Ike's, probably because she only started training recently. Still, Her stats were comparable to a rank C or D adventurer. Since she lacked practical experience, she might be weaker than someone with similar stats, but still. As for me, my level hadn't gone up, but since I'd been acting as a decoy and using magic constantly, my stats had increased. We hadn't told Gray and Elna that we were raiding the boss today, but they must have read the atmosphere. As we were leaving the house, they said things like, "Definitely come back safe," and "If you think it's impossible, it doesn't have to be today." Leaving the Lampard house with a heavy heart, we headed to the Adventurers Guild. Today, we would be diving into the dungeon with Count Beetle. He wouldn't go as far as the boss room, but he insisted on coming along to the safe zone to watch over us. We had arranged to meet the Count at the Adventurers Guild. We couldn't keep the Count waiting, so we arrived at the meeting spot an hour early. Almost simultaneously with our arrival, Count Beetle appeared. "Oh, I tried to arrive quite early, but did I keep you waiting?" "No, we just arrived this very moment." "Do your best today. You can expect a reward as well." "Thank you very much. Shall we get going immediately then?" "Wait a moment. I thought I would bring a few men from the Knight's Order today. Even if it is a safe zone, I feel a bit insecure going alone." Just then, about 10 knights appeared from behind the Count. One of the men stepped forward to greet us. "This isn't the first time we've met, but it is the first time we've spoken. I am Blair Blaze, commander of the Knights. Marsdone, you saved us at the very last moment during the stampede. It's late, but thank you. And Lady Clarice, thank you for treating the Knights. Today, we will be guarding the Count, so please allow us to accompany you." "Pleasure to meet you." My first impression of Blair was solemn and strict. He exuded an aura that suggested he wouldn't tolerate anything crooked and wasn't very flexible. I used appraisal on Blair. Name, Blair Blaze. Title, rank, human, head of the Baronet Blaze family. Condition, good. A, 36. Level, 27. HP, 182-182. MP, 55. Strength, 44. Agility, 40. Magic, 1. Dexterity, 20. Endurance, 60. Luck, 1. Special ability, Swordsmanship E, LV 511. Special ability, Spearmanship D, LV 713. Special ability, Axe Arts E, LV 411. Equipment, Silver Sword. Equipment, Silver Spear. Equipment, Hand Axe. Equipment, Silver Armor. He had talent in swordsmanship, spearmanship, and axe arts. Whether natural or a result of his job protecting the people as a knight, his HP and endurance were high. As the knight commander, he held the rank of baronet. Since the Grand Zam dungeon was close to the Adventurers Guild, we decided to walk. Clarice and I walked side by side in front, while the knights walked behind us, guarding the Count. After walking for a bit, I felt that unease again. The gaze I'd been sensing since the other day. Today, I caught the sensation more definitely than usual. "Clarice, do you feel something like a gaze after all?" "Now that you mention it, maybe I do feel something coming from behind." "Yeah, it's before the residents usually start their activities. It's definitely not an ordinary citizen." I slowed my pace and fell back near the Count. "Count Beetle, Commander Blair, I sense something strange. Is it just my imagination?" "What kind of strangeness?" the Count answered, sounding surprised. "It started a while ago, but I feel a gaze. Today the feeling is particularly odd." "Let's leave that matter until after the dungeon is cleared. I have taken countermeasures, so I want you to focus on conquering the dungeon, Marskun." This time, I was the one slightly surprised. The Count had noticed the gaze too, and apparently he knew the identity of the watcher. I returned to Clarice's side and told her what happened. "It seems certain that something is happening without our knowledge, but the Count is right. Let's focus on clearing the dungeon." "Understood. If anything happens, tell me immediately. I don't want to have any regrets." Harboring a smidgen of anxiety, we headed into the dungeon. Chapter 14, Easy Victory. Inside the dungeon, it was business as usual. Clarice and I slaughtered the goblins. Count Beetle and the knights were astonished by Clarice's movements. The 7-year-old girl, whose only merit until recently had been holy magic, was now fighting on equal footing, or better, with goblin generals. And thanks to her equipment, any minor damage she took was healed immediately. It wasn't that the knights couldn't defeat goblin generals. It was that they lacked the means to recover from damage, so they couldn't fight prolonged battles. Once we reached the safe zone, we took a short break. During the break, Blair asked Clarice, "Lady Clarice, were you always this strong? I am surprised. You look stronger than even myself." "No, I became this strong in the 2 months since I met Mars. 2 months ago, I think I could barely even defeat a goblin." "Could you tell us how you became so strong so rapidly?" "I just fought exactly as Mars told me to. Though I can feel that I've become incredibly strong myself, it's hard to believe." Then the Count spoke up. "In any case, it is a very good thing that such a talented woman has been born in our city of Granzem. It would be even better if Marskun would stay in Granzem as well." "I apologize. I would like to do that too, but due to circumstances, I would like to depart soon if that is all right." When I said that, sounding as if I were running away, he replied, "My apologies. Then, for the sake of Granzem, for the sake of the territory of Count Beetle, and for our kingdom of Zarkam, I entrust the conquest of the dungeon to you." The Count emphasized the words Kingdom of Zarkam. Perhaps he had vaguely realized my true identity. "Understood. I will certainly meet Count Beetle's expectations." With that, I bowed to Count Beetle and left the safe zone with Clarice. I thought the source of the unease on the road might have been Count Beetle or the Knights. Were they investigating my origins? Thinking about such things, we defeated all the goblin generals in the spawn room. Then, we arrived in front of the boss room door. "Clarice, I said this before, but I'll say it again. Inside the boss room is a monster called a Goblin King. The Goblin King summons Goblin Lords, and the Goblin Lords summon Goblin Generals. I want you to support me, Clarice, but please think of your own safety first. Also, I want you to conserve MP as much as possible, so please refrain from shooting magic arrows, unless absolutely necessary." "Got it. I'll try not to leave your side and maneuver, so I don't get surrounded by goblins." We nodded to each other, opened the door, and quietly, cautiously entered the room. A scene different from the Ilgusia dungeon spread out before us. The size of the boss room was more than double that of the Ilgusia dungeon, yet it felt cramped here. The reason was the number of goblins. There were 2 Goblin Kings, 4 Goblin Lords, and nearly 100 Goblin Generals. The number of Goblin Kings was honestly within expectations, but the number of Goblin Generals was far beyond what I had anticipated. In the Ilgusia dungeon, there was 1 Goblin King, 2 Goblin Lords, and 20 Goblin Generals. Compare that to this. "Clarice, there are more enemies than expected, but the plan hasn't changed. We wipe them out here." "Understood. Leave the healing to me." I thought defeating nearly 100 Goblin Generals with Windcutter would be inefficient, so I used the area of effect spell Tornado to suck them in. And this time, I embedded Windcutter inside the tornado. The massive tornado swallowed the Goblin Generals. The Goblin Lords and Goblin Kings were out of range. With Windcutter embedded in the tornado, the Goblin Generals, tossed into the air and unable to move, were turned into magic stones one after another. Wiping out nearly 100 Goblin Generals with Tornado was huge. Embedding Windcutter consumed 100 MP. That was twice the cost of a normal tornado. Since it only cost about 1 MP per enemy, it was highly efficient, but it felt a bit extravagant. What is that amazing magic? It's called Tornado. It's the strongest spell I can use right now, though its killing power is lower than Windcutter. It's an area of effect spell, so it's convenient for times like this. I thought it was going to be really dangerous when we entered the room, but the power of Tornado was stronger than I expected, so in the end, the numbers didn't matter. If anything, it was good experience. By the time I fired about 60 shots of Tornado, the Goblin Kings and Goblin Lords stopped summoning, and when we defeated the Goblin Kings surprisingly easily, my level went up. Name: Mars Bryant. Title: Wind King Goblin Slayer. Rank: Human, Viscount Bryant family second son. Condition: Good. Age: 7. Level 19 + 1. HP: 114 114. MP: 1552 77 84. Strength: 73 + 3. Agility: 77 + 4. Magic: 115 + 5. Dexterity: 99 + 4. Endurance: 73 + 3. Luck: 30. Unique ability: Heavenly Gift LV Max. Unique ability: Heavenly Eye LV 7. Unique ability: Lightning Magic S LV 020. Special ability: Swordsmanship B LV 517. Special ability, Fire Magic G, LV45. Special ability, Water Magic G, LV35. Special ability, Earth Magic G, LV25. Special ability, Wind Magic A, LV13/19. Special ability, Holy Magic C, LV615. Equipment, Mithril Silver Sword. Equipment, Wind Dagger, Sylph Dagger. I've never seen the stats of a rank B adventurer, so I don't know for sure, but I think I'm at least B class. Zeke said the total stats for a B class are around 400. Turning my gaze toward the altar, I saw one chest on top of it. Another treasure chest had popped near where the 2 goblin kings had been, and the chest on the altar had a value of 4. Thinking I should let someone other than myself open one for a change, I decided to have Claris open one too. First, I opened the value 4 chest. Name, Saint's Robe, Saint Robe. Defense, 30. Special, Magic +3. Value, Details, female exclusive equipment. Nullifies status ailments. Auto repair. When I explained the effects, Claris immediately put it on. It wasn't flashy, but it was decorated, and the pink embroidery was quite cute. There was also a magic circle drawn on the inside of the robe. Was this the auto repair function? The base color was white, which suited the silver-haired Claris very well. See cute. The word slipped out, causing Claris to blush. Thank you. I'll treasure this forever, too. Her expression and gestures made my face turn red as well. Okay, I'll open this one then. Saying that, Claris opened the other treasure chest. Name, Disguise Bracelet. Special. Value. Details, can falsify the wearer's status. However, values cannot exceed one's actual status. Cannot be seen through by normal appraisal. A bracelet embedded with a black magic stone. I had been hoping for an item with this kind of effect. I immediately equipped it and tweaked my stats. Now, even if I have to go to school, I won't stand out. Up until this moment, I was carelessly thinking about things like that. They aren't here. They said they'd wait. When we left the boss room and returned to the safe zone, Count Beetle, Knight Commander Blair, and all the knights were gone. The path from the boss room to here was a straight line, so passing each other without noticing was impossible. What should we do? Should we just go home? Maybe we arrived too early. I told them it might take over 5 hours to return, so maybe they're all doing a dungeon attack together. The knights seemed fired up after seeing your strength, Claris. Let's wait a little longer. True, it's only been about 3 hours. And so, we spent what was likely our remaining short time together. We checked the performance of our newly acquired equipment and talked about our dreams for the future. However, no matter how long we waited, Count Beetle and the others didn't come. After waiting 3 hours in the safe zone with no sign of the Count, we decided to head back to town. They didn't come in the end. I wonder what happened. Did something occur? You're right, but we still can't rule out the possibility that they are exploring the dungeon, so let's search the dungeon. On our way back. Okay, let's go. We made our way up the dungeon, checking thoroughly so we wouldn't miss the Count's group. Still, they weren't on the second floor. We did have some gains, though. While searching the second floor, we found a treasure chest. It was a value 3 chest, and inside was name, Mithril Silver Dagger. Attack, 20. Value, C. Details, a dagger that easily conducts the wearer's magic. I already had the Wind Dagger, Sylph Dagger, so I gave it to Claris. It was a little strange that the Mithril Silver Sword, Mithril Silver Dagger, and the Flame Lance, that Ike equipped all had the same value. I know Mithril Silver has high value, but the Flame Lance has far higher performance. I guess value doesn't necessarily link directly to performance. We started searching the first floor, but decided to stop the thorough search and just go home. Since the first floor isn't very dangerous, I figured the remaining knights could research it after we returned to town. It must have been about 10 hours since we entered the dungeon. Claris and I had reached the vicinity of the dungeon. Exit. Since I would be parting with Claris soon, my steps home were heavy. Claris seemed to feel the same. Her steps were heavy, and she spoke little. I came to the front of the exit, exchanged a glance with Claris, and was about to pull the door when I realized something. The other side of the door was strangely noisy. Chapter 15. Rebellion. Count, it seems a rebellion has broken out. The knights have managed to suppress it, but the damage is significant. Understood, we will head there immediately. My apologies to Marskun, but we are returning to Granzem. 6 knights had desperately rushed into the Granzem dungeon to report this, so I decided to return to the city at once. They were Blair's subordinates, members of the Lyle Squad, which consisted of 20 men. On the way back, Blair and his men fought the goblins to clear a path. Seeing them fight, I realized once again just how abnormal those 2 children were. The 10 knights, including Blair, were by no means weak. Blair was undoubtedly D-rank adventurer class. No, if Blair focused solely on defense, even a C-rank adventurer would find it difficult to break through his guard. The other knights, even if not quite D-rank, were at least upper E-rank. Yet, they were taking damage from the goblins. The combination of hobgoblins and goblin mages seemed quite troublesome for them. While they were held up by the hobgoblins, they would get hit by earth bullet from the goblin mages. Since they had to advance while healing with potions, their progress was slow. They would clear one room, then take a short break, repeating this process. I am terribly sorry, Count Beetle. If only we were stronger. Say no more, it is those 2 who are abnormal. Besides, as knights, your job is not solely to become strong. You are doing very well, I am proud of you all. Touched by his words, the 10 knights bowed their heads. I don't know how many hours it took, but we finally reached the first floor and psyched ourselves up. We've made it to the first floor. Proceed to the exit cautiously and swiftly. I encouraged the knights, but the 10 men I had brought with me wore expressions of clear exhaustion. Are you men still able to fight? I asked the 6 knights of the Lyle Squad who had come to report. Please let us rest a little longer. Then we will be able to fight. I see, don't push yourselves. Let me know when you are ready. After taking several short breaks, we finally neared the entrance of the dungeon and took one last rest. During the break, Blair asked the 6 members of the Lyle Squad. Come to think of it, where is the rest of the Lyle Squad? Did only you 6 come? Yes, it was just us 6. The captain and the other squad members are dealing with the rebels. Wasn't it difficult for just 6 of you to make it down to the 2nd floor? As Blair said this, he began walking around the perimeter of the 6 knights. It was difficult. We sustained injuries and used up all the potions we had on hand. The knights who had been with Blair also began to circle the 6 men. Then, one of the 6 spoke up. What is the meaning of this all of a sudden? Did we do something? Let us end this charade, shall we? It is tiring for us to play the incompetent fools forever. You have been tailing us ever since we entered the dungeon, haven't you? As soon as Blair said that, the 10 knights tackled and subdued the 6 members of the Lyle Squad all at once. Gee, what the hell is going on? This isn't what we were told. From whom did you hear what exactly? Blair questioned the restrained men, however the 6 men did not answer. Won't talk, I see. It can't be helped. Shall I have the entirety of your D-rank party? The Barkers, along with your families, arrested for treason. How do you know about us? As the Lord, I keep a close watch on the Barker family. Besides, even without surveillance, your Barker family is infamous. Various reports find their way to me, including the fact that you bribed an appraiser to become D-rank adventurers. Now then, since you seem ready to talk, answer me again. What is your objective? Fine, I'll answer you once we get out of this dungeon. The men still thought they had a chance of winning. By now, 200 spies should have suppressed the knights' order. After all, the knights were said to lack equipment due to the recent stampede. Even against knights, if they are unarmed, armed F-rank adventurers could likely defeat them. However, once they exited the dungeon, the sight that greeted their eyes was unbelievable. Section. Those damnable wretches. Over 2 months have passed since that nobody named Mars arrived. An unexpected stampede occurred, but it was quelled while I was unconscious. The townspeople are calling the brat a sword saint or whatever, but the truth is, my sword was the special one. It was a mithril silver sword, so defeating 100 goblins or so would be a piece of cake for anyone. That brat Claris is unforgivable, too, ignoring my noble self to prioritize casting heal on those lowly commoners. Why can't they understand that while residents are replaceable, there is no substitute for me? And the one I can't forgive the most is Beetle, becoming a high-ranking count just because he got lucky. He probably just excelled at sucking up to people, but my patience only needs to last a little longer. It has been years since I ingratiated myself with Margrave Dixon, and the day Count Beetle enters the dungeon. With those brats is the day of execution. The residents are rejoicing that the population has increased since the stampede ended, but those are all spies sent by Margrave Dixon. They are apparently vicious criminals that were uncontrollable, so if Margrave Dixon promises them a pardon, they would throw away their lives even against the knights. The Beetle Knights are also obnoxious. After all, they didn't listen to my orders. Once I rule this city, I'll work them to the bone, just they wait. The plan is proceeding smoothly. As per Margrave Dixon's instructions, I bought up all the potions and weapons at the item and weapon shops. I'll hand over the purchased weapons and potions to the spies for the coup d'etat, of course. Beetle is an idiot. He doesn't seem to have noticed my actions at all. It's a wonder how such an incompetent fool became a count. When I dispose of Beetle, maybe I should ask him how he got the title. Perhaps he has dirt on a member of the royal family. Even so, the request for supplies from Margrave Dixon is far larger than planned. Since there are 200 spies, I thought I only needed supplies for 200, but he told me to gather 500 sets of weapons and potions. More than double. Naturally, it would be bad if I gathered them all myself, so I used several spies to buy them up. See, it's because my mind works like this that Beetle doesn't notice my treachery. It's not so much that Beetle is incompetent, but that I, Baron Dames Barker, am simply too capable. Margrave Dixon contacted me through a spy saying he would repay double the cost later, so I threw the Barker family's personal fortune into gathering everything. And today is the day of the operation. I had been watching Count Beetle since morning, together with the spies, of course. 30 minutes have passed since the Count entered the dungeon. It is time to execute the plan. In another hour, I will be the hero of this city, and I'll become a Viscount too. Here is the strategy. First, 200 spies will attack and suppress the knights. Even if they are knights, they still lack equipment from the previous stampede, so they should lose the will to fight when faced with armed, vicious criminals. All the goods lining the weapon shop shelves lately have been bought up by us. The same goes for the potions. We are overwhelmingly at an advantage. A few sacrifices can't be helped. After that, once we dispose of the Count when he emerges from the dungeon, victory is ours. Well, I've sent the skilled Barkers to handle the Count. The Barkers share my excellent blood, so they are all D-rank adventurers. Perhaps the Count has already met with an unfortunate accident inside the dungeon, but if so, then so be it. The residents must also think it better to be ruled by the capable Lord Dames than the incompetent Beetle. Since I plan to become a Count later, perhaps I should have the residents call me Your Excellency, starting now. Oops, while I was thinking about that, the spies had already attacked the knight's station. However, the number of spies seems awfully low. Ah, that's right. I told them the attack time should be 30 minutes after the Count enters the dungeon, assuming he would enter at 8 o'clock. Meaning the original plan was for 8:30. But the Count entering the dungeon, an hour early at 7 o'clock, was a miscalculation. Did this cause a split between those attacking at 7:30 and those attacking at 8:30? Which one is the correct move? Well, a genius like me would attack at the intermediate time of 8 o'clock. However, the station that the spies are supposed to be attacking went quiet immediately. It wouldn't be strange to hear the sounds of swordplay, angry shouts, or screams. Did the knights give up because they lack decent equipment? To offer no resistance just because they lack gear, what pathetic weaklings. They must be suppressed by now. I headed toward the station to see the knights being captured in disgrace. As I passed through the gate to peek inside, the gate suddenly slammed shut. Good work, Dames Barker. For some reason, a knight spoke to me in a casual, disrespectful tone. Distracted by why he would speak to me like that, the question of why a knight, who should have been suppressed by spies, was standing there completely blew out of my mind. Hey, watch your tongue. I will have you punished for lèse majesté. Right. Starting tomorrow, you will be neither a noble nor a commoner, but a slave. You are the one who needs to watch your tongue. What are you saying? Normally it would be the death penalty, but we have a labor shortage. It has been decided that you all will be demoted to slaves. As he said that, other knights restrained me. What is wrong with these people? Have they gone mad? Perhaps they are just nervous being in the presence of my noble self. If you stop now, I will reduce your sentence slightly. Instead of death, I will forgive you with just a whipping. This Dame idiot really has lost his mind. He doesn't seem to understand the situation. It's pointless talking to him. When one of the knights said that, they all laughed as if to insult me. Even someone as magnanimous as myself got angry at this. Hey, where are the spies? Why aren't they here? That's practically a confession. We've already captured them. I don't think your non-existent brain can understand, so I'll spell it out for you. Many of our operatives had infiltrated the spies. Didn't you think it was strange to gather weapons and potions? For 500 people, most of that equipment flowed right to us, the knights. The second wave is coming in 30 minutes, right? We're already prepared to capture them. Those stupid spies, making me waste my money. For 30 minutes, I was showered with insults and abuse. And 30 minutes later, the new group of spies was bound and brought in. I heard the sounds of a brief struggle, but it ended quickly. Now then, dames. You come over here. Told to do so, I ended up being forced to sit on my heels Seiza style in front of the dungeon, until Count Beetle arrived. If you bring me here, you fools will just be suppressed by the barkers. Coming out of the dungeon. These people are incompetent after all. The Count must be captured by the barkers. By now, I can't help but laugh imagining the faces of these incompetents when the door opens. However, no matter how long I wait, the barkers do not come. How many hours have passed? My legs are so numb I couldn't stand even if told to. And finally, the moment I had been waiting for arrived. The door to the dungeon opened. Yes, the barkers have emerged, as expected of a D-rank party. Well done, barkers, I shall praise you. Hurry up and untie these ropes. It didn't take long for me to notice that there were ropes around the wrists of the barkers as well. Chapter 16, Parting. When we opened the door, Count Beetle and the knights all knelt on one knee and apologized to me. I am sorry, Marskun. Honestly, we suspected you a little. Saying that, the Count and the knights bowed their heads. What happened? I don't quite understand the situation. We knew in advance that Baron Dames was planning a rebellion. We suspected you might be complicit, Marskun, so we were monitoring you. Of course, we believed in you, but we kept watch as insurance. The reason you felt a sense of unease or a gaze was naturally because you were being monitored by both Baron Dames' men and us. By this morning, the suspicion had completely cleared, but we couldn't tell you. I also have responsibility for not being able to explain various things about myself. So I accept your apology. Saying that, I took Count Beetle's hand with both of mine and had him stand up. First, I would like to make my report. Is that all right? Indeed. Then let us hear your report at my villa. I also have things I wish to discuss. Is that acceptable? Yes, understood. Accepting Count Beetle's proposal, we headed to his villa by carriage. I noticed that Baron Dames was accompanying us on the way to the villa. Only his wrists were bound with rope. It didn't take long to reach Count Beetle's villa. Even though it was a count's villa, I expected it to be quite luxurious, but it wasn't particularly so. The Bryant house in Ilgusia was actually larger. We arrived at the Count's house and were shown into a large room. Aside from Baron Dames, there were about 6 other people with bound hands. And the 2 from the Lampard family, Gray and Elna, were there too. Since neither of them was bound, they probably hadn't done anything wrong to end up here. Clarice noticed the 2 of them and happily ran over. The tense expressions on their faces crumbled when Clarice approached. It was a cry of joy. Naturally, they must have been terribly worried. Father, Mother, I'm home. I'm so glad you're safe. We'll hear the report now. Watching this, I bowed to the Lampard family and then made my report to the Count. Today, we cleared the boss room. The boss consisted of 2 goblin kings. This is a magic stone from a goblin king. I had only taken the goblin king's magic stone, so I handed it to Count Beetle. Thank you, Marskun, and Lady Clarice did well too. As I said earlier, allow me to apologize again. I suspected that you might be conspiring with Baron Dames over there to do something unsavory. This man named Dames, his thoughts are completely unhinged. His eyes look like they're gone, too. However, this morning Marskun arrived at the meeting place an hour early. This is something you absolutely would not have done if you were conspiring with Baron Dames. It would have ruined the plan. I didn't suspect you that much originally, but it is a fact that I harbored some suspicion. Please forgive me. Yes, as I said earlier, I accept your apology. Thank you. Now, let us move on to the rewards. Have you decided on anything you desire? No, nothing has been decided yet. I see. Then I shall state the decided matters first. First, the Baron Barker family will be abolished. Furthermore, the adventurer registrations of the 6 Barkers. Members will be revoked, and they, along with Dames Barker, will all become slaves. Oh, that's quite a drastic decision. Just as I thought that, the Dames gang started making a ruckus. Apparently, there was no more use for them. The knights grabbed them by the scruff of their necks and dragged them away. Now that the noisy ones are gone, one more thing. Grey Lampard. As of today, I appoint you a baron. I was so surprised by this that I inadvertently let out a voice. The man himself must have been told in advance, as he didn't look very surprised. So that's why he was tense earlier. Still, to be ennobled for this, true, Clarice healed the townspeople with heal and contributed greatly to the conquest of the Granzam dungeon. But I don't think Grey did anything in particular. Maybe he achieved something I don't know about, or maybe Count Beetle has some idea. Well, it's not really my place to worry about it. Unaware of my doubts, Clarice threw words of blessing with sparkling eyes. Yea, father, mother, do your best for the people from now on. Somehow I feel conflicted, since we didn't do anything. Grey, do not say that. The fact that Lady Clarice has grown into such a fine person is undoubtedly thanks to you two as parents. The formal investiture will be at a later date, but I permit you to use the title of Baron starting today. If possible, I would like you to accept the request I mentioned earlier, but have you made up your mind? Of course, it is not an order, so you may refuse. He must have been told something beforehand. I'm curious what it was. Yes, we are still undecided. I see. However, as you know, there is not much time. I will contact you again. You should go home today, spend time as a family of 3 for the first time in a while, including Lady Clarice, and discuss it. Marskun will be staying at this house today. Is that all right? Yes, thank you. Understood. We will return home and discuss it as a family. When I replied, Grey also bowed to Count Beetle and then spoke to me. Marskun, thank you for protecting Clarice again today. I'm always grateful to you. I haven't been able to repay you yet, but please wait a little longer. No, you let me live with you and I had a fun time, so that is enough. Well, I did start paying halfway through, but it came with a poster girl. No amount of money would be enough. Then, we will excuse ourselves. With that, Grey and Elna exited. Clarice also said, see you later, and chased after them. Now then, Marskun, there are many things I want to discuss, but first let's have a shower and dinner. Thank you very much. I took a shower and headed to the dining room, where a large meal was prepared. Several knights were also invited, making for a lively and very enjoyable meal. Just in case, I used appraisal on every ingredient, but there was no poison. During the meal, a knight said to me, I apologize, but I was monitoring your actions the whole time. Please forgive me. But thanks to that, it was proven that you are a truly wonderful person. You sold potions and ingots at the standard price or lower, and many residents of the city, including us knights, are grateful. Thank you very much. One after another, reports of surveillance on me were brought up. Apparently, all the knights here were the people who had been monitoring me. I really need to learn to sense danger a bit better. It's no good just saying I felt a sense of unease when I was being watched this much. After that, the knights continued to offer thanks and praise, which was a bit embarrassing, but everyone was happy, so I was glad. The knights seemed to still have duties after this, so they returned to their respective posts. When I was alone with the Count, he asked me a question. Shall we get to the main topic, Mars Bryant-kun? He knew, after all, only Clarice, Grey, and Elna knew my true identity. Did someone leak it? Definitely not Clarice, so either Grey or Elna. From your reaction, someone knows your origins. It was by chance that I learned you are the second son of Viscount Zeke Bryant of the Kingdom of Barkis. I was troubled about what to give you as a reward, so I thought I would register you as an adventurer. Of course, registration alone isn't much of a reward, but I asked the guild master, Victo, whom I introduced you to before, to handle it. Naturally, since I didn't know your surname, I just used Mars. Then Victo mentioned that there was a boy named Mars registered as an adventurer at age 4 in the Kingdom of Barkis 3 years ago. I thought it was undoubtedly the same person, so I laid a trap just now, and sure enough. Of course, I know you bear no hostility, Marskun, but I would like to hear at least why you are here. I felt ashamed for even slightly doubting Grey and Elna. I understand. As you say, Count, I am Mars Bryant of the Kingdom of Barkis. My coming here was an accident. For some reason, I was teleported from the Ilgusia dungeon and ended up in Granzem during the stampede. HMPH. Is that so? For Granzem, it was a very grateful accident. Do you have a way to return? No, I do not. I did think about trying to see if I could teleport the same way from the Granzem dungeon. But even if I managed to teleport, there's no guarantee I'd return to Ilgusia, and there's a possibility I could be sent to a completely different continent. Ahem. Shall I arrange for your return, Marskun? If you have a letter from me when crossing the border, you might be able to pass through smoothly. Well, we are at war, so even with a letter, it might not go that easily. Thank you very much. Please, I would appreciate that. Understood, then I will prepare it as soon as possible. But give me a week. Also, if you write a letter, I can send a fast horse to deliver it to Ilgusia ahead of you. Wouldn't it be better to inform them of your safety first? Thank you for everything. Then I will write the letter first thing tomorrow. Then please rest well today. We can talk again tomorrow. Good work today. With that, the Count returned to his room. I was relieved that I wasn't punished even though my identity was revealed. I returned to my room with peace of mind and went to sleep. I hated just waiting for the week to pass, so I dove into the dungeon, alone. I invited Clarice, but since the day we conquered the Granzem dungeon, she felt somewhat distant. She seemed happy when we met, but I could tell she wanted to prioritize Gray, Elna, and the children of the town over me. Among those children were boys about my height, and seeing her having fun with them made my chest feel like it was going to burst. I felt like I was heartbroken, no, not felt like, I was heartbroken. In my previous life, I always strove alone, but since coming to this world, Ike had always striven together with me. Recently, it had been Clarice. When I'm with Clarice, let's stop thinking about it. Only when I was relentlessly killing goblins in the boss room and spawn room could I focus solely on what was in front of me without thinking about Clarice. Thanks to that, my level went up, and I could do more things. I slept in the safe zone and tried not to return to the city of Granzem as much as possible, because meeting Clarice would bring up various emotions again. Fortunately, the Beetle Knights visited the safe zone, so if I needed anything, they brought it for me, which was helpful. But after clearing the boss room many times, I ended up getting good equipment. Fate seemed determined to remind me of Clarice. The equipment I obtained was for her. Clarice wearing this, I decided I would give it to her at the very end as a parting gift. Finally, the morning of my departure from Granzem arrived. This is the result of immersing myself in the Granzem dungeon, boss room all this time. Name, Mars Bryant. Title, Wind King Goblin Slayer. Rank, Human, Viscount Bryant family's second son. Condition, good. Age, 8. Level, 21 plus 2. HP, 13130. MP, 7832, 7832. Strength, 83 plus 10. Agility, 88 plus 11. Magic, 124 plus 9. Dexterity, 111 plus 12. Endurance, 81 plus 8. Luck, 30. Unique ability, Heavenly Gift LV Max. Unique ability, Heavenly Eye LV 7. Unique ability, Lightning Magic S LV 020. Special ability, Swordsmanship B LV 6/17/5-6. Special ability, Fire Magic F LV 5/8 G to F 4-5. Special ability, Water Magic G LV 3-5. Special ability, Earth Magic G LV 2-5. Special ability, Wind Magic A LV 13/19. Special ability, Holy Magic C LV 6-15. Equipment, Mithril Silver Sword. Equipment, Wind Dagger Sylph Dagger. Equipment, Disguise Bracelet. Having aged a year, my stats rose considerably. When my dexterity exceeded 100, I finally became able to manifest wind magic other than Sylphid while swinging my sword. However, only wind magic manifested. I suppose this is related to the talent value as well. Speaking of talent, when my fire magic level rose and hit the limit of level 5 for talent G, surprisingly, the talent rose to F, and I became able to chant Fireball as well. And perhaps because my dexterity increased, or because my fire magic talent and level rose, I'm not sure. But when I tried to use fire magic while using wind magic, I was able to use a certain magic by pure chance. I couldn't unleash fire while manifesting tornado, but I could unleash tornado and fire simultaneously. I thought lightning magic might also be dexterity dependent and tried various things, but I got no response from it whatsoever. However, effort never betrays you. I will continue to strive. Thinking about such things as I walked through the city, I arrived at the west gate of Granzem. I had intended to go to the Lampard house to say goodbye and give Clarice her present, but the whole family was absent, so even that wish didn't come true. Maybe they don't know I'm leaving today. As a substitute of sorts, Count Beetle, the knights, and the town residents came to the west gate to see me off, giving me happy words like thank you, Sword Saint, and come back anytime. The Count and Knight Commander Blair were apparently going to accompany me outside the city. I bid farewell to everyone in the town and left Granzem behind. Thinking that I was leaving Granzem, the tears wouldn't stop. As I walked, recalling the events of these past few months, I saw 3 silhouettes about a kilometer away. When I got closer, I found the Lampard family there. Seeing Clarice for the first time in a while made my chest tighten again, but there was also a sense of comfort. Mars Kun, thank you for everything. Thanks to you, the Lampard family and Granzem were saved. It wasn't just me, it was because of everyone's hard work. If you had given up, Granzem would have fallen before I even arrived. Saying that to Gray, I looked straight at Clarice, whose eyes were swollen, perhaps from crying. Thank you too, Clarice. The 3 months I spent with you were very fun. This is a birthday present for you. I've never given a present like this to anyone before, so I don't know if you'll like it, but I'd be happy if you used it. Gray had told me previously that Clarice's birthday was January 1st, the same as mine. Hey! Tears pooled in Clarice's eyes. This flower, a pink Phalaenopsis orchid, and a heart-shaped magic stone? It's cute, thank you. Accepting the present, Clarice immediately took off her white hair clip to put it on, fastening the hair clip with the pink flower motif I had given her. A single beautiful tear rolled down her cheek, but letting her hair flutter, she struck a pose and asked happily, "Does it suit me?" I was captivated and lost for words, but it seemed to convey my feelings to Clarice. She blushed, looking a little shy. I'm glad. I was able to meet Clarice at the end, and she liked the present. Being able to say a proper goodbye like this will soften the pain when I remember this city. Well then, I'm going. Thinking this was the end, my voice trembled with tears. Wait a minute. Clarice stopped me as I tried to leave. Count Beetle, Knight Commander Blair, and Mother, thank you for everything. At Clarice's words, Gray and Elna hugged her while crying, and Clarice, trembling, began to cry aloud too. I watched the scene in a daze. After a while, Clarice stopped crying, came to my side, and said, "Now, let's go." She said this while gripping my hand tightly. Let's go. No. Count Beetle explained the situation to me as I failed to grasp it. While you two were conquering the dungeon, back when we returned to Granzem for the dame's incident, I asked Gray, would you be willing to entrust Lady Clarice to Marskun? Count Beetle said he would give the Lampard family time to think about it, and planned to start a meeting without you, Marskun. But before we could enter the agenda, Clarice herself said she wanted to go with you. At first, I hated treating Clarice as a reward or an object, but since Clarice was the one saying it, I was surprised when I heard it too. It pained me to even propose it. Count Beetle and Gray's words weren't entering my head. The only thing I understood was that Clarice wasn't using me. This past week, she was making memories with her family and friends before being separated from them. Marskun, please take care of Clarice. I think she'll be fine since she's with you, but be careful on the road. There are bandits and such. Elna said through her sobs, and Gray, desperately holding back tears, smiled and bid farewell to Clarice. If anything happens, you can always come back. Father and Mother will always be on your side, Clarice. Clarice, who had been holding back tears at their words, could hold them no longer. Gray and Elna rushed to her and gave her a parting embrace. Having finally grasped the situation, I couldn't hold back my tears either, and the Count and Knight Commander also wept seeing the 3 of them. On this day, a small, beautiful rainbow arched over the outskirts of Granzem. Bonus side story, first impression. Hey, he's not crying at all, is he? Mob said his little brother cried really loud when he was born the other day. Is this one okay? Looking at the baby born just a few hours ago in Mother's arms, I asked, and Mother spoke to me gently. Ike, this isn't this one. it's Mars. You became Mars's big brother today. Maybe Mars is frail and can't even cry, so you have to protect him, Ike. Yeah, if anyone bullies Mars, I'll beat them up. Even so, it seemed easier than with Ike, but how are you actually feeling? Is it not hard to stand? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Father asked Mother worriedly. It was so hard with Ike, maybe it's because it's the second one. I really don't feel any pain, and I feel like I could dive into a dungeon right now. Mother didn't seem to be pushing herself. She looked the same as always. I see, but if there's any change in your condition, tell me immediately. Father has been worried about Mother's health this whole time. Thank you. Ike, it's late, so go to sleep. Starting tomorrow, I'm counting on you as a big brother. I looked at the clock, the shorthand was pointing at 8. Okay, good night, Father, Mother. Ike, aren't you going to say good night to Mars? Yeah, it would be bad if I woke him up. Bye-bye. Father nodded at my words, and after they both said good night, I looked at Mars drinking Mother's milk while sleeping and returned to my room. Thus began my life with Mars. A few days later, when I woke up and went to Mother immediately, Father was already there, and Mars was drinking milk in Mother's arms. When I entered the room, Mars followed me with his eyes as if he could see me perfectly. Mars's eyes were a beautiful gold color. Hey, Mother, can babies see immediately? That's not true, you know. Mars probably won't be able to see properly until April or so. His eyes are open, but even if he can see, he should only be able to see things up close. But I think Mars can see me. When I move, Mars's pretty eyes move. Actually, I was thinking the same thing as Ike. I feel like Mars can see clearly. It seems Father was thinking the same thing as me. Mars looked at me while drinking Mother's milk, but soon fell asleep. Mother, I want to hold Mars too. I suppose so. You can hold him like I am now once Mars's neck is steady, and you become stronger, Ike. If it's just Ike sitting and holding Mars on his lap, another month or 2 should be fine. Neck is steady. Necks don't sit, do they? When I asked back instinctively, Mother explained it carefully, but I didn't understand very well. I just understood that holding him was still a long way off, and that I needed to get stronger. How do I get strong? That comes from playing energetically outside, eating lots and sleeping lots. Want to play outside with Father now? Yeah, I want to play Hero. Hero is a game I'm hooked on with Mob lately, where everyone becomes a hero and defeats the Demon King with their own made-up moves. When I answered, Father worried about Mother again. Maria, I'll go play with Ike. You might not be able to sleep, but at least lie down and rest your body. When Ike naps, I'll watch Mars, so please sleep then. Thank you. I'm not very tired, but since we don't know what might happen, I'll take you up on your offer. You be careful too. Take care of Ike. Without waiting for Mother's words, I left the room and dashed outside with the holy sword, tree branch, kept in the entranceway in one hand. Ike, sit cross-legged. One day, Mother told me to sit cross-legged, so I did. Mother stood behind me, slowly placed Mars on my legs, and sat down as if wrapping around me from behind. Ike, try holding Mars's head gently, like you're wrapping around it. Mother will do it with you. When I held Mars's head gently as told, Mother supported Mars's head from under my hands to ensure I absolutely wouldn't drop it. Father sat in front of me, also reaching out his hands to watch over me and Mars, ready for anything. Mars looked a little anxious, but when I put my finger into his small hand, Mars gripped my finger. Mother. Mars gripped my finger. You're right, maybe Mars is relying on you, Ike. Make sure to take good care of Mars. When Mother said that, I couldn't help but think so. No, I could only think so. Yeah. Leave it to me. When I answered, I felt the strength of Mars's hand gripping my finger increase. Several months later. Take this, explosion slash. Finish him, flowing water slash. I was playing Hero in the yard with Mob as usual when Mob asked me a question while looking at Mars, who was watching us from inside the house. Ike, your brother Mars doesn't cry at all, does he? And isn't he always looking at you? Yeah, Mother said he's no trouble at all, a really good boy. Also, lately he started following me around crawling. Heavy. He's already crawling. My Gamo was born earlier, but he can't crawl yet. Gamo is Mob's younger brother. I haven't seen him yet, but Mob said Gamo has a big head and round eyes. Is Mars early, or is Gamo late? I don't know yet, but just as I was thinking Mars must be early, Gamo, who was looking at Mars, pointed at him in a slight panic. Hey, isn't he trying to stand up? When I looked at Mars, He was putting his hands on the wall from a crawling position, trying to stand up. I involuntarily shouted, "Do your best." As if responding to my cheer, Mars managed to stand splendidly with his hands on the wall, but he could only stand for a moment before falling over immediately. Mother is usually near Mars, but unusually she isn't there now. Maybe she went to the bathroom. He's gonna cry huge tears now. Mob said with a yikes expression. True, he hit his head, so it must hurt a lot. And since Mars is a baby, he might not even understand what happened. I think he might cry just from the shock. I threw away the holy sword, hurried inside, and rushed to Mars, but Mars took an unexpected action. Without crying or showing signs of pain, he was putting his hands on the wall trying to stand up again. This surprised Mob, who had entered the house with me. Without caring about us, Mars was desperately trying to stand up. Mars. What was that sound just now? Mother arrived a little later than us. Then, looking at me and Mars, when did you learn to pull yourself up? And Ike, protecting Mars so well, thank you. Mother showed a slightly relieved expression. Me protecting Mars? When told that, I looked at my own posture. Unconsciously, I was on my knees behind Mars, arms outstretched so I could support him whenever he fell. It might be my imagination, but looking at Mars's expression as he saw me behind him, he looked relieved. No, he looked like he was relying on me. And the next moment, Mars succeeded in pulling himself up again, but he immediately toppled backward. I wrapped my hands around Mars's stomach as he fell and caught him. Behind me, Mother was crouching, ready just in case I couldn't support him fully. Ike, thank you. I'm counting on you from now on too. Mother hugged me and Mars from behind, enveloping us. Mars, held in my arms, turned around, and from his cute face, a feeling of gratitude came through. Yeah, because I promised to take care of, to protect Mars. If anything happens to Mars, I will definitely protect him. Thus, the story of me and Mars began. End of Volume 1.